gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mic on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incubator. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his dead. On his growl, rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to every test. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing yellow reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs a deep, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy a call. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Awakening the chaos of through every test. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Who we got in the building? A shout out to American AF Boy. Said I'm fatigued. Aren't we all? And we got Olivia identifying as first. Well, hey, if you know, you know. AF, oh yeah, that's right. I'll call you F-boy. I'll call you AF. AF said, my town has very low crime. My town has no basketball court. Coincidence? Welcome. And Olivia said, Louis Farrakhan wasn't on the Epstein list. Just find that interesting. All right, good to know. So as I said, if you noticed the community tab of this, I've been waiting. I've been sitting on this. I'm sure some of you have seen that it's around, and maybe some clips have gone around. My God, my hair's so frizzy. But we are gonna have fun. So we have Andre Williams on the PBD podcast, and like the thumbnail says, he's like the Black Fuentes. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you can't hear the video, please do let me know.
Get into it and get into your story and a bunch of different ideas and thoughts that you have, stories that you have. What does black fatigue mean to you?
Well, black fatigue means to me, it's a collective tiredness of the culture, the condition, the behavior of Black people currently today. We're seeing so much crime, so much instability. We're seeing the teen takeovers across the country. And mainly, when we look at Black fatigue, this is something that Black people have to deal with at the end of the day. It affects every other community across the country, but the crime and instability, the first people that has to deal with that, Black people. Look at the predominantly Black cities. I come from Detroit. Look at Chicago, Baltimore. Look, name any city that has a majority Black population. It's aggressive to live there. And the Black people who are doing well, guess what they do? They have to leave the community. They have to walk away from the community because they can't not exist in this unstable and chaotic environment.
Yup. Shout out to Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How are we doing?
So that's pretty much Black fatigue to me.
And one of the things.
And what did it say here? I thought I can read that up. Black fatigue is the chronic, generational, physical, mental, and spiritual exhaustion experienced by Black individuals. It stems from the daily stressors of navigating systemic racism, microaggression, and the constant pressure to prove one's humanity and worth in a society not designed for Black equity. I think we're going to be using a little bit different, as it's saying, the two sides. It's evolved and polarized, and it just means being fatigued of that behavior. Hey, how they liking the treadmill? Like I said, I always wanted to get a doggy treadmill, and I just never did it. And now he's old and he doesn't really want to walk anywhere. AF said AI will tell you about Black fatigue, but won't generate half my memes. Yep, they know where to go with it. What did I just use AI for? I forget exactly what it was, but there was something, and it was like, oh, no, we can't do that. And, I usually use ChatGPT, but Grok is supposed to be the more based one, but Grok wouldn't do it. But yeah, that's their version, and I would imagine that's where the term came from, that Blacks are fatigued with, dealing with the world, but that's not what it means anymore, at least. Not to me. Shout out to Boggs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How you doing? Black Hebrew Israelites? Not this guy. But that definitely falls under the category of Black fatigue. Welcome. Let's dive right back in.
Normally talk about is the 4 different types of Blacks. Maybe it's good for the audience if they haven't heard
different types of Blacks.
What you call? I can't say it. You can say it.
Well, you can say it.
But I want you to say it.
Anybody can say it. And I love that video. I made that video, the 4 different types of Black Americans. Originally, I made that on TikTok. And this is on my first or second TikTok. I've had 7. They've been all banned. I've been demonetized everywhere.
That do be happening.
On TikTok, yeah. I can't even go on TikTok and post anymore. So I make the video on TikTok. It got about 1 million views. It was 3 minutes long. And for a while, I've been neglecting to do YouTube stuff, get on YouTube. I've been mainly doing short form content for about 1.5 years. So I decided, you know what? Let's turn this into a YouTube video. 5 minutes long. I post it on YouTube, gets about 500,000 views. Then Soft White Underbelly, they reach out to me. It's like, we want to talk about this further. So I reach out to them, and it gets another 500,000 views. But the channel that I posted it on gets banned. And this is, a reoccurring thing. I'm constantly getting banned, constantly getting deplatformed. But the 4 different types of Black Americans, and I don't know if I can be uncensored. Can I be uncensored?
Go for it. Yes, go for it.
Blacks, Negroes, niggas, and niggers. And it's
they're blocking out the hard ER. So he's saying, what did he say? He said blacks,
Negroes,
then the
niggas,
A, and then the hard R.
And it's
shout out to Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome to the party. So I have ignorance and ghetto fatigue, or ghetto behavior fatigue, coupled with tribal opportunistic society fatigue. Sounds like a lot. Welcome to the party.
It's a hierarchy in the community.
Okay.
Got Black people, hardworking, honest, know exactly what they want. They know exactly where they're going to go. They represent something perfect, maybe not too perfect, but an aim for perfection. You've got the house Negro. Now, people like to say that's me because I'm saying white people talking points, or I'm upholding white supremacy or something ridiculous.
We're just talking white.
The modern day house Negro is both Democrat and Republican. They work in the establishment. They profit off of the culture of chaos, the music. If they're Democrat, they'll sit back and defend the nigga behavior. If they're a Black Republican, they don't live commonly in the Black areas. They're completely segregated from the Black area, which is fine in their own right. but they act as if they're the alternative, but they're unrelatable. They don't really represent the common black mindset.
And what exactly is the common black mindset? I really hope we get into that, because from what I see is the community, the black community TM is the black mindset. I mean, you know, I'm not black, so I don't know if that's, you know, the current state of things. But that is, I'm curious. I'm going to put a pin in that and see how that comes back later. AF said, I asked because I have the same symptoms and I need medicated. I'm so fucking fatigued. It's bad. It's bad. Well, he said all races have people who are not good. Only black Americans get this fatigue label. Seems racist, but it's not. Pattern recognition is not racism. He said, why would you assume, we should get back to, I can read. We should get black people 13% of the stores for reparations and tell them. What? I'm good with that. I'm good on that. Well, like I said, it's crazy. The idea of the ghetto is if you leave it, you make it. Yeah, same thing as if you immigrate to America coming from a shithole country doing it the right way, then you're good.
Unrelatable. They don't really represent the common black mindset. They represent an alternative world, the running away, this nomadic, I'm going to go and live somewhere else instead of living in the community. That's a big problem I have with a lot of the black conservative, black Republicans. And I would say they're very pro-Israel as well. There's a problem with me as well I have with these people. The third is niggas, which represents the majority of the population of the black community, unfortunately.
So we're going to really I hope he is very clear about when he's talking about the A's and the ERs, because it might get a little twisty in here. Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome to the party. So he's an apologist for the more violent and volatile nature of black people. It's not the Jews. Blacks are just more, says Costco, more violent, possibly because they survived in Africa with many predators. Epigenetics. I don't know how scientific that is, but he is definitely not apologizing for it at all. We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. Yep. Facts are still facts. Welcome. Let's dive back in here.
Third is niggas, which represents the majority of the population of the black community, unfortunately. Niggas are loud. Niggas are very aggressive, hostile to even other black people. These are the people who bring down the name and our image as a people every day. And I would say niggers are the ones who are violent, the criminals, the killers, the murderers, the drug dealers in our community that promote a very chaotic and destructive environment for black children, black women, black men, the black family, and black people as a whole.
So how does each one fall into that category? And what patterns have you seen, in your opinion, where this behavior leads to this behavior, and that's why they're in this community? How does that happen?
So the pattern, black man, like I said, very honest. You can find a black person that is very hardworking, consistent in what they're doing. They mean well. And it's not they're trying to fit in with white people or what. It's more of, I'm working hard to maintain my family, maintain my area, to really build myself up as an individual, to be an outstanding representative of my community that I come from.
Don't forget to check out the stream goal. We've got 1 hour to get $5 collectively, and the entire stream stays ad-free. Nikki said, I know the cure for fatigue, but nobody wants to hear it. I want to hear it. What is it? I have said it's because Africa skipped the Bronze and Iron Ages. Think about that. You live in a land of God-like technology and have Paleolithic emotion. I mean, maybe, but it just seems like we're so far removed. We're like 6 generations away from people who are in Africa. So I don't think that is as relevant. But hey, maybe it is. If the science is there, genetics are a real thing. But I don't know. It seems like we would have a lot more of the ERs that he's talking about if that was the case. Bucks and Americans are good people. We have big hearts. We're just getting taken advantage of. Yeah, by the people that you vote for. No, it's both. It's everybody on the top. We could, but then the elites wouldn't have caviar for breakfast. Costco said, blaming the Jews for black people is pretty pathetic, in my opinion. I don't consider it anti-Semitic or offensive, just very lame. I'm surprised. I'm actually glad for the algorithm's sake that when I was skipping through, I heard when the thing that made me call him the black Nick Fuentes and what he said about the Jews. I didn't. Again, I don't watch the whole thing beforehand, so I don't know exactly what he's going to say and how he uses that. But spoiler alert: the word Jewry comes back. I said, I don't mind getting taken advantage of, Box. Fool me once, but this is nuts. We're getting literally raped and murdered. It's not good. It's not good. All right, let's dive back in.
As an individual, to be an outstanding representative of my community that I come from. The House Negro, you can see him in politics. What's the mayor of Chicago, Johnson? You know, that's the House Negro. He'll sit back and defend a lot of the nigger behavior within the city. He talks about teen takeovers. Oh, you know, we need to sit back and be soft on these people. No, we don't. We need to be harsh because they're the ones who are ruling the black areas. We can't have things open in our community because of these people.
So already we're seeing that he's not making excuses or apologizing for the negative behavior that comes from the just that creates the black fatigue category. He's not about that at all.
People defending people like Carmelo Anthony or a lot of the people who came up underneath Trayvon Martin's case, Ben Crump, a civil rights attorney that sat back and pushed this narrative that Trayvon Martin was, you know, this innocent child. Really, he wasn't. The people pushing people like George Floyd and so on. That's the House Negro. And I also would say a lot of the black conservatives as well that are very pro-Israel, pro-establishment, they think that voting Republican is going to change the outcome of the black community. It isn't. This is a cultural problem. This is a racial problem. This is not a political party problem. And there's no political solution that can change the outcome. We have to do some self-reflection. The nigga, it's the people you see on the street corner. People
I'm gonna laugh every time you say
who
it.
sit out the gas stations, the people who are very
How did they
loud.
get there, though?
How did they get there?
Yeah.
Oh.
How does each one get there? That's
How
what
does
I
one
want.
get there?
Yes.
Okay, that's the real question.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
So I would say,
He said evolution happens as a result of evolutionary pressures. Those who migrated away from the cradle of life faced many more of them and already had a genetic disposition for exploration. True, but I don't. Is that to me? I don't see the connection.
we talk about the final two. Actually, we'll talk about the third one. The House Negro, politics money, profiting off of black pain, and also trying to profit off of being, I'm one of the good blacks, or I'm one of the different ones. It's a big problem as well.
Give me a name. Who do you think about when you say that? Because you said on the second one is Johnson from Chicago, the mayor.
Well, I'll give you a big one. Brandon Tatum. I don't know if you're familiar with Brandon Tatum.
I am. Yeah.
Not
Officer Tatum. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Welcome to the parties. Don't be gay and smash that like button. But also, if you're gay, please hit the like button. Welcome to the party.
a big fan of him at all.
Really?
No.
Tell me why.
Wait, what is it?
Give me a name. Who do
Brandon
you
Tatum.
think about when you say that? Because you said on the second one is
Officer
Johnson
Tatum.
from Chicago, the mayor.
Oh, I'll give you a big one. Brandon Tatum. I don't know if you're familiar with Brandon
I
Tatum.
am, yeah.
I'm not a big fan of him at all.
Really?
No.
Tell me why.
The reason being is that he's a country boy.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with being a country boy. Don't get me wrong. I met a lot of great country boys. But is he relatable to me? Can I relate to this guy? I really can't. I can't relate to him. We vote the same. We have the same political opinions when it comes to maybe voting.
Mhm.
But what I want, the end goal, the end result is completely different. He's in it for the money. He's in it for the clicks, the attention. I don't think there's anything good coming from him. And then also, I would say he's very pro-establishment, pro-Republican Party.
That's
Which is
Have you ever
very-
met him? Have you spoken
That's
to
Never
him?
met. I would love to meet him. I would love to
He's a
debate
pretty
him as
good
well.
guy. I think it'd be a good conversation.
Yeah, I think he's a good guy. Let me say this. I think he's a good person.
You
I'm
just
talking
don't
about
agree with his views.
Oh, no, I don't think that he's genuine. And I stand on it. I think there's a lot of people in this scene right now, especially on the right, that are black, that are doing this simply for the money and the attention.
Mhm.
The Hodge twins. I mean, that's the tip of the iceberg. The Hodge twins arguably created this space of being black, and saying conservative things, but just doing it as a thing that this is going to be popular.
I'm coming at this. I'm doing it because I want change. And I come from this community. I've been banned and deplatformed on all these platforms. I make pennies if I'm on a platform. I'm limited on YouTube.
Mhm.
Facebook, they've limited my reach. Instagram, I've been banned 3 times. I've had 300K accounts, limited my reach every time.
Damn.
I'm not doing this for the dollar bills. These people on the right and on the left are mainly doing this for the sake of money. The black conservative does it for the attention of the boomer white conservative to get their attention. And the
Look, there's a good one. I think a bit like given the overall political landscape, we would have to question, does that really matter? I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but the question stands, because if the other side of the aisle is that bad, which again arguably they are, then even if you're saying all the right things for the wrong reasons, isn't it better that you're still saying the right things?
black liberal does it for the niggas in the community to sit back and say, I'm one of you. Vote for me to keep me in power so I can embezzle money, so I can steal money, so I can sit back and do
The super mayor. Allegations and not fact.
not the job that you're asking me to do, but to empower and enrich myself and enrich my friends. And that's the problem that we're having right now. So that's the path of the house Negro. With the nigga, this is a condition of a culture being built. And I think this comes from mainly the 1990s with the music industry, with a lot of the promoting of this, we need to have these unstable households because there's profit in it by getting these government checks, giving government benefits. Instead of building something of value, we've traded this for building despondency and
A lot of people are, and I'm not just talking about white people. We have seen, especially with the Carmelo Anthony stuff, that more and more, even black people are getting to the point where they say, well, we're so scared of whitey that we need our own spot. The propaganda, the rhetoric is insane.
just waiting for someone to give us a handout.
Hey, shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Oh, man. Did you miss a good movie night? Welcome to the party. How are you doing?
Just waiting for someone to give us a handout. I think really this comes back to the civil rights movement with the mindset of MLK. We want to integrate. I don't think we should sit back and push for integration. I think integration was probably the worst thing that we did for the black community.
I remember that specifically when they built the Chaz Chop. One of the first things they did was racially segregate gardens. It's crazy how we talk about the political horseshoe, and it doesn't exactly work like that. But it is crazy how often you'll see people who are so diametrically opposed looking at the exact same thing. Hey, shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. Movie night was fun. Gladiator. We watched Gladiator and Blazing Saddles. And so Gladiator, to me, is like a precursor to Game of Thrones. It was a very similar type of thing. You get immersed in that time period. And not my favorite movie, but very cool. And Blazing Saddles was fucking hilarious. Welcome to the party. Nikki said, let people segregate themselves if they want to. The rest of us would be much happier. Freedom of association and all that. Yeah, right. I mean, as long as we're not taking people away from, what's the word I'm looking for? Segregating. But as long as we're not saying, oh, because of your skin color, you can't come here. That's no bueno. But if we're all just like, hey, we're all this color, or we're all this ideology, or we're all this thing, and we just want to kind of do our own thing, shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Princess Bride was fun. Princess Bride was a good one. Who else we got? Gang. What are you saying? Segregation? Are you trying to say segregation? Blazing Saddles was funny. All right, back in ya.
With the mindset of MLK. We want to integrate. I don't think we should sit back and push for integration. I think integration was probably the worst thing that we did for the black community. I'm more of the mindset of Malcolm X. Now, Malcolm X being a Muslim and a Marxist, I disagree with that a lot. But what he represented was black men, go build your own. Make your own. Do for yourself. Don't ask to sit on the bus or sit at the table. Make your own. Now, someone black will respond to that and say, well, they burned down all our stuff. They'll go back and dig something out of as I would say, niggas love to dig deep in the ass of history to pull out an example of why they're doing bad here in the present and make that as an excuse to continue to do wrong. I'm not looking for that.
Tell me more.
What I mean by that is they'll bring out, Black Wall Street. They'll bring up slavery. They'll bring up Jim Crow. And these things happen. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a historical fact that these things happen. But am I going to use that as an excuse not to do right today? Am I going to use this as a crutch to stand on and say the reason for why we're doing bad, the reason for why we have all this killing and all this instability is because something that happened 200 years ago? There are many people in this country that have come from war-torn countries.
That's true too. But even just the general, am I really going to say it? Yes, that is what a lot of people do. That is what a lot of people do. Like, well, there was slavery and this, and so that's why I can't be responsible for myself.
What?
Slavery was bad. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But you weren't a slave.
Conflicts that have happened in the last 20 years, the last 50 years, that have had far greater effects, and they're doing fantastic. But Black people have been in this country for about 400 years. My family's been here close to 300 years. And we're still in the same condition because we want to be at the end of the day. And because we have leaders in our community that profit off of us staying in this position. It's a big problem that we have.
Profiting from you staying in that position.
Yeah. A lot of the Black politicians, they want, think of the industry of
profiting or continuously winning elections because they own the Black vote.
But they still profit from that, the money that comes from it.
How do they profit from it?
In terms of the businesses they run, the energy that comes with making the movies, the music.
Did I miss it? Hold on.
They own of position.
Staying in this position. And the Black people have been in this country for about 400 years. My family's been here close to 300 years. And we're still in the same condition because we want to be at the end of the day. And because we have leaders in our community that profit off of us staying in this position. It's a big problem that we have.
Profiting from you.
Okay, I thought he was doing the Nick Fuentes thing, but not yet. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of the Black politicians, they want, think of the industry of
profiting or continuously winning elections because they own the Black vote.
Both. He said, how's Morty doing? Oh, he's hungry, but he's doing good. Thank you.
But they still profit from that, the money that comes from it.
How do they profit from it?
In terms of the businesses they run, the energy that comes with making the movies, the music, the investments they get, all of this, keeping Black people in this position of thinking that we're the victims, when we shouldn't have to sit back and look at ourselves as victims. Me as a Black American, as an American Black, I would say I'm in a very great position. I live in the United States. Slavery was bad. Slavery was a common practice all over the world. I'm glad.
I did not know that. Is that true?
My ancestors got on that slave ship. I'm glad that my ancestors came over here because I exist today because of that. It's an unfortunate beginning, but just because our beginnings are unfortunate does not mean that our end result and our present can be unfortunate. It's what we do. It's not, my grandfather would always say this. It's not what happens to you, it's what you do about it. Something that's very important to me.
It's not what happens, it's what you do about it. That's such a basic, fundamental, and yet kind of rare perspective in these victim communities, whether it's Blacks or women or whatever.
Black politicians, rather than focusing on what we need to do to go forward, we cry and complain about the past and make that a reason to do nothing today to go forward in the future. We can't exist like that. We can't go forward.
How'd you get this mindset? Who shaped your mind? You speak about your grandfather a lot.
I do.
So what are some ways he shaped your mindset?
We would talk every day. My father was killed a few months before I was born. Engaged to my mother and everything. Grandfather loved them.
In Detroit?
In Detroit, yeah. Right down the street. Right down the street in the same neighborhood.
Wow.
Yeah, it's life. Such is life. But I'm here.
Was he
in Detroit? Yeah.
Was he causing trouble, or he was a bystander that?
Good man, was killed, murdered, and very unfortunate situation. I'm here because of the excellence of my parents, but this unfortunate beginning, as I said, did not define me. Didn't push me in this direction to, and in the direction of being involved in crime or being involved in this instability. I had great parents.
Yeah, and so just even taking it outside of racism and just saying these bad things happened, and either I can use it as an excuse not to do shit, or I can move on. Such is life. They have said the misconception that a Black man was the first slave owner usually stems from the story of Anthony Johnson. I was wrong, but Black men owned slaves as long back as 1653. My goodness. Anthony Johnson, an African man who arrived in Virginia as an indentured servant around 1621. After gaining his freedom, Johnson became a successful tobacco farmer and later owned an indentured servant. But he's Black. He can't do that. He can't do that. Or is that racism in and of itself? Saying that a black man can't be a slave owner is racist.
Something unfortunate happened, but we didn't sit back and cry about it. We did something.
I'm assuming he's talking about American slavery.
And then push beyond this circumstance, this situation. So that happened. Father's gone. My mother, she lives right next door. Took care of my grandmother. She passed away in 2005. They were like best friends. They loved each other. Grandfather, he was always my mother's daddy's girl. Grandfather served 44 years in the Navy. Joined 1960, went into Navy medicine.
Hey, shout out to Eno's Quest. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. I'm depending on what is going on, I'm gonna poll everybody and see what we want to do. So we might see you a little bit later. Very, very good to see you. What did I have I thought I had the link to your channel. Hold on. Let's get that channel in the chat. Everybody go subscribe. Thank you. Welcome to the party.
Grandfather served 44 years in the Navy. Joined 1960, went into Navy medicine, PhD in anatomy and physiology. Great man, like Superman. So much of the worldview, politics, philosophy came from him. He was a big Schopenhauer fan. He was a big Jean-Jacques Rousseau fan, Nietzsche. We would talk about these things all the time. And we were known as the Black Republicans in the neighborhood because we had a very conservative outlook on things. And I would say I'm more far right.
He's one of them. He's one of them.
In my perspective on politics compared to where they, of course, stood.
They being your grandfather?
Grandfather and mother. I think I went a little bit aggressive. As I got older, we would argue a little bit like, hey, I think we should go a little bit further with this. He's like, you need to calm down. Pace yourself. I hear what you're saying.
1 in every 150. Glad to be an American.
But pace yourself. I get where you're coming from, but slow down a little bit. But yeah, much of my worldview.
Who influenced him?
Who influenced him? I would say that's an honest question. Who influenced him? I would say he influenced himself. He came from a very poor condition. Grew up in.
That's just a way to say I don't really know.
Culpeper, Virginia. Predicament of mother and father not in the best relationship. And married, and I think he was the one son out of 6 sisters. So a lot of kids, big family, and he left home, joined the Navy, and made for his own self. Moved to Detroit in 1972. Married my grandmother, I think 73, 74. So. And we've been in Detroit ever since. Own our own home.
Same area?
Same area.
You haven't moved?
Have not moved. I moved, but family hasn't moved, no.
So the area...
The good blacks. Shout out to equality and difference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It just takes a second, and it helps out the channel so very, very much. And posting that link, sharing is huge. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Connie said those rascally Jews are at it again. Question mark. That's what our boy here is saying. So we're gonna have to figure out what exactly is the connection. Oh, shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. Dropping a big $10 PayPal. Thank you. So very, very much, of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And of course, that means the goal is hit. Everybody put TV. Thank you for making this entire stream ad-free. Thank you. So very, very much, and welcome to the party. We've got the what I'm calling the Black Nick Fuentes in the building. Welcome.
That they grew up. How far are you from where they were at?
I'm downtown.
Okay,
so yeah,
got it.
Yeah,
got it. So who?
I'll get
you about. You gave some of the names right, earlier that he would talk about. Who else would he talk about? Thomas Sowell was Thomas Sowell an influence?
Big Thomas Sowell. He loved Thomas Sowell, Clarence Thomas. But it was more of, he was always something very interesting with him, which got me into a more far right leaning perspective, I would say.
Far right, okay.
We would watch Westerns. Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Bonanza. We loved it. And he would say sometimes, the most interesting story isn't always the good guy, it's the bad guy.
Shout out again to TV, our new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. That is already $10 out of the 75, and of course, you just doubled where we were at with the weekly goal from 10 to 20. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
The most interesting story isn't always the good guy; it's the bad guy. And I'm a big history fan. So I'm like, what do you mean by that? And then we start talking about, well, look through history. Look at all the people that they say are bad guys, that are bad people. What do you think of them? Start going down the list. Like, okay, I can mention, Napoleon. I can mention,
we don't have to find out.
Stalin to a degree, Mao to a degree, Hitler, Mussolini, Francisco Franco. I can mention a lot of these people. I'm like, these guys are considered the bad guys. We get told in school, these guys are the bad people. But when you examine history, it's like, well, are they? History is written by the victor. This is something that I think is always going to exist, regardless of if these people are right or wrong. But history is written by those who are in possession of it and can control it.
All right, I'm going to split the difference here. We're at what? We're at 1.1. That's a little too slow. We're going to do 1.15. Did that change? Nope.
We have a conversation about World War II. We would talk about the politics of the government. I was fascinated with the tanks, the battles, the planes. I grew up playing Call of Duty, so that was a big thing for me. Like, oh, this is great. This is cool. What's the politics of it? Why is it that this war went in this way? The direction and the course of history went in this direction.
I would love to. I would love to. I'd love to blast through this at 2x. We could cover so much more shit if you guys could keep up with 2x, but it don't work like that. It said, Black Fuentes sounds like a really bad reject superhero. True. Let's see if he lives up to the name.
Went in this way. The direction and the course of history went in this direction. So I started examining each individual, left and right. And I came to the conclusion that, we're bad things done, of course. But the method.
AF boy saying this is the type of black person that makes me not racist because he's well spoken and isn't yelling "fuck you, whitey." It's a specific culture. It's a specific culture of that victim mentality and that black versus white. I'm not saying that there hasn't been issues, but the society has shifted so much that if you focus on that, you're fucked.
Message and what they represented for their respective people, I think we're well. I'm a nationalist because I examined World War II from a nationalistic lens. I take a very far-right view of the world, but doesn't mean I'm aggressive or not compassionate in other people's perspectives. Am I very liberal? No, not very liberal. Am I empathetic? To a degree.
Maybe.
I'm looking at things from a lens of reality, not emotion. I'm looking at the lens of how things are more so than how I feel about it. And that was like the biggest red pill for me, that he pushed me in that direction.
Okay, so let's go back to the 4 blacks you were talking about. What is the solution?
The solution.
How do you fix that? If you're saying those,
in case you missed it, he said the 4 types of black people. There are blacks, then there are Negroes, then there's N-word with an A, and then the hard ER. Obviously, getting worse in his opinion as you go down the list.
those are the 4 different types of blacks. You said the blacks, the house, and then the third.
Yep, dams. Okay, so maybe the A's are above the Negroes.
Third and fourth, which I'll let you say right there. There's a thumbnail to your video. How do you fix some of those issues that's being done right now in the black community?
3 things.
Quality said, Black Fuentes' superpower, the ability to piss off the Jews royally while also supposedly being no threat. That's a good one. Oh, well, I meant this one, but. Well done. AF said, I think the A and the hard R are the same. Well, this is clearly his own structure of this and how he's deciding to make these categories. But it's not like there's a clear delineation. It's not like you can just look at their skin and tell.
Crime. You've got to be really tough on crime. And when I mean that, for the black community, You got to be tough on crime. Not just, white people or any black people have to be tough on crime, because at the end of the day, it's us. We're dealing with it. Definitely for murderers. I'm big on that.
Go to Rumble, bro. We were fucking spitting it with Blazing Saddles last night.
Drug dealers, rapists, people who do the harsh and very heinous crimes in our community, we've got to be very aggressive in combating them. That's something we don't want to have a conversation about. We're looking at a lot of these cases where we have individuals who are very undesirable, and we're looking to defend them. Look at the Carmelo Anthony case. People are defending him.
And even way long before Carmelo Anthony. This is the explicit thing that I'm saying about the Black community TM, that it lumps you, it creates something in your mind as a normal American, law-abiding citizen, contributing to society, all that stuff. But you're Black. So this crazy guy who is doing horrendous crimes, that's you're one of them. But then, when people outside of the community are saying, "Well, look what you do," you're like, "Was it me? You just said it was you. Is it your community or is it not your community? Is every single Black person in a group with you or not? You can't have it both ways." Nick Fuentes. There we go. I said, thank you. I'm here until Thursday. You mean Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, which, guys, if you are new here, please do subscribe live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Plus, we got those movie nights on Sundays. You guys have been doing good with those. What the fuck?
We have individuals who are very undesirable, and we're looking to defend them. Look at the Carmelo Anthony case. People are defending him, not because he's innocent or not because he's a good person. This wasn't a doctor or a lawyer.
That's the other thing I wanted to say is, he started this out saying that people don't want to have this conversation, and it's absolutely true. It is very difficult. Like I get a I get a little bit more of a pass in talking about this stuff because I'm not whitey, but there still is a huge impediment to trying to find just a normal person out in the world who is Black and is willing to engage in this conversation. It's very, very difficult.
Somebody who murdered somebody, and people are willing to defend that just simply because he's Black rather than because he is innocent. That's a big problem that we have. We will defend criminals and killers before we'll defend doctors, lawyers, the best and brightest in our community.
What's your biggest problem with the Carmelo Anthony case? Because there's a lot of stuff that
I don't know. The murder, maybe. Actually, now that I say that, I do wonder which is worse, the murder or the response. The fact that we've seen that people know that it's murder and are cheering it on. That's going to a poll. First, let's shout out Heimdall. Welcome to the party. This is what happens when we separate ourselves with race and class instead of being one as Americans. Dilly fucking dilly. I let that shit. Welcome. I said, just a reminder, the number one cause of death in the Black community is Black womenfolk murdering their own babies.
Bingo.
Truth. Is that racist? For us to say? It's true. Like I said, there's zero incentive for the average A or hard R to engage in removing victimhood. It's a good paying gig. I agree. But that is, I would imagine that you would agree that that's with my point that this is a short-term thing. That it lacks the long-term thinking of, if we don't want to be the Black community that's crime, and then there has to be more than, well, he's one of ours, so we got to get one. I mean, what are we talking about? And the longing to belong to something, the desire to belong to something, a community, is very big. With white people, we now see that because culture is shattered and there's no things to do but politics, that white people started using the trans thing for their identity. Black people just retreated more into the community.
came out.
There is, yeah.
If you want to go through it, there's a lot of stuff that came out. I think they ended up, Rob, how much money did they raise? $700,000 or so on GoFundMe that people try to help them out. None of that was used apparently for the legal fees. I think that was a public defender. But what is your core problem with the Carmelo Anthony case?
Well, my problem is this.
Just before we go, can we just acknowledge that it is, I mean, sure, this is speculation. I don't know it for a fact, but based on the circumstantial evidence, we can definitely say that Carmelo Anthony's parents likely saw that there was no case for him and figured this is a way that we can get money. Our son is fucked either way. Whether he's going in for life or if he's going for 35 years, then, it doesn't really matter. Let's make some money.
Just because I said this on Twitter, if Carmelo Anthony was being bullied, just because he was being bullied doesn't mean you go out and murder somebody. If that's the case, then every school shooter is justified in going to do what he does because he's being bullied.
Ooh, that's a good line. Because that's again, so take this whole stream, we're specifically talking about the black versus white dynamic. So if something doesn't really fit in general, I'm specifically talking about what we're talking about. And I forgot what I was going to say. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, the idea of school shooters. Like, oh well, then they were bullied, so they came back. That's the lines. Oh, it's the white people that are doing all the mass shootings, even though that's definitely not true. It's just the ones that you hear about on the news. Nikki said, I've said before, the best thing George Floyd ever did for his family was OD in police custody, and they'll still be poor in the next generation, despite tens of millions paid. Harsh, but damn. Yeah, damn.
Murder somebody. If that's the case, and every school shooter is justified in going to do what he does because he's being bullied. And then also this idea that you can't move me. I can go wherever I want. I can sit wherever I want. It's like, no, you can't. You can't sit wherever you want. Someone tells you that you can't be here. You can't be here. Get on somewhere. Or go get somebody that can actually challenge it for you.
And that's the type of thing that I would love to have a reasonable discussion with somebody who is black and either is engaged in this type of behavior, or maybe more interestingly, somebody who is black and does not engage in this type of behavior, but defends that type of behavior. And they just don't want to have that conversation. I guess we have another one on our team who can use the word of power. Well, I mean, hey, join the Discord. It's completely free, and ain't no rules against any particular words or phrases.
Yeah, you can't.
Unless they're illegal.
Sit wherever you want. Someone tells you that you can't be here. You can't be here. Get on somewhere. Or go get somebody that can actually challenge it for you. We have this mindset that we're entitled to every space and that nobody can move us at all.
Well, then use it.
And anywhere we go, that if somebody tells us to do differently, we're going to do the opposite. Now, it's a good mindset to have that on a positive direction. Someone tells me to do this and I don't think it's good for me, I'm going to go in the opposite direction. Or I'm going to be looking at things from a perspective, I want to do my own and go on my own way. But no, black people are like, no, if white people came out tomorrow and said, drink water, drinking water is good, niggas will come out tomorrow and say, drinking water is bad. Maybe you should drink dirt or something. I don't know. Maybe you should drink mud.
Why though? Is it because white man's the enemy?
It's become that. It's become that. White man is the enemy. And the enemy at the end of the day is ourselves. When we look at the communities, every problem that exists is because of us. Now, we could talk about the historical conditions and what happened, but this is in the 1970s and 80s. Well, I would say that argument holds up well. The residual effects of Jim Crow still exist.
Right. And so that's the part that's so hard in my personal experience to parse the difference between bad things happen and also because bad things happened doesn't mean that you have to you have to cope for criminals. It's insane. Like you said, the N-word causes a Pavlovian attack response in some people, akin to the training of a dog with a bell. I judge that lack of intelligence. I mean, emotional intelligence for sure. Being able to hear something that you don't like and be like, oh, I don't like that, and not crash out. That takes brain power.
And hiring, banking. I would say that. If this was 1970s and 80s, I would agree.
And again, I'm not going to do this every single time. I'm not going to do this every time. That still applies to white Indian women, whatever, who are doing that kind of stuff. But again, we're talking about the white-black dynamic.
Crow still exists in hiring, banking. I would say that. If this was 1970s and 80s, I would agree. But this is the 2020s going to the 2030s.
Yep.
My generation, Gen Z, there's nothing holding me back from going in a positive direction, going in a better direction. There's nobody holding me back systemically, saying that I cannot go somewhere, that I cannot do something.
And you'd think that that would be something to celebrate. That, hey, if you're black, hey, we're living in literally the best time ever, in the best place ever to be black. Is life perfect? Of course not. But every other black person in the history of the world has not had a situation as good as what I'm living every single day. That's facts. That's facts. True. Okay, we got the N-word goes for black people. Women, it's calm down. And surprisingly, I don't know if this is still so much of a thing, but I remember when when I was dating, and it was weird how easily women would be triggered by the word bitch. And this is hip hop was this that all over the place. And what was it, Cat Williams? He's like, I just call you bitches because I don't know your names individually. And it's just, you're talking about you're at a party, you're not, it's not a sewing circle, it's a party where everybody's doing drugs and shit. You're like, oh, this fucking bitch, and it's just, oh my goodness.
How dare you?
What?
We believe that every fight, cases like this, is like another civil rights case. It isn't. They killed one of ours, so one of ours is in trouble. We got to defend it no matter what. What does it do? It shows the level of tribalism and instability within our community, the lack of control, self-control that we have. We can't exist going in this direction. But I want to go back to, you said about the three solutions. This is very important.
First, you said crime.
Crime, being tough on crime. Second is education. The schools in the black community, education is not focused too much. We care more about producing the next basketball players, football players. And this is very true. People say, no, this is a stereotype. Well, stereotypes exist for a reason.
Very true.
We care more about producing more entertainers than
what
we do.
are we doing? Okay, there we go. Very true that, fuck, man. Wow,
No,
when
this
this
is a
doesn't
stereotype.
pause,
Stereotypes exist
I
for a reason.
lose my train of
We
thought.
care more about producing the next basketball players, football.
Yeah, education. So the idea here is that the education system in America sucks in general, but you can supplement the way that it works so that you are able to get ahead, be successful. Maybe not a billionaire, but you can get shit done. Everybody is in the same public school system that's in the public school system. Yet, we see a slight difference with different demographics. Why is that? And if you are in a lower demographic in this realm, what are you doing to fix it?
Schools in the black community, education is not focused too much. We care more about producing the next basketball players, football players. And this is very true. People say, no, this is a stereotype. Well, stereotypes exist for a reason.
My way out.
We
It's
care
my
more
way
about
out the hood.
producing more entertainers than we do leaders. What leaders do we have in the community? We don't have any. Most of the leaders and heroes that black people have today, they don't mention rappers, football players, basketball stars.
Well, you might get Al Sharpton.
He's got money. He making money.
Get in the
I don't need niggas to make
bag.
money. We need niggas to think for themselves and build for themselves. We got enough niggas making money. That's fine and dandy. You can make money in this country. It's a beautiful country that you can make as much money as you want in this land.
I mean, all right. Let's not. I want to make $1 billion tonight. I can't fucking do that. But I hear where you're coming from.
Need leaders. And this is the beautiful thing about America. We have dominated the world for the last century because we've made leaders in this country.
Yeah, he's saying very influenced by Sowell.
All the money doesn't compare. Leaders have been made.
So Democrats would say, you don't think Obama's our leaders? You don't think Barack Obama's a leader?
Obama is a symbol of black excellence that black people ignore. They look at Obama as more of a revenge symbol than a symbol of excellence. Some do.
Interesting. It's more, Obama is more of a what did he say, like a kickback than a symbol of excellence. And you did hear a lot of people talking about, I never thought I would live to see the first black president. But what was done with that in terms of the community, TM? What was done with that? I can't think of anything. What's something that helped the black community through the symbol of excellence that one of their people became president. I don't know, man. I don't know.
They look at Obama as more of a revenge symbol than a symbol of excellence. Some do. Some look at him like, oh, Obama's a great person to look up to. But they get wrapped into the politics of it, the Democrat, Republican. I'm not looking at that. This goes back to what I said about looking at things from a realistic lens rather than this emotional blue team, red team lens. I'm looking at how the reality of things are more so than the, all the other petty stuff behind it. But Obama's fantastic in terms of what he symbolized. Now, the politics of it, him being a Democrat, what he's done underneath his administration, completely different. That's a completely different conversation. But going back to that education, it's very important for us to focus on education, being tough in the schools on education, separating the kids that want to do well, that are educated, that want to work and show that they have this drive to do more, separate them from the kids that are struggling.
I was just going to say something like that because it really is a crabs in a bucket mentality. That I don't have personal experience with this, but I did live in a situation or in a community where there was a huge range of socioeconomic statuses, people are all over the map. And so we did get to see that the people that were the bad ones. And again, this applies regardless of race, but we're talking about race, and the regardless of the bad ones, you get sucked in because they have the clout, they have the popularity, and they're like, oh, that's gay. You trying to do this? That's gay. Crabs in a bucket. Hey, shout out to Trey Williams. Welcome to the party. Hit that cash app. Thank you so very, very much for the $3 making Morty. Holla! Thank you. Big shout out to Trey. One of the few people that over the years that I've tried to have this type of conversation. Definitely a lot of disagreements, but Trey's been willing to engage and not just hear something that he doesn't agree with and be like, oh, you're just trying to whatever. That's all we need. And the other problem is that there's a lot of people, unlike Trey. Trey's willing to have the conversation, but all of them want to have their ideas be understood. How am I supposed to understand what you're saying and what it means if you won't talk about it? So big shout out to Trey. Didn't spill a drop. Thank you, and welcome to the party. Are you familiar with this guy, Andre Williams? Did we start them? Nikki said, black kids tell other black kids they are acting white if they do well in school. It's weird, defeating behavior. Yeah, and that is that's on purpose. That's a subversive tactic to make sure that black people stay poor and vote for the free stuff that they're getting from the Democrats. I mean, it may not be directly, but that's a huge part of it. Quality said, Obama did far more harm than good. He cratered race relations. Rush Limbaugh caught it. And fair enough. If that's your opinion, then I wasn't paying attention close enough to really say yes or no. That is the case. But the idea that he was still a sign of excellence, that black people who are again looking to be productive members of society just like everybody else, what was done to increase the community? The community is not good for the individual. What is going on?
Work and show that they have this drive to do more. Separate them from the kids that are struggling.
Yeah, Rob, I think you have some stats on that. If you want to pull it up on specifically with education, you had one of those charts that you did with Perplexity this morning. Mm-hmm. It shows bachelor's degree.
God damn it! Now I gotta get a seafood boil. No, those shits are too expensive. But god damn, it's been a minute since I had a seafood boil. Oh man!
One of those charts that you did with Perplexity this morning. Mm-hmm. It shows bachelor's degree or higher degree by race. Okay, so if you look at this, bachelor's degree or higher by race, ages 25 plus, this is from the U.S. Census Bureau. Asians at the highest, 59.3. Whites, 41.8. National, 37.7. Blacks, 27.6. Hispanics, 29. Why is that? Why is education not a priority based on these numbers?
Because we've pursued this idea that making money and being flashy with it is more of a goal and a priority than anything. Look at the high school graduations and the proms.
Yep.
Black people flashing a bunch of money, living a lifestyle that they'll
Put one in the chat if you have not seen any of the crazy ghetto prom type videos. Shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the party. That self-defeating culture is the problem, but you're racist if you say it. Yep. And so, like that, the result of people not being willing to have the difficult conversations with people who don't understand the Black experience and have opinions that don't align with what it's like to be Black. The only way to change that is to say it. Sure, not everybody's going to listen, and a lot of people are going to disagree, but you got to say it. Trey said, I'll try and hop on later. We can chop it up because people have a high misunderstanding about a lot of Black culture. I completely agree. Yeah, let me know. I'll drop the link whenever you want, my brother. Nikki said, I saw a ghetto prom video, and then the kids got shot at prom, so not outrunning any stereotypes there. It's just so difficult from being outside to, because he's saying, okay, there's the 4 types of Blacks. You get the Blacks, the Negroes, the A's, and the ERs. It's like, okay, what do I do with that? And I'm not blaming him, but I'm just like, that's the beginning of the conversation. That's the tip of the iceberg. And the white people or just non-Black people are much less likely to be racist in general if they understand the nuance. But we can't understand the nuance without the conversation. And still, things are still happening in society. And so the conversation is going to happen whether you're there or you're not. And the more it's just non-Black people having that conversation, the more likely it is to go in the wrong direction.
never live, and celebrating like it's a wedding. And really, it is a wedding. It's a wedding that begins their marriage to mediocrity in the bare minimum. That's the unfortunate reality of it. And we don't have to be like this. The message I have today is that we don't have to be like this. This doesn't have to be our direction. I don't think there's a voting out of this. We can vote differently all we want, but if we don't think differently with that, we don't behave and act in a different way, in a different manner. It doesn't matter how we vote. It doesn't matter what we subscribe to, who we vote for. What matters is who we are at the end of the day, and I don't like the direction that we're going.
They are who we thought they were.
I refuse, as Gen Z, as 25, I refuse to allow another generation of Black Americans to sit back at the age of 40 or 50 and say, you know, damn, we failed to. That's how I look up to the older generation of Blacks. Like, damn, what did you guys do for the last 40 years?
Did I not just ask that exact question? People, and again, this is going outside the race and stuff, but in general, people want the change or the rewards without doing the work. Everybody wants to be understood, but nobody wants to take the time to have the conversation.
Oh, you know, we sat back and drank and smoked, and you know, your daddy was the shit back in '93. Well, that's cool. That's nice.
Oh shit!
But what do you have to show for today?
Be a man.
The music's great. I like the beat. What was it talking about? The money looks great. You got all the flashy cars, but you're on Section 8 housing, and you're living in a poor area where it's filled with crime, and the roads are broken up. We got all these Black politicians. We're voting for them because they're Black, but then they're embezzling money and not giving you the same returns that you are asking for.
And again, I think
You're
that's
talking about Black.
I think that's a much larger Democrat thing, but absolutely true. Chronic says, it's always about placing the blame elsewhere. Accountability and consequences are foreign concepts. And that's, again, I think that is a broader Democrat thing than specifically Black, but it's definitely the community.
And not giving you the same returns that you are asking for.
You're talking
Exactly.
about black proms.
Exactly. I promise.
Did you see that?
I promise I didn't pre-watch this. Like always, I skipped through it. See, we got something to talk about, and I left off. So if I'm saying exactly what he's saying, then I guess we're just mind melting.
That you are asking for.
You're talking about black proms. Did you see that story about the kid bragging about $10,000? What happened to him?
Was it the kid? This was in Saginaw, Michigan, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that the one, Rob? You had the video of it?
He got killed?
He got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dion.
You had the video in the group text, Rob.
Yeah.
Oh,
I did a video
okay.
on him.
Yeah. So if you haven't seen this is a very common thing in the Black community, and it extends to graduation as well. I'm parroting somebody else, but there is an idea or a vibe, for lack of a better term, that this is the last thing that's ever going to be celebrated in his life, her life. And so when the kid is going to prom, the kid is going to graduation, you go all out because you're not getting married, you're not getting this, you're not getting that. So this is it.
What happened? This is in Saginaw. This is what 90 minutes from me.
Yeah. So
like,
why
what?
is that a thing though? Why is that happening? Like, what's the logic behind show me $10,000 to brag about it, and then somebody comes and gets you and they kill you? Where did that start?
Oh, don't forget, I did call him the Black Nick Fuentes for a reason.
Is it purely from hip hop music, or?
I would say it's purely from the hip hop music, which is an industry. This is a very deep conversation we're going to have here when we talk about the hip hop industry and the music. The hip hop industry is a lot of black people. This goes back to the House Negro conversation. A lot of black people that are pushing black children, black men to make this music. And now we're seeing black women becoming more popular in their degenerate music. And what does it promote? Getting money.
Wet ass pussy.
Promiscuity.
Wet ass P word.
Just the dysfunctional household, dysfunctional existence. And kids like this who will go out and follow, because it's a big problem with niggas. Niggas are followers. We have a community of followers. This goes back to the leaders, and we talk about education. We have a community of followers that think that this is cute and this is entertaining. But where does it lead you? You're flashing this money, and then what happens? Somebody comes and kills you. It's black. The Klan didn't come and kill him. It wasn't some white supremacist that came and killed him. It's another black person.
Who killed him? Who killed Dion Wiley?
And so, did you guys hear about the story that they're talking about? I didn't hear about it. Why do you think that is? There's no controversy in the same level if it's just a black kid, killing another black kid. That's also not a good thing. That's also, I'm not saying that the news should cover every single crime ever that's happened, but that is a story that I think people could resonate with on different levels. But nothing.
17-year-old. Rob, you want to pull that up?
17 years old.
Can we get some audio? So
I would quality. I would have pulled that up with a slightly different language, but agree. It makes black Americans look bad.
he's showing off $10,000.
Yeah.
In singles? That's got to be singles. There's no way that 10 grand is that big if you're hitting Benny's. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome. There's not enough time in an eternity to cover black on black violence. Right, but I think this is not just like, a gang shooting. This is the type of story that should go, maybe not viral, but that people should know about it. Oh, this is, because it's I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping that as we go through this a little bit more, I'll become a little bit more articulate on the points that I'm making. But it's difficult because I'm just kind of talking out of my ass. Nikki said nobody told them hip hop was aspirational. They did that to themselves. I love Wu-Tang and NWA, but to me, it's a cautionary tale. The art isn't the problem. It's the worldview of the consumer. I'll give you that. It's the worldview of the consumer. And I think that this applies to many other things, specifically politics. There's a lot of people who will see, news and pundits and podcasts and shit and understand, okay, those people are saying that. Maybe I agree, maybe I don't. But other people just get triggered. And now they're on a mission to take down this person or get all the Republicans or anybody who likes Trump or whatever it is. Insane. Fox News always goes out of its way to identify a white shooter, but literally refuses to do it if it's a minority and doesn't follow their political narrative. That's the news for you. Liberty said, I have a feeling this entire stream is going to make me more racist. Well, it might, but if being temporarily more racist to improve race relations in the country, or let's try that again. If we meaning you and I, become a little bit more racist for a little while to have an understanding, that would improve race relations. And so short-term pain for long-term gain. I'm certainly not blowing any punches. I'm trying to be fair and, not just like, oh, it's all black. If you think that's the vibe here, then you got me fucked up. But this is a real thing. Oh, I missed this one. See, equality, you could have used that. But, that was like, and we got to do, did you guys see the racist couple on Financial Audit? Give me a 1 if you did not see the racist couple on Financial Audit with Callum Hammer. I just can't max out these days. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the you're not wrong though. Like the fact of the matter is, it's a deep conversation, but it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
The Dion got that shit on him. Let me up. Oh, okay.
Maybe you can't say it because that's exactly what equality. Oh, I didn't split it up, but because it makes them look bad, and it's true. It doesn't mean it's representative of all black people, but it makes the black community look bad.
This is the kid that got shot and killed, Rob?
Surprise, surprise.
This is a month ago, less than a month ago. People mourn. Oh, this is it.
More like Rich Caleb. Them clips went viral. That's what I was asking about, right? Okay, let me find that.
This is a month ago, less than a month ago. People mourn. Oh, this is it. United High School senior who died in shooting. Go a little bit lower. Police officers have found 17-year-old Dion Wiley III shot in a parking lot of a party store in area of South Washington Avenue and Weber Street. A memorial has been created. Unbelievable. I mean, this is hard. This is someone's kid that's doing this.
Yeah. But this happens. This is a common thing. This is reported. This is what's getting reported in the news. This is a common thing. Black kids getting killed by other black people because they glorify this culture of, I have to show off. And who are you showing off for? To niggas that are going to kill you, to niggas that are going to take from you. You don't need to show off your money. If you got money, you don't need to show it. If you have something, you don't need to show a bunch of people. You either have it or you don't. And it's simple as
base. Yeah, the flashing, the flexing. That's also another part of it. Chronic said, "You say that like they don't always make themselves look bad." No, I mean just acknowledging the reality. So there's no such thing as a black community. That's just Marxist propaganda. Having the same skin color as someone doesn't make you a community. So sick of this language. Absolutely. Absolutely. You say our community, and then someone does in your community does something. You're like, oh, it has nothing to do with me, but I'm going to represent. And I mean, you can't have it both ways. I mean, social segregation, as we were saying before, if it's willing, if it's self-segregation, there's no problem with that. People want to be around people that are like them. The problem is that it's more of a financial issue where there are poor black people who want to be normal people, and then there's poor black people who are poor because they're in the mindset that we're talking about. So it's definitely a problem more with skin color, but it's definitely a class issue. It's like 372 Americans have been killed since the start of the Iran war in Chicago. No bueno. No bueno. All right, real quick, let's do a little side quest. And
I know you avoid Carnival like the...
Shout out to Brad. Let's just go to a clip. And remember, I forget exactly who I was talking to. But when we covered AJW and Cenk with this guy, I was specifically talking about how I don't like that when he does react. Nice freeze frame there. But I don't like when he does the react content and keeps his camera so big because he just stares at it. It's like, what if I did the whole show at this size? I feel like it would be distracting. How are you paying attention to this little thing over here when I'm over here just
being like, wait, what are you saying? And it all escalates rather quickly. Let's watch.
And I know you avoid Carnival like the...
See, like, that's so distracting. That's so distracting. I have this set up so that the TikTok goes in the middle. I don't know. I'm just nitpicking, but all right.
Escalates rather quickly. Let's watch.
And I know you avoid Carnival like the...
Oh, of course. Yeah. You don't even be around those blackies. Them.
What?
Oh,
in case you missed it.
Of course. You don't even be around those blackies. Them.
What?
I shouldn't laugh at that. That is crazy.
It's funny that it's that, like, you're that outspoken. You know you're on a podcast that gets millions of views, and you're just going to say that openly. Now, this you can watch this video in full on my Substack and get my full takes on the racial jokes versus just straight up racism. So go check out Substack. But yeah, me too, Brad. Me too.
Avoid Carnival like the...
Oh, of course. You don't even be around those blackies. Them.
What?
I shouldn't laugh at that. That is crazy. Why would you say that?
Why?
Yeah, why would you say
that?
That
Might have been the realest thing you've ever said.
T-shirts say the blackies are nasty? Girl, what?
And again, to me, it is funny because it's like, yo, what? Did you really just say that? Not, yeah, the blackies. Too much to handle, right? Too much. Glowdark said blacks kill each other more often than whites, but it's also true that white people are killed by blacks at a significantly higher rate than the reverse. Indeed. Also said Brad's a bit libertarian for my taste. And the libertarian Liberty Plus TV said he's too milk toast. Yeah, can't make anybody happy. Everybody sucks all the time. Shout out to AWolf Dogs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. And there again. Oh, yeah, I got to fix that because this isn't clickable, right? I don't know why they do that. Okay, I got to do the HTTPS. But it's not about that. It's not about that. Like, there's no aspect of, oh, this needs to be handled. She needs to be canceled. We need to get the law involved. That's not the reaction here. The reaction is like, you don't care about hurting other people's feelings to that degree. Like, if you're going to say, like, yeah, the 13% of the population and 65% of violent crime. No, I don't care if that hurts anybody because it is a statement of fact. It's a statistic. But just be like, oh, the blackies. What benefit do you have? What communicative benefit does that have? I think that's just virtue signaling in the opposite direction. Instead of the white liberals being like, oh my God, we love black people. It's the complete opposite. Oh, I want to get in with the Groypers, so I'm going to go on Caleb Hammer's show and get a financial audit and talk about the blackies.
Come on, man.
Insane. Nikki said the fake Kwanzaa BS, Afrocentric history, BS AAVE. It's all fake. There's no connection to Africa, and Africans view Black Americans exactly the same as the white ones. Well, and that's why before, when somebody was, I think it was AF, talking about the epigenetics of Africa, and that we're so far removed from that like, no. Actually, why is that racist when they say the reverse, and that's fine? The reverse of... Oh, I missed a couple here. Yeah, the reverse of what? I missed this from Nikki. Said, this is the issue. Many American Black people do not want to be American and act out to differentiate themselves because they definitely want a culture that doesn't exist. True. And, vice signaling. Shout out to Equality for that one. Do we... Yeah, like, I'm edgy. I'm cool. I'm not woke. I'm willing to say all the things. Vice signaling. Well done. But back to Nikki saying, I just want a culture that doesn't exist. And again, I do think that is absolutely true, but it's a much larger thing that is rooted in the Democrats. Lowe said, quote, "Oh my God, just because of the murder and rape at an astronomical rate doesn't mean we can call them names." No, that's not the position. It's just that you can discuss the murder and grape rates without throwing names. It's not that the name is so bad. It's your decision to insert that when it wasn't necessary. Who is that helping? You're just, as Equality said, vice signaling. They all said, even if they don't care about hurting people's feelings, they should at least care about the fact that it's being broadcast publicly and it'll probably have repercussions on them later in some way. Well, I don't know. That's exactly the point that I'm making about vice signaling. That society is changing, and the pendulum always swings. In 2020, racism was the end of the world. And so now a lot of people feel like, I have to be racist just to make sure that I show everybody that we can be racist if we want to. You could always be racist if you want to. That doesn't make it cool. It's not, bitch, you made a point and said a mean word. It's just gay. AAVE, what is that? African American Vernacular Ebonics? I don't know, what does that stand for? It's derived from lower class immigrant English spoken by indentured whites. Yep, there's a huge overlap with what we are calling Black culture and redneck culture. It's a lot there. Let me say, unity has been one-sided for decades. I'm done with it. Okay, but what does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, yeah, I'm not going to be like, I'm going to take away your wrench because you made a joke that was racist that I found not necessary. That's not what we're doing. But, I mean, the question needs to be asked. If you want to talk about the murder rate or the crime rate in general, you are more likely to be successful in taking the ideas that you want and giving them to other people if you don't call them blackies. AWOL said, it's simple. By these statements, they make an enemy of some people and a friend to other people. It just depends on who they come across later after this interview. Great. So we go back to calling N-words if blackies is too much. Well, I'm going to take that in jest. All right, I think, is there any more to it?
You could see people run around Nicholas.
Jane.
It's carnival.
No, why would you actually say that out loud? That's crazy.
What?
You're laughing about it. That's insane.
It's carnival.
That's an insane thing.
Have you ever seen a carnival cruise?
What? That doesn't sound like a joke. Yeah, that's not a joke.
Exactly.
I say jokes. That's not a joke.
Yep.
Have I ever said that? I say crazy jokes. I've never said that. Yeah, please. Yes, please. I mean, I would also not go on Carnival Cruise because I'm just like, I avoid
ghetto shit. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging the culture around that. It's not the fact that people are black. It's the fact that the culture is what it is, and a lot of those people happen to be black. Shout out again. We got you made a screenshot. You got the screenshot. Actually, no, let's keep that. I like to have a little, like, oh, what were we doing that at that time? So if you guys say something that is memorable, then it gets saved into my notes. And when we stream on New Year's Eve, it's going to be fun to look back and see what exactly was going on. AWOL said, if there's I'll put the chat back after this is done. There's a TV show that features the ghetto and the trailer park side by side, you'd see the same behaviors. Bingo. Indeed. Shout out to I fucking love him. He's hilarious.
I mean, I would also not go on Carnival Cruise because I'm just like I avoid trashy behavior.
And so, if that was a real conversation and not vice signaling, then they would be it would be totally fine. If they're like, why, Caleb? What exactly are you saying that you don't want? And it says trashy behavior, and make the connection that who's doing that trashy behavior? That would at least be an intellectual endeavor. This is not.
Go on Carnival Cruise because I'm just like I avoid trashy behavior. Yes, but
That's fair. You could say something like that without making it about all blackies. Again, diabolical to suggest.
Black people.
But that's what you were insinuating.
Exactly. No, trashy
That's
people.
what you were
actually.
insinuating.
I actually didn't really insinuate. I insinuated that yes, you likely do not want to. She talked.
Well, he insinuated it that, oh, well, you wouldn't want to go on a Carnival Cruise because he was trying to bait them into being racist because in his conversations with them earlier for views and clickbait, obviously.
Well done, Caleb. Well done, Caleb. Let's see, is there I will put the link here in the chat.
They were hinting at being racist. So he was baiting them, but not because he's racist, but because he wants to out them as that, so it blows up. And
again, I believe it would be next week's, right? I don't know. Either last week's Substack or this week's Substack. This is included, and my full thoughts will be there for you to read. So check it out. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina with a big 5. Thank you. So very, very much was my applause. There we go. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. So for the interesting side quest, and I go now. Best witches, thank you. So very, very much, guys. Very much appreciated. All right, let's see what else we got. I think so, man. Welcome to the party, Daniel. I'm doing a quick little side quest, but then we'll get back to our boy, the Black Nick Fuentes. Welcome.
he's racist, like we're
filming too.
That's why, obviously.
She talked about. She was saying some things before we started filming too that were a little racist. So that's kind of why I knew it. What the? She's scared right now.
I'm not scared. Tyler's cool.
Well, thank.
I love how he does this. He brings out his black employee, Tyler, and has him like confront the racist people. But you know what? A lot of them double down and just look him in the eyes and say it, which is crazy to me. But I guess I respect that audacity more than like saying it with your chest and then a black person's there and then all of a sudden you're saying a different tune. That would be at least spineless. I mean, this at least, like, they say, yeah, we're racist at one point in this clip.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But are you saying he's one of the good ones?
Yeah.
One of, like, very
oh my God.
few.
Like, how many black people do you know? How many black people do you know? And obviously, I'm not black, but this is the same mentality that you get with atheism. This is the same mentality you get with being Indian. That, like, how many Indian people do you know? How many atheists do you know? Yet you're so confident that you know this, that, and the other. That's the problem. It's not that it's stating facts. It's that you're talking out of your ass.
Are you saying he's one of the good ones?
Yeah.
One of, like, very few.
Oh, I mean, hey, we just started, brother. We just started. We might get there.
That's crazy.
What are you saying, Mr.?
Yeah.
One of
Oh yeah,
like
one of the
very few.
insane.
Oh!
Insane. Oh my goodness. Holy moly guacamole! We've got the Funk Master General, my goddamn sugar daddy in the building. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, guys. If you got a gifted a gifted membership, make sure you stick around because the last hour of the show is going to be members only chat. And it is make sure you guys have the settings turned on so you can get a gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. So I know a black guy. My best friend is black. Yikes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see you. Chronic said I know a ton of American Indians. They have very similar issues. The alcoholism in the American Indian community, that's crazy. Daniel said my brother has a bunch of black friends. Yeah, I mean, be friends with black people. They're like other people, individuals. Let me say the idea that this is rooted in ignorance is kind of ignorant itself. The more you are forced to interact with people of wildly different cultures, it makes you less tolerant in my experience. Fair, but that is that comes to the internal perspective. There's an aspect of, okay, I feel this way, but I understand that socially this is not beneficial. And so when you're saying shit like, oh, we don't want to go on carnival because of blackies. This guy, he's one of the good ones, but only one of the few. Like, that's what you're just talking out your ass. You're just talking out your ass. Was that you last night that was saying we got to get your husband to check out the show? Call him over. I'll give him a big shout out. We gotta de-normie him. All right, welcome, guys. Thank you again to our new sponsor of the stream. Let's see what else these racists are saying.
Robert? Critical little, dirty little boy. We'll get to him.
One of very few.
Same with Robert. Robert's cool too.
You met Robert?
No, I'm just saying he's cool.
How did you know the COO?
Why do you call black people blackies?
It was just a joke.
Just rolls off the tongue.
See, and there you go. It just rolls off the tongue. Like, I am very open. I'm very open about the fact that I am trying to find a different word to be in place of the F slur. I don't have a problem with that word, but TOS does. I like to use that word because I feel like it describes things that we all used to understand that have nothing to do with homosexuality. And we were talking about like Fitbit and maggot and these things. They don't roll off the tongue. That's a very different thing than, oh, I was just joking. I didn't actually mean he's one of the good ones. Pardon? And again, that's where it's like, bro, are you fucking say it with your chest. If you're racist, go be racist. Ain't no crime against that. But don't be two-faced. Listen again. They both have a different answer.
Why do you call black people blackies?
It was just a joke.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Hold on. No, pause. You're
Live. Shout out to David Gillespie. Welcome. Said, well, is it a trope if your best friend is black, you are likely not racist, at least towards black people? That is not true. That is not true, because you have this mentality right here where it's like, oh, my black friend is one of the good ones, but in general, blacks are this, that, and the other. I have somebody I used to do drugs with, who ironically lived in a trailer, had those kind of ideas. Black friends, you trust them deeply, but that's because they're one of the good ones. The assumption when people say that is, oh, because I'm willing to accept one of them, that means that I'm not racist. That's not how that works. But welcome to the party, sir. We said liberals who live in white communities love blacks. White people who woke up one day to Jamaicans shooting at each other are more racist. Bingo. So maybe it has something to do with other than skin color. We said when Indians take over an entire Canadian town and treat you like a foreigner, it makes you more racist. Yep. So here, melanin Americans say far worse about whites and completely get away with it. Also very true. Liberty said, I used to supervise black people from Toronto's worst neighborhood, and they don't even want to not live there. I tried finding them apartments in better neighborhoods. Nope, they wanted to be in a gang, and that goes back to the victim mentality. That either the victim mentality or the twisted mental framework of what is good, what is success, what all those things. We can put it back to rap music, but I think the music and the actual behaviors kind of feed in on each other. But yeah, it's there's fucking people. They're fucking people. We said racist means you hate people for their race. People who get called racist now actually wish that black people were better. I hear what you're saying. Because again, the analog that I'll use is being Indian, being short sometimes works better, or being an atheist. And so if I switch that out, and people who are getting called atheists now, or it would be the other way. So the people who are shit-talking atheists actually wish that they were better. So who are you to determine that I need to be better in your eyes? In order to say black people in general need to be better, number one, you have to group black people together. And then two, you have to believe that you are better. So that sounds kind of racist. And it doesn't mean, not all racism comes from malice. Not all racism comes from, I want to be prejudiced against people. Sometimes it is. Nikki, sorry, I missed this one. TV said, I voted for Obama. Took care of my racism in 2008. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Hey, well, so you don't have to tiptoe around the subject, Jesus. Rap music is a cancer on the black community. Did I say anything different? I'm definitely not tiptoeing around that. Whitey sounds as racist as Blackie. Well, it is. It may not be treated the same way, but it is. All right, let's finish up this side quest here and get back to the Black Nick Fuentes.
Okay. Oh. Why do you call black people blackies?
It was just a joke.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Hold on, no, pause. You're okay. Rolls off the tongue?
I mean, what would you prefer?
Black people?
Okay. Blackies isn't even a phrase I've ever heard before.
I have.
That's gaslighty.
People? Person?
That's two syllables. It's harder to say.
Though, like white people.
Cope. Well, it's the syllables.
Is people harder to say than blackies? People? You can't say people.
It's a longer word.
Nigga, you can't say people. People.
I can't say
I'm
people.
A person. What am I?
You are a person.
You gonna call me a blackie?
I mean, she did it for me.
Call me a blackie. Call me a blackie.
I got permission?
Call me a blackie.
Well, now you need permission. I thought it was just we could say whatever we want. They said if your best friend is black and you are white, they were not excluded because of their race. They were accepted because of their friendly behavior. That makes it about behavior, not about race. Right, but just because you interact with a black person that you like doesn't mean that you don't have any other broad ideas about black people in general. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have a black friend and also be racist. Again, I've seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears.
What's going to happen?
I don't know. Find out.
Fuck around and find out.
All right, good. I'm glad you didn't do it. Why the f*** are you calling people blackies, bro?
It's a joke.
I don't give a f***.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I feel like he's too hung up on the phrase blackies, which in the grand scheme of things is not that bad.
And who said before, hearing, getting a Pavlovian response to certain words.
Which I don't even. I would probably be as well.
You guys are saying the N-word at your house. That's not a joke. I don't give a...
You act like you don't.
I don't. I've never said the N-word.
I just feel like you do.
I've never
You
said
always
the
pull
N-word.
Tyler
I do
over
not
to say
believe
it
it.
for you.
Yes,
So I
'cause
feel
I
like
love jokes, but
It's a
I call
joke.
him over to say it for. Yeah, when you say it as a white man, it's not really a joke.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not very SJW woke
We
or anything.
made
I hate
the
that
word.
shit.
Why can't we say it?
Yo, I mean, at least that's an intellectual argument. That is crazy. I have never heard that in my life.
Over to say it for. Yeah, when you say it as a white man, it's not really a joke.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not very SJW woke
We
or anything.
made
I
the
hate that
word.
shit.
Why can't we say it?
that's wild. That's
Even the racist chick is like, that's wild. God damn. Daniel said, if you're truly racist, the color of their skin will override the quality of their personality. No. That's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. This is why one of the good ones is a phrase. People will say, I don't, saying the racist, like blacks. But Trayvon, he's one of the good ones. That is still racist. That is still racist. I'm sorry. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it's not malicious, but it is racist. This is why this conversation needs to be had, because we have to understand the difference between saying that, that's bad, you shouldn't do that, that's mean, that's racist, those could be very different things. But people just talk as if all of that is the same thing. Yeah, I don't know about all that. He's probably said it. Like who doesn't sing along, right? Who doesn't sing along? AWOL said he said it before, even if he was just saying it in the middle of a song or something. Yeah, I don't believe anybody's never said it. But using it as part of your vernacular is different than singing along to a song or reading when they used to publish the actual news and somebody would use the word and let's say it's a hate crime, like, oh, you N-word. Then somebody reading off that's what they did to Anna Kasparian. When she didn't like being called the chest feeder, then every single time that she would read out the news and it would have the N-word in it, they clipped that together and be like, oh, she's racist. How is that any different? Except for the fact that it's the opposite than these two.
That's wild.
Even the racist wife is like, damn,
That's
bro,
what I
you went
said.
a little far with that. I do think the N-word conversation is a little ridiculous in that, like, there's no reason a white person should ever say it. And I'm somebody, if I'm quoting something like as in the news or a quote or a relevant statement, I will say it. I don't believe it's an unutterable word.
But see, I'm hoping you're being tongue in cheek here, because just liking someone or not liking someone or getting to know someone doesn't change the idea of the group. I mean, how many of you fucking Christians are here right now and have negative opinions about atheists, but you think I'm one of the good ones? It's not exactly the same, but it's a direct analog. AWOL said, I agree with Daniel. If the color of their skin overrides their actions towards you, that's reason. Definitely, yeah. Nikki said, no, you're wrong. I've met actual white supremacists, truly racist people, and there are no good ones to them. To them, calling a black person a good one is like saying that dog is good. So I'm not saying that these people don't exist, but this is explicitly what I just said, that there's not just one form of racism. That's clearly the most clear example of malicious bigotry. Nobody's confused that, being a white supremacist is not even being willing to talk to a black person. But there's situations all over where you go to work and there happens to be a black guy. You might be a white supremacist. You might not like black people, but you get to know this person and you give them the pass. If you're giving somebody a pass from their group, you are being prejudiced against the group. The exception makes the rules. He said the N-word sells. Rappers use it to sell shit music. Quentin Tarantino use it to make a gangster movie hit. I mean, The Hateful Eight is a great movie, but I didn't love the which one are you talking about? The Hollywood one? Yeah, I didn't love that. Glow said, do black people think that threatening with violence over a word makes them look better? Well, no, but again, this goes back to the idea of numbers. Are you in the? Do you believe that it's more or less than 50% of black people who behave like that? Do you think it's more than 50% of black people or less than 50% of black people? And so again, to be able to say, oh, well, you're one of the good ones, that means that, oh, I've decided this group is a thing and you're just the exception. Yeah, Glorious Bastards is fucking great. Django was fun. That was definitely the one where it's just like, all right, we see what you're doing here, bro. We see what you're doing. I guess they're kind of all about Hollywood, right? David said that's how it works, judged by the content of the character, not the color of their skin. You also think all Christians are morons. I know you don't think that. I know you don't think that. I think all Christians are, what did you say, morons? Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't play me like that. You know that that's not how I feel. Don't strawman me because you disagree with my position.
I don't fed black up and sound very toward very like you're just out here saying, yeah, we're racist. Come out.
Everyone on Carnival.
I'll be honest. You guys are in the deep suburbs of Dallas, in the white area. You guys are racist. Just own it.
All right, I mean, we get the point here. We get the point here. All right, well, let's dive back in here. We'll back it up a little bit and see what we're...
Black kids getting killed by other black...
Oh, yeah, they're talking about the prom stuff and the kid that had a stack of cash and got killed at prom.
People. Because they glorify this culture of, I have to show off. And who are you showing off for? To niggas that are going to kill you, to niggas that are going to take from you. You don't need to show off your money. If you've got money, you don't need to show it. If you have something, you don't need to show a bunch of people. You either have it or you don't. And it's simple as that. But we built this culture around, we have to show off these things, we love to try to prove to somebody that we're doing something rather than just doing it. And unfortunately, this is the unfortunate end. And this is why education is important in crime.
So crime 1, education 2, what's 3?
The family. Black men and women. Much of the problems that we look at in the community, we can play the blame game, but it's more, like I said, looking at reality. Black women dominate the household. Black men no longer dominate the household. The courts, the government is now, of course, incentivized women to have children out of wedlock. They get paid for it. Food stamps, WIC, all these
money.
That now encourage people not to get married, not to have strong families, but to abuse the system in order to thrive off the system. And you're not really thriving. You're living in poverty. Generational poverty. They want to talk about generational wealth. Generational poverty. It's by choice. We promoted this because we think it's cute. We think it's okay. And we don't want to call it out. The moment you call it out, you call it a coon and Uncle Tom an enemy of black people. But what do we get out of this? We're in the same condition that we're...
Find me the quote where I said all Christians are morons. I will give you $10 if you can find that. I have never said that. I don't believe that, so I wouldn't have said that. You know that I don't think that. Maybe I was actually joking. Find the clip and let's see it. You really come to the show all the time thinking that I think all Christians are morons? Then you're not listening. If that's what you think, then you're not listening. I've bent over backwards. I've gotten in debates on bigger platforms explicitly defending Christianity. Yes, I believe that the truth claims are false. That doesn't mean that I think all of you are morons. That is an insane thing to say. So we will be waiting for the clip where I said that.
An enemy of black people. But what do we get out of this? We're in the same condition that we're in for 30 years, and we should have been in a better position
It's a jazz vibe.
Compared to all the other people who have come here, and they start off very poor, in far better positions. Asian community, Hispanic community, which is a growing, rising community in this country that black people are not aware of. Black people for a long time have been the emotional weapon politically in this country. Well, Hispanics are now coming in, and they don't need black people anymore to use as outrage like they've done for every election. What happens every election cycle? Somebody black gets shot, and they highlight that. Rather than highlighting all the crimes that happen every day, they highlight this racial case to make it an incentive for black people to come out and vote. They're going to put you back in slavery if you don't come out and fight for this. They're going to put you back in chains. I'm not going back in slavery. But we exist in a current slavery, a mental slavery that is far greater and far more oppressive.
Shout out to Bob
than we
Marley.
can ever imagine. Slavery in the past, of course, brutal at the time, but this slavery we currently live in, this slavery of believing that we can do nothing and go no further, and we have to always be victims, is terrible. But the family is important. Black women need to realize that they've been horrible at raising children. They have to take accountability for that. Black men have to take some responsibility in saying that we have been absent from our kids, we've been absent from our community, and we have to step back into it.
Why the disparity? When you look at these numbers here, Andre, so this is children and father absent homes by race from 73 to 23. Blacks.
Yikes. From when? Children and father absent homes since 1973.
47.5%. Hispanics 25.7, almost half, second place. National average 23.6. Whites 21. And then you got Asians 10%. And if you go to the previous one, Rob, that you had up, out of wedlock births by race, black 69.3, then it's American Indian, then Hispanic, then national, then white, then Asian. Why is that? Why is this so common?
Like I said, the government benefits, the music that's been promoted through hip hop.
You think the government benefits from this?
Oh, 1,000%.
How?
What I would say this is the reason is this: the profit, the money that they get from just sitting back and having a bunch of children. I've seen this in the community. People sell EBT, they'll sit back and have and talk about, I'm going to put him on child support. They glorify this culture, talk about the music.
But again, if you point that out, then you're racist.
It's talked about every day in our community. We have incentivized this culture of sitting back, having a bunch of children, not taking care of them, sitting on government benefits, and having every other generation do the same thing. It's not to our benefit at all. We don't gain anything out of it. We get more Deons from this. We get more the music that we're making. We get more Megan Thee Stallions and you can name a whole bunch of these people, the Cardi B's and all these other people.
Wet ass P word.
Who are destroying our image. They promote this music. And we know it's bad. The black people who are putting it, I've talked to a lot of people. I did an interview with Say Cheese TV, black YouTube channel. They do a lot of the hip hop. They have people like Charleston White, someone I'm not a fan of. I think Charleston White's a clown as well.
He's a wild boy.
The camera guy was telling me, I film a lot of these rap videos. Black men, black women. He's like, the beats sound great. It sounds wonderful. I love it. I can get down to it. But the shit they're talking about is terrible. We're talking about having a bunch of children. We're talking about doing drugs. We're talking about drinking, having sex with a bunch of men and women. Is that who we want to be represented? Is that who we are as a people? Do we want to have this existence? No. It's foolish at the end of the day.
So you're...
Well, it said it's more than government benefits. It's the cultures and the differences in how people are raised and what's valued. Oh yeah, it's a multifaceted. There we go. Multifaceted problem. Definitely. Like I said, creating gangs over blocks of government housing they will never own a square foot of. But you gotta rep your set, bro. Well, so if I had a kid, I would hope they are a little racist, but not too much. Unfortunately, my dog is racist, and I don't know what to do about it. Well, hit me up. I am a professional dog trainer, and maybe I can help with that. Probably not, but I just
saying the big studios promote. Are you putting it on the studios because it's profitable? Are you putting it on the black community for being customers and keep buying it? Who is at the end of the day the main responsibility fall on?
It's two people. The black people, of course.
This
is in our community. A lot of the rappers, the promoters, they're the ones making money from it. But also, we also have to talk about the significant level of Jewish influence in hip hop. That's something.
Here we go.
We never want to talk about. A lot of the problems that we talk about in the black community, we blame on white people. We don't ever want to talk about the Jewish element of that. We always exclude that because we think that, well, Jews are white and they're the good white people. Well, really? Are we looking at it like that? They're the good white people. When we talk about the discrimination, redlining, banking, I mean, who who's been dominant in much of that industry, not even that industry, that profession for.
Shout out again to the new sponsor of the stream, as usual, our boy Funk Master General. Thank you. So very, very much. Off the top row, Nick Fuentes. I told you, this is not clickbait. Shout out to Petrie. Welcome to the party. So every Democrat politician told us Trump was racist. Every Democrat politician that told us Trump was racist are all just as bad as a racist, because their care for it is fake, or they would have never supported Biden, and it's their jobs. Like they forget. Yeah, it's all a story. It's all a narrative that just continues. It's like, okay, so it's their job. It's not like they forgot Biden lied in the 80s when he ran for president to the entire black population, saying that he marched for their civil rights in Selma with tens of thousands of black folks, but that was a lie. Politicians gonna politic. Absolutely right. Welcome to the party.
Lining, banking. I mean, who's been dominant in much of that industry, not even that industry, that profession for centuries, mainly been Jews. Civil rights movement mainly was not for black people, it's mainly for Jews. I mean, the civil rights movement, honestly, when we look at it, in reality, it was probably the worst thing that ever happened to black people. It's a harsh reality to acknowledge that.
To be fair, though, I don't think that there are really as many people who know this stuff, because A, they're in their echo chamber, but B, there's a very strong what's the word? I guess just a strong push to minimize those types of things by just saying Trump is worse. That is why I can't wait for him to be out of office. Still the greatest president of my lifetime, but we can't get any more done. You become the problem.
Rights movement, honestly, when we look at it, in reality, it was probably the worst thing that ever happened to black people. It's a harsh reality to acknowledge that. But yes, the music industry is dominated by two different people. You've got the Jewish media that pushes this kind of stuff in the community, and then black people go out and promote and profit from it as well. They know exactly what they're doing. They'll tell you. The rappers will sit back and tell you who owns it. The rappers will sit back and tell you who's pushing this stuff. And it's black and Jewish that are doing it. The people at the top. This is the House Negro. The blacks that work with the Jews that push this kind of music.
Who's trying to get so big that they control of that, so they don't need to work with others? Or would you put Jay-Z in that category?
Poor kids are just as bright and talented as white kids. Come on, man. Barack Obama is the first mainstream black that's articulate and clean. Jesus, bro. Petrie City also says, with the tensions having been built so high that they explode at some point. After said that, I don't want my kids having to grow up in some kind of Joe Biden's racial jungle. Yeah, little man racist. Yeah, I mean that's a common thing from, like, especially before like the 80s and I mean, it's just common. And so that's what I'm saying. I don't know if these people are really paying attention enough to know that that's who he is. They just see, oh, this frail little grandpa. He likes ice cream.
Get so big that they control of that, so they don't need to work with others. Would you put Jay-Z in that category? Would you say some are getting to that point where they don't need to go through them?
I would say there's some people. I'm not really too much focused on the Jay-Z and what he does, but I would say there are black people who are pushing that. But of course, this is the big industry. Industry's been occupied for.
Oh, I completely agree. David said no matter who the right puts up, they will demonize, just like Trump. Look at the crap they said about and how they celebrated Charlie Kirk. Absolutely agreed. But I think we can agree that there is a specific derangement syndrome when it comes to Trump. And so I'm not saying like we get Trump out of the way and all the Democrats will be like, you know what? Maybe trans and kids is bad. Maybe everything's not racist. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But it's much more difficult for them to have a unified message on somebody that A, they don't know as much about, and B, hasn't carried himself in such a way that makes it easy to be like, oh, well, he must be bad. He must be bad. Petrie said, it's sad. I mean, the Democrat Party can go out there and support a guy with one of the worst Nazi tattoos there is. Well, not so much anymore. Y'all heard what's going on with Graham Plattner, right? Yikes. Yikes. Let me know if you haven't. We could do a little side quest.
Jay-Z and what he does. But I would say there are black people who are pushing that. But of course, this is the big industry. Industry has been occupied for the last, I would say.
I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot of celebration from the other side. But these are people that are just, it's Twitter fingers. It's just people that say things and post videos. But most people aren't willing to actually do things. David said, saying you just want to get past the era of Trump and that is going to tone it down. It's not going to happen. I disagree. We'll see. We'll see. Petrie said they really are going to have to study that. I think it's just selfishness. I mean, can you imagine trying to apologize or admit you got tricked after you went and transitioned your kids? Imagine how hard it would be to admit that you were wrong and got tricked. And say you're sorry after you went and let your kids get their genitals cut off, right? And that's a big reason why there's such a limited amount of people who are willing to switch up like that. Because if you have a kid that you've transed, then exactly as Peter you're saying, then in order to overcome that, you have to accept that you did something so horrible to your children. And so, again, it's very easy for people to just compartmentalize things. Like, no, I'm doing the right thing. They said it's good. They said you can either have a trans kid or a dead kid. So I did what was best. Some people are strong enough to be like, oh, fuck, I really did fuck that up. But most people are too selfish and too stupid to be able to have that type of contemplation. Specifically Christians. Joke. That was a joke. But dilly. Now I'm back in here.
And what he does. But I would say there are black people who are pushing that. But of course, this is the big industry. Industry has been occupied for the last, I would say, going back to the 1930s with jazz music, rock and roll with chess records and so on.
I told you they use the jazz microphone.
And hip hop. Now in the 90s with Death Row and so many other labels, been dominated by Jews, mainly at the top, and then blacks working with them at the low level to recruit and promote these people.
But go a little bit deeper than that. How can they get out of it if that's the case?
We've got to acknowledge who's doing it and take accountability. Everything's about accountability. When I mention these,
yeah, but then you bring it up and be like, "Oh yeah, I was clearly joking." I mean, bro, seriously, not on a, because like that, maybe whatever, but that hurts my feelings. That hurts my feelings that you would think that. It feels like I don't like. Do you really think that? Oh shit! Don't sit on the wire, you fucking moron! Oh, when I roll over the goddamn wire. But yeah, like, do you really think that I think that all Christians are morons? Do you believe that I believe that? Oh my God, hold on. Because just to be explicitly clear, I do not think that. I think the ideology is silly. I think that in the same way that I think Islam is fucking, barbaric. But that doesn't mean that everybody who's a Muslim is a bad person. And I feel like I've been pretty clear on what I think about that and what I think about the people in general who have ideologies that I don't agree with. The whole game here is being better at communicating with those people. And I mean, just on a basic level of selfishness, even if I did think all Christians were morons, why the fuck would I say that? Where do you think most of my money comes from? Christians! So, just so we're all clear, That is not my position. I think the ideology is silly. I believe that, well, not even. I think the ideology is incomplete and is based on untruths and unfalsifiable claims. I think the truth claims are not likely, but it has nothing to do with Christians. Glowdark said, I've seen and met black people with a lower view of blacks than I have, but I don't know what to make of that. Well, I mean, that's a big part of the conversation because it makes sense. It makes sense that, the whole thing of, oh, you're making us look bad. Black criminals are not making me look bad. They're not making you look bad. They're making other productive, normal black people, they're making them look bad. Petrie said something that only some of the dumbest people on the planet would do. You have to admit that you were tricked by the same evil politicians you say you hate, and it's sad. Well, I mean, I have definitely felt like I was swindled by the evil politicians. I mean, obviously with the fucking Hillary thing, but even now with Trump. That doesn't mean I regret my vote. But I don't know if I would have been so gung-ho about MAGA if I knew it was going to turn into this a few months later. But we have to acknowledge that. We have to be aware of the fact. In the same way that the trans kids' parents, you have to be willing to acknowledge, I fucked up. And maybe in bigger ways than others. Oh, yeah. Well, okay, but I'm asking you personally. Do you think that I think that? Based on what I just said. Do you think I'm lying? Or do you actually believe that that is what I think? Because that's a big deal to me. Again, even from a selfish perspective. If I'm known as the guy who hates Christians, then my channel's not going to grow. But also, I don't think that. Yep, some of the broke ones are too. I'm going to take this as we're on the same page and we all understand that I don't have anything against particular Christian individuals because of the fact that they're Christian. Petrie said, he laid his hand on my head and my whole body became... What? You can keep that in your bedroom, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, let's dive back in. Glowdark said, I've never gotten the impression you thought Christians are dumb or that you have bigotry towards them. If anything, you seem to favor them over most other religions. I do! I've explicitly stated that I think Christianity is the best moral ideology that has ever been made. I've also said that I want to try to make something better. And also, I've said that might be something that can happen. Meaning, it is possible in my mental framework that Christianity is the best that humans can do. But the people who follow it are morons? Apparently, I said it. I don't know. All right, let's dive back in.
We've got to acknowledge who's doing it and take accountability. Everything's about accountability. When I mention these different people, I'm not saying that we should put the blame on these people. We've got to take some responsibility, take some accountability for our own actions. We've allowed this to happen. When I talk to white nationalists and they're talking about, migration and it's the Jews doing that, well, you got to take accountability too. Who's let these people in? Who's been pushing these policies? Mm-hmm. We can blame the Jews all you want.
It wasn't on my turf. It happened before me.
Yeah, they'll sit back and make all the excuses. Like, you have to take some accountability at the end of the day. We can blame whoever we want to blame, and they should be held accountable. But you've got to sit back and do the heavy work of saying, you know what, this is kind of my fault. I've done a lot of the help.
So your problem with Jews is what? That they
Buddhism is great. I've got one of my earliest tattoos was a Buddha saying, follow your bliss. And then, of course, you guys know that for you guys, I got my Buddha Trump with his red hat, his red tie, and his red flower. Buddhism is great. The problem is that it's similar, actually, to secular humanism that the atheists love. It doesn't have enough of a universal pull to do the right thing. It will help you be happy with who you are, but in terms of morality, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a long time since I've done any kind of deep dive into Buddhism, but I think Christianity has a much clearer narrative to say you should do this and you should not do that because God says. Obviously, I'm simplifying that, but that's a good thing. It is good because some people are stupid. If people are stupid and they just know, oh, okay, God is going to be mad if I do this, and he's going to be happy if I do this, that's really all you need to, to have a society. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. There's always going to be bullshit. Eppo said, I had sleep paralysis, and the sleep demon bro said, damn, like he was upset. I was hurt, and he woke up. I had a boxing match the day before and did not win. Dreams are crazy, bro. I don't even want to talk about it, but I had the craziest dream the other night, and it like the content of it, it was weird. It was weird. I don't like dreams. Hey, society 100% needs morality 100%. Absolutely. And I think that Christianity does a great job of that. It doesn't hurt that it's already a heavily Christian country. I'm not saying that if we didn't have Christianity that we couldn't use something like, what did Nicky just say, like Taoism or something as that framework. But again, I think it's a much stronger pull with Christianity. Even if it's not true. So it's fair regarding Buddhism. There are some rules around community and stuff, but it's more ambiguous than Christianity for sure. Right. And so then it has to be more of an enlightenment of understanding why what the Christians say and what the secular humanists say falls in line with what's best for you. And so if you're not willing to do the work and meditate and all that stuff, then you may not see that, oh, I should behave this way or should not behave that way. Not that you can't, but I just think in a good way that Christianity is the lowest hanging fruit.
This is kind of my fault. I've done a lot of
Christianity doesn't. Come on.
Blame. And they should be held accountable. But you've got to sit back and do the heavy work of saying, you know what, this is kind of my fault. I've done a lot of the help.
So your problem with Jews is what? That they are using the music industry in a way to profit from it, and they're controlling, but someone's buying, right? So
I'm buying.
My problem with the Jewish community, and mainly, of course, not every Jewish person, but organized Jewry as a whole.
And there it is. Nobody who's not a groiper uses the word Jewery. Not jewelry. And not jewelry. I hate when people say jewelry. Or no, see, I can't even say it wrong now. It's jewelry. But nobody says jewelry. Unless you're Nick or you're somebody that follows.
My problem with the Jewish community, and mainly, of course, not every Jewish person, but organized Jewry as a whole, they understand that there is a problem racially in this country. That there's always going to be a difference between blacks and whites. And I think historically, the last 100 years, they have used the racial conditions of this country in order to gain more and more power. The Civil Rights Movement is a prime example of that. They use this situation as a way to increase more power and control in society. The Black Jewish Alliance is very entrenched for a reason.
I did not know that.
Not as we're good friends and we're working for the same goal, but you're the pet. When we need you to come out and be outraged, we'll call you. Look at the NAACP, mainly founded by Jews and Black people coupled with that. Much of the HBCUs funded by Jews. I'm not saying this because Jews and everywhere.
Is there any specific organizations you're talking
about? The ADL, many of these Jewish organizations are always pushing for the control over Black people.
Would you say?
What was the one that just got caught? Was it the SPCA or whatever that was funding the Nazi groups and all that shit?
what would you say about the conservative Jew versus the liberal Jew? Or there's no difference in your eyes?
I would say that, of course, there's a conservative Jew and liberal Jew. Just as there is a conservative black and liberal black, white conservative, white liberal. I mean, these things exist. It's not all one and the same. I would say that a good majority of Jews do look at themselves as their own group. And of course, as their own group, they're going to push for what is in their interest, as every group does. I'm going to push for whatever is in my interest and what's going to give me the most benefit out of it.
Well, given the fact that Google says that I was thinking of jewelry, not jewelry, he's never used jewelry, and I would imagine that if he had used jewelry, then it would have just said yes. Fact check that. That's just the Google shit. That's, the SPCLA. Oh, my God. Fucking liars. Congress said Jews are now flipping their political alignment. Well, that's because the Muslims are subverting the Democrats, and they're taking over the neocon shit. Petrie said, "Is that because the other 87% batteries don't work?" What? I don't know what that means. All right.
Group does. I'm going to push for whatever is in my interest and what's going to give me the most benefit out of it. That's just a natural thing to do.
Can blacks do what Jews did? Because on one message you're talking
about, this is a real quote.
Don't be a victim, stand up, do your thing. On the other side, you're saying Jews are the ones that took control and they profited from it. What can blacks do what Jews have done?
Of course.
Why don't
everyone can? You know why they don't? Okay? Because they're too focused on being the victim. They're too focused on.
Really? This is a real Shakespeare quote. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? What does this sentence mean to you, bro? I'm not enough to make up Jew eyes. He's literally saying that Jews have eyes, Jews have hands and organs and dimensions and senses, affections, and passions like every other people. But maybe he didn't like the Jews, but this particular thing is saying Jews are just like everybody else.
You know why they don't? Okay? Because they're too focused on being the victim. They're too focused on sitting back and not doing what they can do.
But a part of somebody may watch this and say, okay, so you're a very good communicator. You're pretty smart. You're well-read. You've been raised well. On one end, you're saying,
he's articulate. I will never forget. The first time I was talking to a black person and said that and got shit because I was like, you're articulate. It's funny, and it ties into this conversation because if we were willing to talk about a specific white-black race relations, then I probably would have a better idea that I'm saying that a black person's articulate is like racist coded. Kind of like my best friend is black. But yeah, I said it, and like people gave me shit, and they were like, "Oh," I was like, what is going on?" And shout out to the person. They were like, "Yeah, well, when you say that, you mean like articulate for a black person." I laughed. I was like, "What? What? No, I meant articulate for a person." But again, if that's how that shit works, and I don't know that black people don't like that framing, that word, then I don't know not to use it. And I don't know to not say the things that might make you think the wrong things about me. Yeah, right? Yeah. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about here. David said Shakespeare did use the word Jewry in his works. He used it specifically to refer to the ancient land of Judea or Jewish people in the Merry Wives of Windsor, where Mistress Page exclaims, "Oh, what a Herod of Jewry this is!" There you go. Fuck Gemini. Fuck Google. They lied. Well, they didn't lie. They were like, they probably knew exactly what we were asking. Like, you meant jewelry, right? Fucking. Yeah, me too. Because I don't think in terms of identity politics. And so the fact that you would think that I am saying because what is the other assumption in that? The other assumption is that you think that I think that black people in general don't speak no good. And so calling out that you're one of the articulate ones, that means that you think that I'm thinking that way. But I don't think that way. I mean, even it's come up recently, but yeah, my gaydar is out of whack. I have no idea when somebody is gay. And like after the fact, a lot of times, if it's somebody that I'm speaking to, I can, you can hear the gay voice. And not everybody has that flamboyant of a feminine voice, but you can fucking hear it. And I have a half-baked theory that it has to do with, as you're growing up, you resonate more with female characters than male characters in movies, TVs, video games, and all that stuff, and so you talk like them. But that's an aside. But yeah, me too. I mean, I like when people talk good. Sorry. Because you can't trust the party that's responsible for the KKK, Jim Crow laws, the praising of breadlines, slavery, segregation, Dixiecrats supporting a guy with a Nazi Totenkopf tattoo over his heart. But again, they are not anymore, but only because he is apparently broke in and raped some chick. I don't know. Well, maybe in the after party, we will take a little side quest for that. Close to my mom, an uber progressive who cries when talking about segregation, got woke scolded at her teaching job for saying a black person was articulate. Case in point. Case in point. The black community wants the non-black community to understand the black community without discussing the black community. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. Wait, what? The Shakespeare stuff. They didn't want that asked. Oh, you're in the Well, they got to keep the narrative going. You can't be asking questions. Everyone is gay and everything is fake. Yep. Glow said, you don't read gay to me, Lutch, but I see what you're saying. You don't have the gay voice, just a bit higher pitched. Yeah, like I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Man, I'm not like talking like that. And I mean, that's kind of a Valley Girl. But like, shout out to Mike Harlow. Based gay. Talks like a fucking chick. Like, you could tell he's gay. But in like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. In that matters to me. Yeah, the woke scolds, the fucking woke scolds. What did it say? AF said the black community idealizes the worst among them always. Bingo. Yep, there's not a problem with having kinship with other people of the same color. It's the fact that you're choosing the criminals to laud them up. You said, where's the cat that said he's been making dabs for years? What are you talking to yourselves? Word up. Glow said, I have gay voice, unfortunately. It's not on purpose, but I get why people think it is. And so that's that. I don't think, well, some people definitely play it up, but I think there is an aspect of, the believing or not believing, resonating with more feminine characters. I wonder if that has something to do with it. All right. Yeah.
Well read. You've been raised well. On one end, you're saying, we have to take responsibility. But on the other side, you're saying Jews control the music industry, and that's why blacks are doing this. So what do you say to them?
What I say to them is that, of course, everything is not just black and white. There's nuance. There's a gray area.
There's Jews.
We've got to take accountability. This is happening. Somebody is going to profit off of anything. Mm-hmm. Someone's going to come in and make money in any way they want to. You have to acknowledge, is this good for me? They're doing this. Is this good for me? And what we're getting out of it, where are we going with it? Are we going in a positive direction? Are we growing as a community from this?
I'm making money. They're going to say, hey, Andre, I'm making money with my records I'm coming out with. I made $1 million last year.
With more people like Deion.
Stepping over dollars to make some sense.
Getting killed. More black kids are getting killed from it. More black people are having dysfunctional, unstable households. We're not seeing black people having, you're not seeing in media, okay, the black family. You're seeing the racially mixed family. You're saying, well, they're promoting the African family, not the black American family. This is something you see in the film industry. Difference between black and African. There's a big difference culturally, linguistically.
Definitely.
Black Americans and Africans are completely separate culturally. I mean, we've been in this country for 400 years. There's going to be a big difference, even with white Americans, completely different from much of the people in their ancestral homelands. You've been somewhere separated for centuries. Not going to really get along with these people. And not get along is like, oh, I hate these people, or I look down on them.
And that's another thing. Whoever said earlier that I think it might have been AF saying that it has to do with fighting animals in Africa. I don't think that follows, because African immigrants tend to do way better than just like in society, whether it's success and it tends to do way better than American blacks. Shout out to Lost Voice in the Machine. Welcome. Fun fact, 42 is the universe's code.
What?
Fair enough.
Again.
Hey, yo! Let's give this man a brick. Look at that brick-ass treat. Morty, that's for you. Shout out to the Funk Master General out sponsoring his goddamn self with another 10 gifted memberships. I'm pretty sure. I'm really bad at math while I'm live, but I'm pretty sure that hits the goal. Let's get some of these other here, and we'll see what is good. Let's go. Hell yeah. There ya fucking go. The Funkmaster General indeed is based as fuck. All right, well, hold on just a pretty second here. So that's where it's $30. So that brings us to 88 out of 250 for the week. That is 5 out of 15 for the night. And 78 for the night out of 75. Who knows what that means? Yo, let's go. Let's go. Not only do I have to do push-ups, but Morty gets the peanut butter.
Watches with an Aussie eclair. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of comets. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring.
Thank you. So, very my goodness. He's like, I don't know what to do with it. Let's go. Thank you. So, very much so. My goodness. So, here is what we're going to do. Because he had a little bit of diarrhea the last time. So, we're going to do $10 and up gets him a refill. So, hitting the goal gets him the peanut butter. And if you would like a refill, we're going to do $10 and up. But of course, every donation gets him one of the regular treats. And of course, goes towards the stream and weekly goals. Brother, thank you. So very much out sponsoring your goddamn self. Very much appreciated. Thank you. What is everybody saying here? What? Where has he been recently? Where has he been? I don't know. He seems like a plant. I like the things that he says, but it's a little bit on the nose. Where I feel like I don't know. I'm pulling that out of my ass. I don't know. Does anyone notice the Home Depot commercial voice had no affectation? Then went very gay sounding, and now has toned it down a bit. I did not notice that. I don't watch commercials because that's gay, but it makes sense. It makes sense. They had a normal voice that was just even keeled, and they're like, let's bring in some of the gays, because the straights are gonna go to Home Depot anyway. We got to get the gays in. We got to get the gays in. Thank you again, brother. He said, American black people are descendants from the people who got conquered and made slaves stronger by the African tribes. Yeah, but again, I'm just like, that's just too far. That's too far removed to. There you go. It's too far removed from where we are to just be like, oh, that's why we have black fatigue. Like that's it. I'm not saying that it doesn't have an effect. But I don't think it's as big as anybody is saying. I got work to do. Indeed, push-ups are coming. All right. Should be not back in here. Well, I'm gonna set. I've been procrastinating, but I told you guys I'm gonna start a throne wish list. It's like an Amazon wish list, but it's specifically for creators, so that let's say you want to help get the new chair, because I literally grabbed this from the dumpster. I was sitting on this fucking thing before, and my booty hurt. But let me get rid of this. So like I could put a chair on there, and instead of it like, oh, just buy me an $800 chair or whatever the fuck it is, then you could say, okay, I mean, I'm not necessarily just gonna give you cash. Totally understandable, but hey, you got things that are going to make the stream better, make and yeah, I'll donate to that. I'll donate to a new microphone, and I put $10 towards that or whatever it is. I've been meaning to set that up. I gotta get that done. I think every worthy PC chair deserves a bulletproof vest. Well, I mean, hey, I guess I'll add it to the list. I mean, I like it, but hey. I said Tom is corny, but I appreciate him for doing God's work. I'll give you that. Try not to block that puppy. From Canada, he knows where all the BS ends and why he became an American. Very, very true. Yep, said, I think the size and shape of your brain matters when breeding. Also, type size and shape. So take that with a grain of salt. It's more so the surface area. So the more wrinkly your brain is, the more the more space there is for synapses and neurons and shit like that. Oh, all right. Shout out again to our still sponsor of the stream. And we'll stay here while he's still eating. Let's dive back in. I'm going to be like Brad and just staring at y'all.
It's completely different from much of the people in their ancestral homelands. You've been somewhere separated for centuries. Not going to really get along with these people. And not get along is like, oh, I hate these people, or I look down on them. We're just different. We speak a different language.
Just different. And so if the people in Africa who are coming here today feel that different from Black Americans, then it doesn't really make sense to say that, oh, it's because of the African aspect of this that we have Black fatigue. The math ain't mathin'.
And not get along is like, oh, I hate these people, or I look down on them. We're just different.
Exactly.
We speak a different language.
Exactly.
Our culture is different. Our customs.
Black Americans from African Americans.
If I go over to Africa tomorrow,
what does this say? Google search Black Americans versus African Americans. Interesting. Okay. So while often used interchangeably, Black American and African American highlight different aspects of identity. Black American generally refers to a broader racial category encompassing anyone of African descent, while African American is an ethnic descriptor specifically referring to Americans with ancestry from Black racial groups of Africa, usually tracking back to slavery. Indeed.
No matter where I go, they're gonna be telling I'm an American. You take 10 Black people from Chicago and put them somewhere, I don't know, put them in Nigeria. This nigga's gonna stand out. They're not gonna be able to defend it. They may look like Mutombo, but they're.
I mean, it could be. Again, there could be many different aspects. I'm not saying that there can't be certain trends or genetic aspects of people who are who have come from African descent. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to draw that direct line. I don't think is fair.
In Nigeria, this nigga's gonna stand out.
Me? Is this for me?
Not gonna be able to defend it. They may look like Mutombo, but they're not gonna sit back and be able to blend in. We're gonna carry ourselves in a different manner. Our demand and desire to do certain things can be completely different. How we eat, the way we speak, the way.
Well, Black people have started to not like it either, because first it was I think in the 70s. I want to say, you guys are older than me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was it was colored, and then I don't know, a bunch of other things, but then African American, then it became person of color, and now it's just Black. But I also like I mean technically I'm an Indian American, but I think that is that should be reserved for people who were born in India and came to America. Because I mean, I don't know, I don't even know how many generations away from people living in India that I actually am. My family is from the Caribbean, so I don't even know. Because in Newfoundland, they speak a dialect of English that is no longer found in the British Isles. The Isles evolved those. The Isles evolved. Those removed it from it. Stopped in time. I think I get the gist there. Yeah. The invite is always open. Agree, but what other Indians might be like? Yeah, I don't know. Actually, that's not true, because I'm very different from the Indian Americans. My first friend, I remember, he was an Indian kid that lived in my neighborhood. And like his mom would babysit me and my sister sometimes. He was a grade older than me. His younger sister was a grade older than my sister. And so, we just got along. But we were talking about little kids. I remember this. I haven't thought about this in so long. The first day, I guess it would be kindergarten, whatever the first time I ever got on a school bus. I remember, like, my house was here, and there's like a cul-de-sac going down there, and the bus was coming up here. So I see my mom's out there with me, and she was telling me, she's like, Sean's gonna come walking up, but I don't want you going into the street and doing whatever. Remember, I'm like 5 years old, and so I see him walking up the cul-de-sac, and I'm like, hey, and I walked right into the middle of the street, almost got hit by a car. But he is an Indian American. Not positive or negative, just very different than what I am. The house smells like Indian. The mom wears the red dot, like Indian. I don't really have any connection to that. All right, let's dive it back in.
Our demand and desire to do certain things can be completely different. How we eat.
You sure? Maybe I moonlight.
The way we speak, the way we dress, how we walk, all these things are distinctive. This defines a people. It's very clear. We don't want to acknowledge this because we think that, well, everyone's the same. We're all human, yeah. But people are different for a reason. Black Americans are different from Africans. White Americans are different from Europeans. Black Americans are different from white people. So on. I mean, it goes on and on. Everyone has their unique identity, and it's about what we contributed.
So I didn't know you were an NBA fan. You're a big NBA guy. No, you just gave a massive shout out to Dikembe Mutombo. I was impressed by that.
Wasn't that that guy? Was that him? Nick said it's like Jamaicans being astonished that an angry Irish parliamentarian sounds like them bereft of their own history. Huh? I don't know what that means, but I'm Jamaican, so watch your fucking shit.
Hey, no, you just gave a massive shout out to Dikembe Mutombo. I was impressed by that.
That's just usually a joke.
No, it's a big mix, and again, there's not like Indian and Chinese are like my ancestry. My heritage is much more Caribbean. It's the like my ancestors came from China and some from Japan and India, but like generations on generations were Caribbean.
No, you just gave a massive shout out to Dikembe Mutombo. I was impressed by that.
That's just usually a joke I go to.
I saw that. I'm like, quick shout out to Mutombo. He was
shout out to him.
No. He was a great center, but
Neither do I, brother. Neither do I.
Okay,
I have no idea what kind of Indian.
So let's continue. So hip hop, Jews, customers buying it. Hey, do we want to do another Dion Wiley? Dion Wiley's looking up to these rappers. People have been talking about this for a while.
Yeah.
But it's not like anything is changing. More of the same is happening. More rappers are coming out. More kids are making records. So somebody may listen to it and say, you know what? This is how we're making money. You know, leave us alone. Let us continue making our money the way we're making it. And as long as I'm getting my money, that's all that matters. What do you say to them?
What I say is that the change is necessary for our survival. You need more people being aggressive and calling this out. This is why I make the content that I do.
What? Where is the... This is crazy. If you look on the screen, the top one, Glow in Dark said, what about Wakanda? Oh, wait, but that's not anywhere in here. They're hiding it. They're hiding it. That's so weird. It shows up in the YouTube chat, right? That's weird. That's weird. I don't know what to do with it, but that's weird. All right.
It's necessary for our survival. You need more people being aggressive and calling this out. This is why I make the content that I do on Instagram, on Facebook, on X. I'm aggressive with this message.
Not anymore. The Jews are the Jews and the whites are the whites. Okay, so maybe I just out of my own curiosity.
I make the content that I do on Instagram, on Facebook, on X. I'm aggressive with this message because the vulgarity. People will sit back and tell me, I don't like your delivery. Say, well, nigga, if you don't like my delivery, you shouldn't like the delivery of how we're being represented as a people, how we're being delivered on the world stage. You may not like the fact that I call niggas or say what needs to be said, but I don't like the fact that we're being represented like this as a people. I don't think that we should continue going in this direction. I think we're more than this. I don't think that my ancestors that were sitting as slaves in the 1820s were dreaming of, I can't wait for Black American to be free, the Black man to be free. And he looks a century or 2 centuries later and he sees niggas, doing teen takeovers or fighting in the street and Black women shaking their ass half naked. I don't think he would imagine that. I don't think that someone in the 1920s, Black man, Jim Crow is hard. I'm working hard. I want my family to have something more. He looks forward to a century later and we're looking at the teen takeovers in the way that they are.
How did the teen takeover get started, by the way?
That's a good question. This is why I was looking originally to use a picture like this for the thumbnail, and it didn't come together. But wild. I cannot imagine. Hey yo, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But I maybe I'm old, maybe I'm soft, but I would be scared of that. I would be scared to go to that. It's not people who have other productive things to do. At least not predominantly. The culture might bring some of those people in.
Later. And we're looking at the teen takeovers in the way that they are.
How did the teen takeover get started, by the way?
Okay. Older black people ruin shit for the kids in the community. The teen takeovers have started because
Obvious.
all the things that we have in our community have been ruined by the older generation. Oh, we're going to tear up this. We're going to sit here at the park. We're going to smoke crack and get drunk on the swings. Now the kids can't go to the park. Oh, we're going to sit here and we're going to screw at the YMCA, at the rec center. We're going to fight here and shoot up the place. Now the kids can't go to the rec center. Everything that we had, we don't have anymore. Everything that I saw growing up in Detroit, all the centers and everything, they're not there anymore.
Well, this guy, American AF boy said, I'm not a white supremacist, but holy crap, we're going to be gone soon. Who is we? Because I've been talking about ever since the World Cup started, and I've seen video after video after video after video after video of white Europeans coming to America and just being flabbergasted at how amazing this country is. So it can't be about just the skin color, unless you are saying that as time goes on, because the migration of people in general, that having white skin is going to be no longer as prominent. Sure. But if you are Irish, then you're not any less Irish because there's not other white people. Those videos are the proof that white culture is not anything valuable. It is American culture. It's Western culture. It's European culture. That's also Western culture. But the white part of it doesn't. All the non-white Europeans went to well, and the I'm not saying there's not overlap. I'm not saying there's not correlation. But I'm just saying, does it matter that you have other people with your same skin color, or is it more important to have other people with your same heritage and culture, regardless of what they look like? I think the latter is better, but
we don't have anymore. Everything that I saw growing up in Detroit, all the centers and everything, they're not there anymore. Stuff from when I was a kid, they're gone. This is in the 1950s I'm talking about. This is in the
He said the centers. I thought he said the sinners. All the centers, like the youth centers. God.
And everything, they're not there anymore. Stuff from when I was a kid, they're gone. This is in the 1950s I'm talking about. This is in the 1970s. This is the 2000s, the 2010s. A lot of stuff is gone. So you're seeing these kids are bored. They're bored. And, a devil's, playground is,
idle hands in the devil's playground. I knew you were going that.
It's a terrible thing. A lazy mind.
Drop your plane? What is?
Fool me once, shame on you. But I gotta look that up. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Tell me how that's different.
2010s. A lot of stuff is gone. So you're seeing these kids are bored. They're bored. And, a devil's, playground is, it's a terrible thing. A lazy mind.
Drop your plane? What?
Oh, man. I love Jamaica. Once you get fooled, we can't get fooled again. What fuck? Actually, I wasn't paying close enough attention. I was told that he was bad. So, is that a hungry dance? God damn! After all that peanut butter, you're still hungry, man? Yeah. Talking to you, bro. Dance it up. Do the hungry dance if you're hungry.
What is this here, Rob?
It's a teen takeover.
These are teen takeover?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what is the idea of a teen takeover? What is it?
I've seen that in Detroit.
We're taking over.
Right, just going out. I've asked my little sister because she's, a teenager now, and it's like, what are y'all going to do? Just walk around. And I go downtown and I walk around.
Remember that, this is a big thing about third spaces, places to go. At the very least, we still have bars, and clubbing is not what it used to be, but the aspect of being able to go somewhere and being able to go somewhere and see that there's going to be other people, meet other people, and just hang out with other people. When I was a teenager, it was the mall. Let's go to the mall today. I bet you none of you know that reference. You should, and you'll remember, but you can't call it. And now there's no mall to go to, so they just do a teen takeover. Pretty gay. Pretty gay. Job it back in, yeah.
Teenager now, and it's like, what are y'all going to do? Just walk around. And I go downtown and I walk around. But isn't going walk around? It's going around walking around, and you're going into business being disruptive. They're fighting. They're meeting up to fight. It's ridiculous. What are we doing? Teen takeover.
Just something to do. Just something to do. That's it.
To do what? There's nothing downtown for kids to do. There's not a single park, and the parks are there. There ain't no playground.
Nope.
They're just showing up, and then guess what they're going to do? Fight and be obnoxious with each other.
Just causing trouble is what they're doing.
Causing trouble.
With the outcome of what?
Yeah, just trying to break the boredom.
Is it content? Is it, what is it? To show?
Yes, all of the above. It's content. It's a thing to do. It's a protest of whatever. And it's all of the above. It's all of the above. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! It doesn't just have to be funk. Oh, my goodness. Are you going to come for this one? Come on, we got peanut butter. We got peanut butter to get. All right, I'll leave that there. Shout out the Bunk Master General. And of course, guys, remember, if you got a membership, stick around, because the after party is starting in 3.5 minutes. My God. Thank you. So very. Watch, as soon as I move this, he's going to zip.
He stands in the fallout of a world misled, picking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command, a beast of judgment. The Lord will give his bid on his growl, rings through the silence of the night. The Lord will understand, tripping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
He's like, I don't want that shit. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Shout out to all. Let's fucking go. He's like, I don't know what to do. There's so much shit. Oh my God. Thank you. No, very much. Oh. 45.
So if you don't imply a call, if you know what's good, feed more easy overload.
133. The second coming of common sense. That brings us up to 133 for the weekly goal on a Monday. 7 out of 15 and 123 out of 75. Thank you. So very, very much, gentlemen. I cannot express how much I love you. We got The Overlord wants, the Overlord gets. Thank you so very, very much, King of the Internet. Indeed. And of course, we got our boy Box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Started to go cook and got hammered there. Well, been there before. That's a good place to be. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. You guys are the ones. Oh, my goodness. The love radiating out of my heart. You are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. What else y'all saying here? Sleaze a bad, yeah, you can sleaze a bad name. Dave says YouTube cut gifted memberships the same as donations, or is one? No, they are exactly the same. Anything that goes through YouTube, they're going to take 30% of your money. Well, I guess you can't gift memberships through Venmo and everything. But I mean, hey, if you want to Venmo someone else in the chat and be like, "Yo, sign up," you could do that. But yeah, for donations, the best way to not get your money stolen by the YouTube overlords is to go through Venmo or Cash App. But hey, money is money, and the memberships, that's what's really good with the after party. Buck said Congress reconvenes on the 13th, and there's a bill, National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2027, especially section especially it cannot pass. Did I miss something else? What is it about? Speaking of Nancy, she trying to do what? Where'd it go? I lost it. No. Congress reconvenes on the 13th, and there's a bill, National Defense fiscal year. What you're saying it can't pass? Tell me more. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! One more time. And we said 10 and up. Let's get diarrhea.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a my God is gone. The chaos watches with enough.
Box with a big $10 said Congress reconvenes on the 13th. There is a bill. Specifically, Section 219 cannot pass. Please call your people. Why can't it pass? Why? Why can it not pass? I do not understand. I don't get it. W's all around. Yeah, right? I know Section 230, but I don't know what Section 219 is. And it's scary. Well, I did have this shit, but y'all emptied that shit out. But he loves peanut butter. And he's old, so, whatever. He ain't gonna last long anyway. We ain't here for a long time. We're here for a good time. Gentlemen, thank you. I don't have the words. Thank you. Let's stay here so you can see him enjoying your work. Thank you. Every single time, do that.
What they're doing.
Causing trouble.
With the outcome of what? Is it content? Is it, what is it? To show how, let's party, let's have fun.
I said, shit, me too.
What is the real outcome?
It could be anything. They content, whatever. I just think it's just meeting up. And people are like, well, they're just meeting up and just having fun. All right, destroying property is fine.
Go to the Knicks game.
I mean, yes, that's true. And bringing up the Knicks game, the fact that it's not just teens finding fun, value, whatever you want to call it, in destruction. Like, did you ever play with fireworks? Did you ever, have some, find some old computer and, oh shit. No. God damn it. Wait a second. Not as bad of a spill as that could have been. That could have gone worse. That could have gone worse. Of course, it's the last of my fucking other flavor of the goddamn shit. All right, I don't know what I was saying, but let's see what y'all saying. Morty's like, donate me a walk. I'm getting the beatus. He doesn't like to walk. I don't know what happened. I think he's it's the heat wave that we just had. But usually he loves going on a walk all around the whole thing. The past few days he's been going out. He pisses right on the first thing of grass. And he's like, all right, let's go back. I'm like, I don't want to like force him. But it's like, yo, I know you need to take a shit, so you gotta shit while we're out here. I'm not getting up at 3 a.m. to take you out to shit. And then he doesn't. And it ends up on the floor right back there. God damn it. But yeah, he loves his walks, or used to. There's a per Google, Section 219 of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027 establishes the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Why do we need that? Why do we need that? Good Lord. Good Lord. Chopping firewood and mowing lawns will make a person much less destructive. Yeah, and that's kind of my point, is that there's that pull, especially in men or more masculine people, to just fuck with shit. It's in there. It's instinctual. The Morty Spa Day Fund. What would that even be? I don't know what. Because like he's so short haired that like for a bath you just put water, scrub some doggy shampoo, rinse it off, and he's good to go. Give him a little massage. I mean, I fucking pet this motherfucker all goddamn day. We gotta put that. We gotta here. Well, let's get a screenshot out of that. So if we don't figure this out by New Year's, then we know we got some thanking to do. Got to put a man in a stroller. Well, he likes to walk. Usually, it's the heat. And he also, you guys know, he doesn't like the thunder. So we had the heat wave, and then we had thunderstorms past 2 days. So I think he's just like, I don't really want to be out here. But usually he's ready to go. He's ready to go. David said, it directs the Department of Defense to appoint an executive agent to integrate the U.S. and Israeli defense industrial sectors. Well, that can't go bad, right? That can only be good. The core purpose of this provision is to formalize and streamline the integration of, I can read and move and fix the camera all at the same time, right? Streamline the integration of Israeli and jointly developed defense innovations into U.S. military supply chains and programs of record. I don't want to do that. Let them figure their own shit out. Oh, he doesn't like the water, so that's not fun for him. And I do his nails myself, which he also doesn't like. So that is he's got the black nails too. So I mean, I'm just a pro. But the shortcut is to both use the clipper and the Dremel. So you let's say this is his nail, right? And then the vein is going to be it's going to start somewhere around here. So what you do is clip here, and then that's clipped, and so then you just use the Dremel where it's and file it down. That's the way to do it. And he doesn't like it. I have to climb up and do jujitsu and hold his legs and do it like that, snip. It's like, you're doing so good, just don't move. We worked through it. Back to Israel. We get to pass up Congress for funding. With Section 219, we would just work together. So basically a blank check. Agreed. Agreed. Morty needs a yacht. Mickey said, integrated tech makes joint operations with allied forces easier and reduces friendly fire incidents. Yeah, but do we really believe that that this is what's best for America? I don't deny that that's what's best for Israel. I don't deny that. But it seems like, yet again, it's supposed to be the fact that it's supposed to be, oh, we're the dog wagging the tail. It seems like it's the other way around. It seems like Israel gets what Israel wants. The relationship. What a great analogy. What a great analogy. Are you ready? Because I'm about to hit you with an amazing analogy. It's almost like Morty is the pet and I'm the owner, right? But everything in his life is taken care of. He don't need a job. He doesn't have a mealtime. I just leave a giant bowl of food out and he just eats. There's an endless thing of treats. Well, not treats, but food, water, comfort, all that shit. He gets walked 4 or 5 times a day. Who's really the one controlling the situation there? Technically, yes. Obviously, I am. But I don't have the option. On a snowy, like, oh, it's a blizzard. There's already 3 feet of snow. I don't have the option of being like, okay, Mort, I'm just not going to take you outside. I mean, I could. But he wouldn't like it, and I'd get piss and shit all over my house. So, America, Israel, same thing. No. You don't know how much Israel already watches. Exactly. Even mentioning, oh my God. Well, let's not mention it. Funkmaster, thank you, brother. So very, very much. I do not have the words. You warmed my heart, brother. Thank you. Everybody put FMG in the fucking chat. Dilly fucking dilly to that guy. Thank you. Charles Manson agrees with me on what? He also probably agrees that the sky is blue, but you know. Hitler had a dog. Do you want Jews making our arms? No. Yeah, I don't like it, and I'm not saying that there can't be any benefit from working together versus collaborating separately. But is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't know. It don't really seem like it. All right, where are we at? I think it is time for the after party. So since you guys were so generous, we will push the after party for 20 minutes. You get 20 extra minutes. If you're not a member, then you'll still be able to watch the show and everything, but the chat is going to go to members only. We're going to shut down the Twitch stream. You can still go on Rumble, where I will be able to see what you're saying, but you're not going to be on screen. Or, of course, those super chats will still work. Please say thank you to the donations for giving you an extra little bit of time.
Yeah. And people are like, well, they're just meeting up and just having fun. All right, destroying property is fun.
Go to the Knicks game. Yesterday, apparently, there was a bunch of things that was happening yesterday with the Knicks game. Mm. Is this after the game, Rob?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Oh, Jesus. Bro, yo, bro. Oh, that's what it is. He's getting attacked. This was after the Knicks, and the guys wearing a Spurs. Like, bro, why would you do that to yourself? Like, I'm not defending any behavior. You obviously should not. Beat somebody up because they're wearing the jersey of the team you don't like. Obviously. But also, what are you doing? How did you think that this wasn't going to happen? Arguably, it would be worse if they fucking lost. Got him. like, you good now. You good now.
This is what we become. This is what we become. We're fighting over jerseys.
I feel.
Hey, shout out to Charismatic Bean. Welcome to the party. Somebody might have to say it, but it sure wasn't me.
Like all we're doing
welcome,
talking about the bad. Let me give you a little bit of the good of what progress has happened, because there is some progress that is taking place, and I want to get your feedback on this.
Of course. Hi, I'm Andre Williams. Constantly critical me. You can reach me on Minect.
1975, Black high school graduation rate 55%. Today, 81%. 2023. We're up.
That gets a dilly-dilly in my eyes. Is this like Polish? Remember when I haven't heard a Polish joke in a long time. They used to be like, I don't want to say frequent, but I used to hear about, the Polish are so dumb that this, that, the other. I haven't heard that in a long time. Maybe it's because you guys are too soft to make fun of another whitey.
75. Black high school graduation rate 55%. Today, 81%.
We're going to push that 20 minutes from when I said that. So we're at 3:12 right now. At 3:20, it's after party time.
1975, Black high school graduation rate 55%. Today, 81%. 2023. We're up 26% since 75. Black bachelor's degree attainment. 1990, 11.3%. Today, 27.6%. Black fatherless.
Yep. Like you're saying, graduation rates way up, but literacy rates are rock bottom. No child left behind. One shot at this, people. Bars. Fucking bars. What is this? Bachelor's degrees. So the Hispanics, they don't like the education. Then blacks are next. Then the national average. Then the whites. And then the Asians. Asians winning everything. You whiteys should be afraid of the Asians. Do you not remember Genghis Khan?
Gone from 55, we peaked. Now we're at 47.5. Still the highest by a mile, but it's still 47.5.
What? Pole equals firearm? What is a like a pole that holds something up? Me too. All right.
Now we're at 47.5. Still the highest by a mile, but it's still 47.5. Black home ownership, 2017 was 41.4%. Today, 45.9%. Black adult imprisonment rate declined 33% over the past decade. So there's some progress that is taking place. Is when you see numbers like this, is this a good sign to you? And why is that happening?
It's a good sign, but still at the end of the day, we're very high in these statistics. Now, when it comes to education, yes, you got more black people graduating high school, but they graduate high school and what are they doing? I've met a lot of people. I've got a college degree. Or, I'm studying political science. I'm like, fantastic. They can't tell me anything about race. They can't tell me anything about politics. They can't tell me about anything.
Put a 1 in the chat if you've not seen. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen the Can You Read the Index Card videos. If you have not seen Can You Read the Index Card, put a 1 in the chat.
But they're very well versed in their field, their profession. And that's fantastic. We're passing more kids.
Dick, you've definitely seen it. You've definitely seen it. You just want to see it again.
In high school. We're letting them get out of high school and they're getting their diploma. But then they can't even speak proper English. They can't even communicate properly. They have low self-esteem. These are not the next leaders of tomorrow, the next placeholders, the next just standbys. And we don't need that. Now, like I said, these numbers are great. It's great to see these numbers going up, but we still look at the crime, the instability, that's very high at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how well one black child does in one school. If he has to live in a community where there's so much of this problem culturally, he's more likely to fall into that than he is to get out of it.
Yeah, I got another number here when you're looking at average white household net worth, $1.37 million. Average black household wealth, below $200,000. First time ever it's $1 million gap between the two in wealth.
I'm looking for the thing.
Some may say, well, we don't have generational wealth. This is why we need reparations. This is why for 400 years of slavery. What do you say to that?
Before we get the answer to that, let's take a little side quest. It's not going to be
Read the index
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you for once. TikTok doing on the website what I want it to do. So first, let's get some of the chats. What are we talking about? Shout out to the Poles, East Asians. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks to 3 greatest Polish inventions: the solar-powered flashlight, the helicopter ejector seat, and the submarine screen door. Fair enough. Fair enough. Shout out to the Poles. We got charismatic thing. You never seen this shit? Oh, you are in for something. It's like 7 ones. Also did a video today about accent. It was okay. Did I save that? I feel like I saved that. Where the what? Why is it? That's weird. Why is this not on my playlist? This is the second time it's done that. I think I saw that, but again, I'm over this, dude. I'm over. It's the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I said, so since black crime isn't going anywhere, y'all think Bigfoot is real? Yes and no. Yes and no. There's definitely some type of land species that we have not discovered yet. Whether it's a Bigfoot or a Yeti or whatever else, you can call it whatever you want. I'm not a hard believer, but I do believe it makes sense. Charismatic Fiend said socialists and commies love to talk about education, but all they teach is how to go along to get along under tyranny. That's facts. You don't need math, comrade. You don't need... I don't know. I don't even remember what he said. What did we say? Oh. Yeah. We good. Shit. I guess the fucking scroll button works again. All right. So this is Can You Fucking Read? And notice that this is part 13.
Read the index card. The arc.
So for us adults, for us real people who exist in society, it says the Architectural Preservation Project required meticulous planning and substantial funding. Meaning to build the project that is preserving whatever the fuck they're preserving needs very specific planning and lots of money. I am hoping that I didn't actually need to explain that to any of you.
The architectural. Read the index card.
Their reconciliation required extraordinary vulnerability and emotional accountability.
Reconciliations. I can't say that word too good, but it's reconciliations.
Reconciliation.
Required extraordinary. You ain't gotta say it, I know it.
Bro.
Do you though? Do you though? I know it. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. You don't know shit. At least not about the index card. Oh, homeboy's still trying to go. Oh.
Damn. Preservation project required categories, planning and substitutional fundamental.
I mean, probably a decent amount, but the fact that there's 13 points, 13 parts of this from one channel, that should not be a thing. There should be 0 high school age people who cannot read the thing. Like perhaps you would get a few, but you wouldn't be able to do this over and over and over and over and over and over again. I completely I get what you're saying, that like, okay, let's not get swept up by, the representative heuristic. All the ones that we're seeing can't read, so we think, oh, people can't read. Obviously. But that doesn't change the fact that there is a seemingly endless supply of people who can't fucking read. They're just words. That's the some of the other ones that I've seen, and arguably more often with the high schoolers than with these. They'll read it and be like, all right, what does that mean? Bro, no, what you mean? Get out of here. It would help. It would help. It would help.
Vulnerable. I can't say it, but vulnerability.
How do you know? That's the part that doesn't make sense. Like, if you are looking at it and you don't, but if you know the word vulnerability, and also you're looking at the word vulnerability, what is not connecting?
Vulnerable and emotional accountability. I just can't say the words, but I know the words.
You know the
Do you though?
words though. Y'all can tell you know. Excuse me. Can I ask your opinion?
What?
Can I ask your opinion on something?
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out whether I should put my son in football or basketball. Which one do you think?
I'm not really a sports person, so I don't know. But basketball, I mean, that sounds pretty good.
What are you interested in?
Like I said, I'm not really interested in sports as a thing. I gotta... Yeah, not really my thing. I mean, I like video games.
What's your favorite video game?
I like platformers.
Like Zelda and stuff?
This has to go
It's not
somewhere,
really
right?
a platformer, it's an adventure game, but I mean, like, yeah, this is pretty cool.
So basically, my kid is 6'3". I bred with his mom because I was trying to, obviously I'm short, so I'm trying to have a baby that's taller. But he says he wants to be an astronaut. And I'm telling him, why do you want to be an astronaut? They haven't went to space in like 20 years.
I think it'd be good to at least humor their interests. Maybe they might not be an astronaut, but they might be an interest of theirs. Probably not their main.
Okay, I tried. But yeah, that's so you know, as they're talking about education and learning, yeah, it's bad. Aluminium. What's the other fuck? There's another word that, because my parents were not only West Indian but lived in England for a couple of years. My dad says aluminium, and there's a spice. I don't think it's cilantro came to mind, but it's not that. It's something else. Listen, if we actually cared about blacks, we as a society would acknowledge they have issues like illiteracy instead of shaming people for bringing it up.
Bingo.
Yep. But that's not where we're at, because if you do that, then that's no loud. That's no loud. You know not to do that. Should you? No, it's not Saffron. What time is it? 11? He's still up. Let me text him.
This is why we need reparations. This is why for 400 years of slavery. What do you say to that?
The generational wealth, you know, statistically, generational wealth dissipates over 3 to 4 generations. So when people say this generational wealth stuff, that's like a very TikTok term. Like, oh, you know, that's nice.
Bro, what in this?
Reparations. What is reparations going to do? All it's going to do is put a bunch.
It's going to go to a lot of bullshit.
Community into the money into the community, and it will go nowhere. A reparations package would be the worst thing that ever happened to black people in this country. We're talking billions, if not trillions of dollars going into the community. Just for what? For something that happened centuries ago? You're not owed anything. The problem is this. We don't own anything. We don't aspire to own anything. We look to rent and to borrow. When I was a kid, I had a friend that came over. As I said, we lived on the same block for decades. We own our own homes. So I grew up knowing about owning things and having possession of things. And my grandfather was like, listen, I want you to have everything because I don't want you going out and begging anybody for anything. He grew up doing that. Made his own way, did his own thing. Now he owns his own. And now he can give it to his children. I had a friend over, and we were talking about the field that we have next door, a lot that we own from a torn out house. And I would play in the field all the time. Nerf guns, everything. We play, you know.
Guns! All right, we'll see if Papa Lech comes through. What? Yo, you're fucking having a stroke in this bitch. What the fuck is going on? Hey, shout out to the Big Daddy Pod. Welcome to the party. St. Andre Williams is an idiot. Pick me. Interesting. Okay, you're gonna have to elaborate a little more on that. Tell us why. Tell us why. And hey, maybe we'll drop the link for the after party. We'll see. Got a few minutes left. Let's see what we got here.
To his children. I had a friend over, and we were talking about the field that we have next door, a lot that we own from a torn out house. And I would play in the field all the time. Nerf guns.
Worcestershire.
Everything. We play, My favorite was playing Axis and Allies as a kid, and I think we could know what side I was on. I was playing in the field. And he's like, so y'all own this? Y'all don't rent it? I'm like, no, we own the field. This is our field. I can play in as much as I want.
Yo, that reminds me of I'll leave the non-members with a story that so some of you know that my that Papa Lutch is a or he was a surgeon. He's retired now, but we grew up in a humble but nice situation. And like I said earlier, the township had a big range of socioeconomic statuses. So there were, we were kind of in the upper middle, but there was some like rich people in my neighborhood specifically, but just in the town, like the rich people. We were not that. Well, I mean, actually, I don't really know because my parents are not American, so we didn't get like things and toys and whatever. I don't know. Point being, we had a nice place. And then there was, different things. Like I said, one of my best friends was living in a trailer, across the highway. It was like lower middle class. And I remember I was in fourth grade. And I invited a friend over from the other side of town where it was like that lower middle class, not the trailers or anything, and not really on the level where I lived. It was, one step down, class wise. And for whatever reason, we went to pick him up. And so we go and pick him up at his house, modest house, nothing wrong with it, and drive over, 5 minutes across the highway to my house. We pull in the driveway, and the look on this kid's face, he's like, yo, how many people live here? I was like, what? What? This is my house. And like, I didn't have an understanding of like multifamily homes and shit like that. And so like, that was a very humbling moment to realize like, oh, okay. I didn't know it'd be like that. I didn't know. But yeah, interesting. All right. American AF boys. I don't think America should be helping anyone except for our allies. Agreed. Well, let's get rid of Israel. And then agreed. Daddy is not coming on anything. Box said we had the whole spectrum about 30 miles of space, which is for sure a cake eater. Daddy, the balloon boss. Mom panel on Soapbox, or I'd really expound on him, but this amounts to Ninja's bad. Well, like we were just saying, that's the discussion that's put out there. If we're not able to get into that and see what's right and what's wrong about it, then I don't know. What are they? I'll put it in chat. What are they talking about over there?
Oh, y'all own this? Y'all don't rent it? I'm like, no, we own the field. This is our field. I can play in as much as I want. And so how y'all don't rent nothing? Like, what do you mean? Y'all got to rent something. I'm like, no, we own this. Y'all rent something. Like, no, nigga, we own this. What are you talking about? But as a kid, it always stuck with me. Like, this kid's known nothing.
How old were you at the time?
I think I was about
Too bad the government does.
9 years old.
Okay. You remember this?
I remember this very clearly. 9 years old. When I was 8 years old, I was.
Yeah, I bet you'd like that. You're Canadian.
Politics, economics, all the things you're not supposed to talk about in the household, we talked about it at the dinner table every night.
Based.
So my political consciousness and being wrapped in the world of politics started from, I would say, 8 years old, with Obama running for president, Trayvon Martin getting killed in the early part
How
of
old are you, by the way?
25.
You're 25.
25.
Good for you.
25.
25, you speak like this. Respect to you, buddy.
Thank you.
Married? Kids?
No kids.
No kids yet.
Kids.
You're taking your time.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my time. No kids.
Not anytime soon.
We'll see at 30. We'll see at 30.
All right.
No kids. No
Any
kids.
reason why or no?
There's still more that I have to do as a man before I bring kids into the world. More that I want to accomplish for myself.
All right, guys. So here I'm about to click up now if you're not a member, because I'm about to change the chat. But Big Daddy Pod is saying over on Vulcan Soapbox, talking about, are white people allowed to use the N-word? So I'll put it up to you guys. Do you want to do that, or do you want to keep going? While we're doing that, we are going to say goodbye to Twitch. Twitch, make sure, here, I'll put the Rumble link in the chat for both of you. So if you are not a member, that is your way to still be part of the show. I don't want to exclude anybody. I just got to give a big thank you to my disciples. Okay, so then we're cutting it down. Boom. Twitch, you are gone. And then I'll give you guys another 15 seconds to get your votes in. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. I'll give it another minute.
To do as a man before I bring kids into the world. More that I want to accomplish for myself, financially and even personally, before I'm able to, bring a child into.
You were in the military before. 82nd. What do you do now?
Mainly, I do what I love doing, speaking on these issues.
Got it.
Speaking on.
So you make money creating content.
A little bit, not as much. People love to say this. I'm doing this for the money. I'm grifting. I really don't make a lot from the content.
I know the numbers. You can't be making a lot of money.
Yeah.
On how many subscribers do you have right now?
Right now on the new channel, we have 15K.
Oh yeah, I ain't making any money with 15K. Get the fuck out of my face.
The previous channel we had 61K, but
But I'm not making money. I'm not making money. If you are putting out videos and like regular videos, not live streams, and you have let's say 10K, then you might not be making bank. You might, but you might not be making bank. But you're making fucking money. You're making fucking money. All right. If you are not a member, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You need to go nowhere. The stream will still be up, but the chat itself is for members only. Big shout out to the disciples. And y'all saying you want to go over to the soapbox, so we'll see what they got. What they up to. All right, let's watch a little bit so we can.
I'm just saying that you haven't had anything valuable to say, so I stopped listening to it.
I asked a simple question.
Contested what I said. I said the same thing. Before it got to him, he heard me say it to 3 different other people. So I don't understand how I'm moving, how it even looks like I'm moving the goalposts if I keep saying the same thing. Now, if I change the definition every time, then I would agree with you. But I'm not. When you said it, I said the same thing. When he said it, I said the same thing. When he said it, I said the same thing. We get to the last person, I'm saying the same thing.
Okay, cool. So real quickly, I appreciate you clarifying that, Deep, and Freshly, thanks for the asking that question. T Reason, you got something you want to get into?
Yeah, I just wanted to cross-examine Dane a little bit and just ask him a question because he said specifically.
Let me get my popcorn. Hold on.
Yeah, he said specifically that he doesn't use it because of his character, and I would like him to elaborate on what that means and how he came to that conclusion, and then see if it even makes any sense at all.
Are we gonna now? Let's allow him to actually elaborate.
No, I'm giving this cross-examine for a minute. So Dane and T Reason, do your thug dizzle.
Some people that white people are raised a certain way with a certain verbiage, and then when they get to a certain age, they make a decision whether or not to continue with those beliefs and that vocabulary, or to rise above that and be better people. But that's not the case. I was never raised to use that kind of language. So it's so. When I got, older, or even when I was younger, and I come across people using certain words, and that's one of them. It just was not a part of my ethos. I hope that helps.
Kinda.
Are you good on that?
Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to have that type of response, but it didn't necessarily really.
What type of response is that? You're asking me a question that is essentially, it's like if you were to ask me, Dane, are you still beating your wife? Or Dane, have you stopped beating your wife? For me to answer that question, I would implicitly be admitting that I have at some time in the past beaten my wife, when the only time I've ever beaten my wife is when she asked me to. So
exactly. It's usually used in a way that is specific to black people doing that. So it's not inherently racist, but it's like, oh, you uppity, like that's how it's used.
You're asking me, when did I stop using that word? When did I reach some sort of epiphany and decide that my character meant that I didn't need to use that word?
I got a piece, so I'm gonna let them talk. Hopefully they drop the link, and if not, then we'll just go back and do our own thing.
That didn't happen. So I'm answering your question directly. It did not happen, because that has never. Look, I'm gonna let you know something, man. I could pull my phone up here and put it up here if you wanted me to the screen, and I can show you a message that I got just about an hour ago from a young lady I dated back in high school, and she is blacker than you are. Now, I'm not saying I'm down with the brothers because I had a black girlfriend, but I'm just telling you, this is part of Big Daddy. So,
what does that even mean?
Well, what it means is what you're asking me is as stupid as you are, because you assume that at one time the N-word was a part of my vocabulary, and somehow or another in my character development, I stopped using it. I have not stopped using it. I have not stopped using it. I simply never had it as a part of my vocabulary. And when I answered that question then you said some old dumb shit about, well, he answered that question as I thought he would. I answered the question truthfully.
Words in my mouth. Half of the things he said, I said.
The Indian G's already had an invitation. I guess
I didn't send him the link. I was gonna send him the link when you called on me, and I jumped back over in the y'all's panel.
Okay, I thought said.
Get it together, Dane.
Yeah, I apologize, the Indian G's. I thought you already had the link.
Send him an invite, man. What you
Come on, man.
If Freshly or Dane, if one of y'all don't mind sending the link, so we can. I thought he was already invited.
Yeah, I can send him a link. I can send him a link. Or
thank you guys. Always trying to hold down colored people. Not sending them the link. Not letting them join.
Trying to hold the brother
back.
He
streams at the same time, and when I reached out to him, he said that he'd be streaming to let him know, and then I didn't think about it, so I hopped over on his stream, and then, Vulcan had great timing.
Yeah. I thought Enos also reached out to him too, so I guess I was mistaken in that. But
Enos reached out to me to then reach out to him.
He came in the chat and said, "Come through," but I don't have the link.
Behind the scenes conversations. Keep that BTS for the outtakes, man. We still need a blooper reel.
Yeah, we still need a blooper reel. Okay, yeah. So Freshly, we can go ahead and somebody give him that link.
Yeah. Dane's gonna send him the
bring
link.
in the next topic. We probably should bring him in first, if we can. I mean, does he have the link yet, or if he can?
I'm failing to give it to him.
Just put it in the chat.
Yeah. So we can do that, and then we'll bring him in for the next topic.
There's nobody there.
You wanna?
I told him what the topic was. He may have something to say.
All right, now we're in there.
They would call it and act, in ways that they know they shouldn't because of the N-word. That definitely is a problem, like Dane said. But I will say, to me, a more menacing figure that doesn't get talked about as much is somebody who's very much in control of their actions and hurt somebody because of the N-word. They're not like losing control of their cognitive functions for a brief moment of blacking out. It's a part of their principle that if somebody says this word, I am going to assault them or worse. To me, that's the more menacing figure than even the one that Dane brought up, even though the one Dane brought up is an important figure to focus on. So that's what I would say about that. I've met people that are like that. Like if they use the word,
I would say the most menacing figure is the person using the word. That's what I would say. I would say the most menacing.
So hold on, I'm gonna make sure I'm understanding you real quick. You're saying, so you got somebody who assaults somebody for using the word because they lost control. You got somebody who assaults the person, not because they lost control, but in principle, if you use that word, I'm going to assault you. Then you got the person using the word. You're saying of the three, the most menacing figure is the one who used the word.
Absolutely.
That is interesting right there, folks.
Yeah.
Clip it and ship it, boys.
And I think a lot of people feel that way. I think that's the reason why there's consequences that come along with that word.
Is anybody willing to agree with T Reason on this topic?
Hell no.
Well, let me get, if I can ask a clarifying question.
Yes, sir.
So then, T Reason, do you believe that the people who pew up schools are justified?
No, I don't.
So what would be the difference?
I mean, you just shooting up a school full of random people, innocent people.
Well, I mean, no, typically.
But
So
they were
let's,
offended.
let's take Columbine specifically. That was very clearly an example of them being bullied and then going for revenge.
Were they?
What you're saying?
How were they bullied?
Hold on,
I don't know anything about the bullying.
Hold on. So they were just made fun of. People made fun of them. People hit them, and they got very angry. This is well documented. And so they decided, oh, we're going to get back. And they went and they did Columbine. And so what is the difference between them getting called names and responding with violence versus somebody hearing just this specific word?
That's a ridiculous comparison.
Okay.
That comparison is
Why?
not even because you got a small group of people. You got like
all right, hold on. Sorry. Hopefully y'all understand my interruption here. I want y'all to continue this. But when we say the word, are we talking about N-I-G-G-A, N-I-G-G-R, or it doesn't matter for this conversation?
For what I'm saying,
the N-word, I think.
Okay.
So when I'm saying it's not when it's within the parameters that are already established. Now, if you don't know what those parameters are, if you need me to outline that, I can outline the parameters. But so you have the ER and then you have the A. But the N-word is the N-word. And when it's coming from someone that is not in, obviously, I guess the easiest way to say it is not in the in group, people are going to feel assaulted or attacked by hearing that word. Okay. So when people hear that word coming from the group of people that they don't want to hear say that word, it's going to come across a certain type of way that people are going to then respond to hearing that word. And it happens time and time again. It's not something I'm saying that I do specifically. I'm just saying that this is something that we already know. If you say the word, this can potentially happen. You can potentially lose your job. You can potentially lose a friend. You can potentially lose a tooth.
Right.
So if you're gonna roll the dice and gamble and say the word, don't be surprised and try to play victim and say, oh, he did this, or oh, he did that.
Is that not what you're doing at this moment?
No, it's not, because what I'm trying to say is the violator is now trying to put rules on the one who was violated instead of the other way around. Why not? Let's put rules on the violator first, so now the person getting violated doesn't even get violated in the first place.
Okay, I'm with that.
That would prevent the problem from even happening.
Sure, totally agree.
That won't happen.
But well, yeah, I mean that's it. But let's say hypothetically, if that is the case, if you stop the violators from violating, then there's no reaction. But as Wicked just said, that's not really how life works, and I'm still not seeing a difference between I wish I remember their names, the Columbine kids getting bullied with words that triggered them that they didn't like, and they responded. Why should those bullies not be expected to hold that L because they use the words that triggered people, and now they're getting what they got coming to them?
Well, so that goes.
Which is not what I believe.
So there's two things. Number one, the consequences are still going to be there, even for the people who don't want to be called the N-word. If they react a certain type of way, police can get called, and those people who responded to how the N-word made them want to respond are still going to have to deal with whatever consequences, if any, that are involved with that. Another thing is that's a small concentrated incident that took place at a school versus an entire group of people that have dealt with years and years and years of oppression behind that word, and they know what that word means and what that word signifies, and that word is already like a fire starter to a whole other tidal wave of problems. If that group of people says, okay, you know what, we're going to allow that, and now what comes along with allowing that, okay, now there's other, it's like a domino, it's like pillars.
Okay, so
once this pillar falls, then the next pillar, then the next pillar,
so just
then
to
the next pillar.
make sure I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that the history is what justifies the use of a word being met with the response of violence. Is that fair?
That's a ridiculous way to say it, but that is what I'm saying.
I mean, agreed. It is a ridiculous way to say it because it is a ridiculous statement, and those are one-to-one, exactly the same.
No, they're not one-to-one.
Glad to know that you are in favor of school viewers.
You're trying to make it fit your narrative so that way you can.
I don't have a narrative. I asked you a basic question. You have the narrative that this N-word is different than other words. That's a fine narrative to have, but now I'm challenging that narrative based on the principle.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Does the word Nazi have a different meaning to you? Does it have a specific connotation that comes around?
Different
when
than
you hear the word Nazi, does it make you think about a specific event that took place?
Yes.
Okay. Do you associate good imagery or do you associate bad imagery with a person under that title?
Bad.
Okay, exactly. So that's the same thing that happens when this word is being used. So the same reason why.
That's not that's the worst example.
So hold on a second.
Not done. But I want to say this real quick. I know, Wiki, you're going to get in right here, but and maybe I shouldn't do this, but Indian Jesus attempted to still man you. You said you didn't like the wording of it, but it was what you thought. Like, can you use his wording but add or take away whatever you would add or take away to make it fit what you're actually saying? Or was that in fact what you were saying? But still using his words, like, and I don't know if you mind saying it again, Indian Jesus, if you just so we can keep the clash there, the wording right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to be clear. I thought that T Reason was saying that it's not just that, a word was spoken, somebody got offended, and that's license for them to be violent. He's saying that it's a specific word because of the history behind it. Right?
That justifies
that would justify the violence.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Now, see, you said that was a ridiculous way of wording it, and so I'm saying, like,
well, that's not what he said, but that is. I mean, I like what he said just now way better than what he said.
Okay. So you do like that.
Okay. So yeah.
Before, yeah.
So clear it up for me. That's fine. I'm not.
I think what you said was great. I agree.
Cool. Okay. So then, that your argument falls apart then, because the Nazi thing was specifically something that the Columbine boys were accused of. So you explicitly, in your example, you're giving license because of a certain word, not just any word that offends you, but a certain word that has a clear negative history. Why then, in your opinion, were the Columbine boys wrong?
Oh, they were still going to deal. They were. So they're still wrong. And the reason why they're wrong is because they're still going to go to jail. They're still going to have to deal with whatever consequences.
Well, but I'm asking about your morality. So are you saying
you're
that
you think you are, but you're not, because my morality is not even. I mean, you think it's in question, but it's still the same. I'm saying
same as what? That's what I'm trying to determine what it is in the first place.
So let me explain it to you. If you violate somebody, you don't get to decide how they're going to respond to being violated. That's the whole premise of my argument.
Okay.
The violator doesn't respond.
Right. So if you bully if you bully some white kids, then you don't get to choose how they come back at you. I'm not understanding what you're disagreeing with.
The law would decide.
It's illegal. Murdering somebody is illegal regardless of your color of your skin. Did we pass a new law that only black people can murder, or what are we talking about?
We're not arguing anything.
You're not arguing anything. I think I'm making a pretty strong argument, but
you're not though.
Okay, what's wrong with my argument?
You're saying that they're justified in shooting up a school.
Nope. I'm saying based on your logic, they would be justified, which means that you're engaging in special pleading. So it's all right for force to be met with the N-word, but a different N-word or any other word, it doesn't count. Only the N-word is allowed to be responded to with violence.
No, you can be met with force for a lot of words.
So hold on, I mean, just for the audience,
it's a lot of words you can say that you can be met with force with.
Now, Indian Jesus, I just want to say this real quick for the audience, so the audience can track this. So what happened again? We just saw it earlier with Wicked. Now Indian Jesus did it where he did a reductio ad absurdum, where he says, "Okay, I'm gonna take your logic."
I made that up. I don't know if they call them Nazis.
So what happens is T Reason goes, well, "Yeah, but that doesn't apply. It doesn't apply in this situation in your absurdity." And so that's when Indian Jesus says, okay, that's special pleading then. If you're saying it doesn't apply here in the absurdity, then you're saying there's a special case in which the same exact rules don't apply here. And that's what the audience to be tracking these kind of things.
Unfortunately, there is. I mean, that's unfortunate, but it's true.
With these things in the show. That's why I'm doing this today, which I haven't really been doing in the past. But shout out to Dane. But the thing is, real quickly, Wade, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, I was just gonna say basically the same thing that the new guy said.
You call me Lutch or TIJ if you don't like.
Oh, we don't have the names up there. Sorry about that. Yeah.
And
Indian Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, when TJ or T Reason
Wade, real quick, Wade. You and Lutch are both Indians, but two different kinds.
Right. I'm Casino. He's
I'm the dot. Yeah. I'm a dot.
Oh my God, look at my dot Indian, and you're
Daddy
Indian.
is not coming on anything. Daddy is not coming on anything.
Don't.
Sorry, you were saying?
Don't talk to me like that.
Dane derailed the whole goddamn thing.
So I was just incredulous at how T-Reason was missing the point that in the analogy, the kids who did the shooting were the ones who heard the word, or the equivalent of someone being exposed to the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed to me that T-Reason either thought that those guys were on the other side or something. I wasn't really sure as to where he was coming from, because the analogy seemed pretty straightforward to me.
It was. He's just making special pleading, and he likes that the N-word has this aura around it, and that's special. If we acknowledge that in other ways, then it's no longer special.
To attack that for some reason because it bothers you guys and you lose sleep.
Yeah, because it's illogical.
So you're trying to.
I don't lose sleep over it. It's just illogical. I just explained to you how it is illogical, and somebody who has never met me before, who was already on a panel with you, was like, "Hey, I think that was a pretty good argument."
Yeah, because he's in agreement. That doesn't mean that it's true. Y'all can both
okay, then prove it wrong, bro. Prove it wrong.
I'm about to if you give me a chance. If you give me a chance.
Can I just make sure I understand what? Can I just make sure I understand what you're saying real quick? You're saying that because of the length of time, the history of the N-word is the reason that it's okay for having the reaction, like a violent reaction towards it.
I think because it's
fun over here, yo. It's fun
because of the long history, because of the long history of it, right?
I think the problem that we have is a lot of times we try to reduce it to one factor, and that's where the Indian Jesus is struggling with it, because he's trying to frame it in such a small box. He's trying to put it in one parameter and say, this parameter applies to this situation. In this ridiculous situation,
I'm trying to understand. Well, hold on.
That's not how it works.
I'm trying to understand your point, though. Your point is that because of the history, because there is such a long time of period of the bad use of that word, is the reasoning it's justified today to have that violent reaction, because there's a bad use of that word for such a long period of time.
You're literally saying the exact same thing he just said. You're literally not.
But is that? But
you're literally not adding anything to the conversation.
Remember when you agreed with my
framing? No. Hold on a second. Hold on.
You can just keep it between me and Indian Jesus if that's all
because if that is the case, because if that is the case, you would have to justify a trans shooter. Let's get rid of the Columbine. You would have to justify a trans or a gay shooter because of the long history of them being oppressed because they're gay and they can't come out and all this and that. It's the same. It's the same thing. So any trans shooter violence, you would have to say, you know what, it's okay.
To a degree.
Okay, so it is okay for a trans person. So it's okay for a trans person to kill somebody.
But it's still I'm not. Who
I got
said
a question
that?
I want to ask too.
Clip that.
He just put words in my mouth. Who said that?
No,
he asked you a question. You said yes.
No, I did not say yes.
Run back the tape. Run back the tape. Let's go.
I said, who said that? Now, what I'm saying is they can respond however they want to respond. You can't control
and it's okay.
how they respond.
But it's okay for them to respond that way.
To say that it's okay is ridiculous. Nobody's going to say.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the question.
No. What I'm saying is, it's assumed that is a possible response that can happen. Is it okay? No. But can it happen? Yes.
Well, that's what we got to get into this.
Something is not okay doesn't mean
a lot of things can happen. Doesn't mean it's justified.
Just because it's not okay, it can be justified. It definitely can be justified, but doesn't mean that it's okay.
But that's why we can't lose sight of what
justify their action and say because of this happened, this is the reason why I did
it.
But
T-Reason, that literally, you can't have something justified and not be okay. Justification gives it the reason of being okay. Don't you understand that? Otherwise, it would not be justified.
Justified means to make right. But real quickly, I want to ask this question, T-Reason. You know, it's a slightly different topic, but on the same topic at the same time. Slightly different from the conversation we're having right now. But like last show, when Deep and Dane got into it, when they were talking about like, you know, you're I forgot the cartoon, you know, and then Deep's response to Dane was your mom, you know, something like that, you know,
I said your mama's a cartoon.
Yeah. He says you be a N-word. Once Deep called Dane an N-word, is Dane allowed to call him that back now? according to you? I mean, I'm just asking what your opinion is on that. Like once the black
Are you asking
person,
me?
Yeah, when the black person calls the white person the N-word, can the white person respond in kind at that point? I'm just curious to hear your thoughts
They
on
can
that.
say a lot of things. They can.
No, I'm saying
After party
in your
goal
mind, is it okay
is
at
set.
that point? Does it?
No,
Remember,
I think
remember.
that's overreaction. I think
Okay,
so
double
even though
points.
that
Double
force is done to
points.
them, they
Or
can't respond equally in that sense.
They can respond equally in a different way. I mean,
So you want privilege like a woman does.
But
I mean, you have privilege
What
like
is
a
it-
woman
what is
does.
equal
So what
in
do
a
you mean?
different
I
way?
want privilege.
Yeah, but so Indian Jesus is saying it right. I just want to say this real quick too. So the thing is right here is like this is the difficulty with saying different. They can respond differently. In an equal way. Is I thought the whole point was there's nothing equal to this word, so it would be almost impossible to respond equally in a different way if this word is a word that because of the history there is no word like it. You see what I'm saying?
No, I mean the thing about that word is it's a fire starter. So pretty much when you
That we
say
agree
that
on.
word,
But that's the only
so when
one.
you-
That's the only
so-
fire starter.
No, it's not the only one. There's
Okay, what are the other ones? What are the other words that?
there's
Let's
several.
take two white people. What is a word that would be?
There's things you can call Asians. There's things you can call white people.
Yeah,
There's
so let's
things
just
you
take
can
white
call
people.
Hispanics.
Let's just take white people.
There's a lot of slur words that
I
you can
got you.
use.
But
I'm not going to say them out of respect.
Sure, fair.
And
So-
the fact that we're on the internet
we don't need to do
now,
that.
I'm not going to say those.
We don't need to
words,
do
but
that.
I think
So
we
let's
know
just
what
take
those
a
words are.
hypothetical example where we have two white guys and they say whatever word that you have in your mind that is the equivalent level.
It rhymes with sink.
Okay, great. So that I don't even know what you're appealing to, but sure.
It rhymes with sink.
For Asians?
Yes.
I said white people, but okay, yeah. So let's say we.
I'm giving you other examples.
Yeah. Okay. So let's
from
say
different races.
I'm half Chinese. So let's say somebody calls me that, and they are black. Would I be able to call them the N-word under
I
your
think so.
justification?
I think so. Yeah. I think
fair
so.
enough.
Yeah.
So I do think that like that's fair. So then you're saying so it's not special pleading on only the N-word.
Anytime somebody drop a slur, you can drop a slur back. But to use the same one, it's kind of dangerous. But if you want to play with danger, like what
hold on,
saying, if you're brave enough to accept what comes along with that, say whatever you want.
I just want to make sure I understand though, because like the question isn't about the danger of it. To my knowledge, that hasn't been the conversation thus far, because I think we're all in agreed that any type of derogatory language or deriding of people, and that's going to be a danger associated with that. So
that's typically what I'm arguing whenever you hear me arguing these points. That's
so let me
typically
make
what
so
I'm
from
arguing.
understanding.
So you don't want to argue the point, you want to argue a feeling.
No, I'm arguing the response. That's what I'm arguing.
So if we go back to Columbine,
all right, we'll read the comments real quick, and then we're going to get to you, Indian Jesus. So Deidre says, T reason it's not your job to tell people what they can or can't say. You're not the world's hall monitor.
I'm not.
To be fair, we're asking about his opinion.
So you guys can go out and test it in the real world, and whatever happens, you can come back to the pod and report your findings.
And real quickly, in Deidre's defense, this was at 9:48, so this was like an hour ago. This wasn't like recent. And then, but her recent, no, sorry, I think it is. I think it is recent. It's just that the time difference on here. Sorry about that. So that is recent.
Don't blame the weather, man. I just report the weather.
But then Deidre also says
hours ago,
I've been
hours ago,
words
not
so
even
many times in
fucking
my life
looking
that
at the
I can't
chat.
count. I don't get to assault
there's nobody
someone
there,
because they hurt my feelings. Grow up.
Most of those
Why is he
times
not
she was
pulling the
called that
chats
by
up?
me.
Oh Lord.
But it was a romantic context, y'all. Hey, everybody be adults. It was in a romantic context.
Well, sometimes it was a romantic context, but other times maybe not. But
He was telling her she was beautiful, intelligent, talented, charming, and honest. Okay.
And a bad.
So sorry to realize I could do this. So Speaker Wilson says this man T Reason is not saying the action is okay. He is saying actions cause reactions.
Thank you.
And then Deidre says, LOL. Now, this is the issue with that right there, though. And I don't know how much Speaker Wilson got to catch of the previous conversation. To my knowledge, nobody on the panel has issued a rebuttal saying that no,
but that's
there
what I'm
is
speaking
no
to.
danger associated with that. So I don't think that. So T Reason, are you hearing people argue with you that there is no danger associated with it?
Yes. That's
okay, what can you name that person? I know you got to snitch, but can you point them out?
So when I'm arguing these things, what I'm specifically outlining is like what we discussed earlier is no one needs permission, right? No one has to give you permission. We live in a free country. We have the First Amendment. you can say whatever you want to say. But what I'm saying is, do not think for a second that whatever consequences that person you're saying it to deems the response, you as a person don't get to dictate. Now, society, the law, the police, all these other layers of protection that may be in place, they're there. They do exist. Even with the Columbine example, those kids are going to go to jail or they're probably going to commit suicide, whatever happens first. Okay. But when you violate somebody, you don't get to choose how the violated respond. And I think what we've been doing.
You said that part. Let me just read this comment.
Hold on, let me finish. What we've been doing a lot on this panel is we've been putting rules on the person that gets violated
and
versus
Dick
the person
Johnson
who's
also says
violated.
I liked it. Appreciate you, Dick Johnson. Sorry, go ahead. T-Reason.
Shout out to Dick.
How does somebody with the name Dick Johnson?
Oh, hold on a second. We're gonna have to go back and edit that because you literally just said I appreciate and then said his name, and I'm not going to say because I'm not getting clipped. Okay.
I don't know. That's like saying his name is Steve.
Pause.
Oh man, that's
boy DJ. Just call him DJ 65.
Lutch.
I'm trying to help you out here, Vulcan.
So real quickly, so T-Reason, I sorry you were saying something, but real quickly, and I think this is a really important part for the panel. I know we should probably move on right now, but just for people to understand the reasoning part of it, you said you have heard somebody argue. Your point you're saying is, hey, look, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but there are dangerous consequences for people using the N-word. And you're in a debate. So I'm saying, can you name the person who's disagreeing with you about that point?
Say me.
Well, I thought originally, like I said, I thought it was Indian Jesus, but I don't know if he disagrees with me on that specific point.
Nope.
Because he's kind of like he took it to a small example of something different that he says is the same.
It's called the now.
So I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you then, T-Reason. So is there anybody else? Is there anybody else on this panel you would say is disagreeing with you on that point?
I mean, Wicked is obviously in agreement with Indian Jesus on this particular.
So you're saying Wicked and Indian Jesus
are disagreeing with you. I don't want to hit the horns because I got to go back, but welcome. Always a pleasure to see you.
Are you aware? So is anybody that you know is disagreeing with you right now?
It's unclear. I would say.
Okay, and do you know why I'm asking this question? Pat?
Not yet, Chronic.
Well, I think you're trying to make sure that there's a viable argument before we move on. So
yeah, and this is important for a couple of reasons. One, because this is what the straw man's about, perhaps. Like, for instance, if you're arguing, there's nobody who actually disagrees, but you are engaging in an argument, it may be that you or they are misunderstanding your point. In this situation, if you don't even know the person who's disagreeing with and we're having a debate for 10, 15 minutes, it may be the fact that you're arguing a different point than they're arguing. You see what I'm saying?
I think that can be the case because I'm trying to make sure that what I'm saying is clear. But then when they ask me a question, it kind of takes it in a different direction than what my original point is. So then it's like, then I have to argue their point instead of my point.
This is the original point right here. And I try to make it succinct. I try to make it succinct earlier and make it clear so nobody would forget it. So we said somebody used the N-word, right? Then there's somebody who loses their self-control and assaults the person because they use the N-word. And then I added this other person I think is even more dangerous, and that's where you and I disagreed, T-Reason. I said there's another guy who isn't losing control when a person says the N-word. He just has it as one of his principles of life that if you use that word, I'm going to assault you. To me, that's the most dangerous character.
Agreed.
Your retort was the most dangerous character is the one who used the N-word of the three people. So that's what the conversation was initially.
So the reason why I think it's the person who says the word is because to me, that person is the fire starter. So whenever I hear or see people saying, well, I can say whatever I want to say, then you're basically saying I can go set any building that I want to on fire. And if it starts burning, I'm not the one who's responsible. I just started the fire, but the people who chose the wood that was highly flammable, they're the ones who are at fault because the wood is highly flammable.
Well, yeah.
That's not answer the question.
Yeah, because the thing is, we're not really discussing right now who's responsible for starting a fire. We're like comparing three different characters right now. One used the N-word, and we're saying, I guess no matter the context, I'm assuming we're saying no matter the context.
I'm using that analogy to say that fire is the person that responds the way that your friend says he responds anytime he hears the word said. That's where the fire comes out.
So you don't
So now you said the word, now the fire started, and now the fire's happening, and you're saying, oh, I don't like the fire, so let's blame the fire that I started for becoming the fire that I knew was going to start if I
but sorry, real quickly.
Why are you
I know energies want to get in, but I just think again we're getting kind of off the but we're getting off it because right now I thought we're comparing 3 different people. So we're not asking who's responsible for starting it. Now, what I thought your point was, T Reason, is whoever starts it, no matter what everybody else does, the person who starts it is by definition the worst person in that situation. No matter what.
It's the same as when someone responds in self-defense, you don't get to decide how the person responding in self-defense responds to the attack.
Oh, you're saying what Deep was saying earlier. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Indian Jesus.
So I mean, the problem with the analogy is that starting a fire and saying words or starting a fire is way more analogous to the violence that you're talking about than speaking words. And so if you want to use that example, would you say that if I went to your house and burned it down because you said you called me the whatever slur, then that would be okay because or that would be not morally okay, but that would be what you should expect because you started the fire, so now you're gonna get your house burned down. That's how that works in your logic. But you don't actually believe that if you said something mean to me and I found your house and burned it down, that you would be the worst person in that scenario, right? We agree that I would be the bad guy if I burned down your house because you said mean words to me, correct?
Well, like I said, the person who violates doesn't get to choose the response.
Agreed.
Now,
so
I'm not saying that if you burn my house down, that I'm not going to respond or the police aren't.
That's not what I'm asking. But all you're saying is all you're saying is that actions have consequences. Yes, we all agree that actions have consequences. The more interesting discussion is what consequences should come from what actions. And so we're specifically talking about the action of using a slur, specifically the N-word. And so the question there is, what is a reasonable response to that? In the same way that it's not that you started it by calling me. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. As the same way that you started it by calling me a bad word. I burned your house down, but you know, and then it's over, and you call the cops, and I get arrested. But you're the worst person in that scenario because you started the fire, even though I literally set your house on fire. And so when you apply that, that's the logic that you're using to the N-word as well. And so if you don't agree that you are the bad guy when I burn your house down because you called mean words, then you also don't agree that the person who uses violence when hearing the N-word, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same. It's 1-to-1. So you can't have one without the other. That's being illogical. And if you want to be illogical and use your special pleading and say, I don't care that it's different, I just feel this way about the N-word, you're allowed to have that opinion. But let's be clear that is what your opinion is.
In that situation, you're asking for people to respond logically to something that shouldn't logically happen in the first place without a logical understanding of this is what could potentially transpire.
Correct. So I'm asking you to respond to how I would burn your house down. And that is not a thing that should ever happen in reality. So, that shouldn't prevent you from being able to think about.
There's a lot of things that shouldn't happen. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. Just because something shouldn't happen. Are you saying that because it shouldn't happen, that you're saying that it won't? Is that what you're saying?
Can I interject here? Can I? Can I interject real quick here? Because I'm going to do a quick attempt, and if it doesn't work, then I'll let everybody else go back to having it again. And I'm going to try to do is just kind of going back to the reductio absurdum thing we were talking about earlier. But it's like I'm going to use an assertive example because I'm trying to break this principle. If I'm getting you correct, correct me if I'm wrong. Your principle is if somebody starts the fire, the person who does whatever they do next in response to it, the revenge, whatever you want to call it, they are not they're not more guilty, or we can't say that they've overdone it. We can't say that whatever they do, I have lost for words. Whatever they do in response to it, we can't say that was too much. We can't.
I think there's still a such thing as an overreaction.
Okay, so
you can still
what would that look like?
You can still overreact, but it's hard to say that's an overreaction and this is not. Obviously, some things like burning somebody's house down, that can be considered a blatant overreaction.
Sure. So then,
but to sit here and try to sit and list and tear off, okay, this is an overreaction, this is the exact reaction. that's kind of
how else do you know?
Up in the air. It's up in the air. It's kind of like we don't know until we know the exact situation, both sides of the story, everything going on.
Okay.
Obviously, it's going to sound extreme when you say, burning this house down. You know what I mean? That's
this
hard
is why
to,
masculinity was able to build civilization. This is why masculinity was able to build civilization and femininity wasn't. This is why there's never been a building on the planet ever built exclusively by women, because women want this tier system and all these sort of nuances and these razor thin ideas, and men just say, let that person behave how they want to behave. I'm going to behave how I want to behave. You know, I'm responsible for my own behavior. That's what grown adults do, especially men. Say, I'm responsible, excuse me, for my own behavior. I can't blame my behavior on someone else that hurt my little fifis. And that's how we built civilization, instead of going around licking our wounds and wanting to cat fight because somebody hurt our feelings. And that's how we built civilization. So that's the question. When a man says, well, you can say
not
what you
if
want
it's
to
the
say,
N-word,
but there's going to be consequences.
Any other word,
you can't control my
but
reaction.
if it's the N-word,
those are the reasoning skills and self-control skills of a middle school child who says, well, they started it. They started it. Yep. They the ones who did something, and then I'm gonna burn their house down. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna have my say. They put their hands on me. They put their hands on me, and then they blame that. And when they end up in jail, well, then they blame it on the person who said something. Well, they said that. That's why I'm in jail, or that's why, whatever the case may be. Adults control their behavior. That's when you become an adult. When you stop blaming others for your own behavior.
So you're telling me that adults are not capable of violence. You're telling me that
respect the host, man.
I didn't say that at all.
Respect the host,
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, I just want to say this part real quick, and part of my issue when we were having this conversation earlier with Deep, the words, I couldn't come up with the words until just now, simple, basic words. But when people are saying you can't tell somebody how to respond, I have this sneaking suspicion what they're really saying is you can't shame or judge somebody for how they respond, which is what people are disagreeing with. We can judge and shame you for certain responses, which I'm assuming you're agreeing with now. Because it's like, hold on, because we want to say an eye for an eye or whatever it is. The whole idea of that was, hey, look, if this person, slaps your sister on the butt, I'm saying, you can't destroy their whole bloodline. You know what I'm saying? That's if y'all seen the movie Hatfields and the McCoys, great movie. But this is where it plays out. So T Reason, would you agree with that principle that there is and I think you have earlier just a moment ago, but it's like we don't have an exact number. It's not math, it's not logic specifically, but there's an approximation. We're looking at somebody's revenge and we're going, okay, did that too far exceed what was called for?
Yes.
Or was okay.
Yes. But what I'm saying is,
and that's real quickly. So they're just saying. So
this is what I think you guys are not understanding.
I want to connect back to the topic real quick, to reason for the audience and for everybody. So the thing is, the question is somebody calls somebody the N-word, is assaulting them exceeding what we think is justifiable or allowable or understandable in a situation? Which we're like, that's too far. We get that you'd be mad. We get that you might even want to do something, get some revenge. Maybe you don't take them out to eat the next day. Maybe you move. Maybe you whatever. There's some things we'd be like, okay, that's a fair thing to do in that situation. There's things we'll go, obviously destroying their whole bloodline. That's too far. And so the question is an assaulting the person who called somebody the N-word, is this person being assaulted for using the N-word, is that too far?
Okay, so so basically what's happening here is a re-narrowization of the argument. Okay. Correct. So you re-narrowed the argument to a different point than what I'm originally trying to say by going
but nobody's disagreeing with that point. All you're saying is actions have consequences. Nobody is arguing that actions don't have consequences. That is what you are arguing. You're saying that you can't stop somebody from doing anything. I understand that you can't stop
what I'm going to say because
you've said it 6 times. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm saying something I never got to say. Okay. So there's a difference between the parties involved. Okay. You guys are the onlookers. Indian Jesus, you are an onlooker. Okay. We have hindsight after the situation to just listen for a second, open your ears and not your mouth. Okay. You listening with your mouth. Listen with your ears.
The microphone's on the other side of the fucking thing. What do you want from me?
You're spazzing out. Calm your tits. Calm down. It'll be all right. Get your panties together. Okay.
In other
I'm
words,
sorry my beautiful face
since we
upsets you
ain't
so much.
black,
I'm sorry my beautiful face, or maybe it's my hair.
since
the
we
beautiful
ain't
locks,
black,
a little
then
bit
we don't
frizzy,
understand.
but I'm sorry that the way I look
let me
is so
finish my
offensive
point.
to you.
Let me
Maybe,
finish my point.
maybe.
Well, it is kind of offensive to me, like.
After
Yeah,
something
and so maybe
happened-
I should react with some violence.
It would be justified, right?
According to
something
T.
happened, after something happens, the onlookers and the people involved can assess the situation and say he overreacted. What I'm saying, and what most people that have the same thought process that I do, is not saying that we cannot judge. But what we're saying is the violator doesn't get to say
it's
how
not
the
about,
person who's violated.
All he's saying is
responds.
you can't stop
They
somebody from
can,
doing a thing.
but it's not going to change.
I
the
know that.
response.
Okay, but
no matter what, no matter what the person does, you violated. Now I'm going to respond to the violation.
Right. So actions have consequences. What I said when you started.
So now we as onlookers can judge the person. But what we're saying is nobody wants to hear the violator say, "Well, oh, he did too much." Nobody wants to hear that.
T-Reason, can you say it again, but succinctly, because I think you were trying to
Actions
figure
have
out the wording
consequences.
still.
That's all he's saying.
No, I'm saying the violator doesn't get to put parameters on the person who's violated. Now we as a society, because they're going to respond, because they're going to respond however they feel justified. So whatever
meaning
and
you
go
do
to
an
jail
action
if they
and you
break
can't
the
stop
law.
the consequences.
Exactly, and we're saying that those things are still going to
Mm-hmm.
happen. And I'm saying that the onlookers are still going to judge the person who was violated. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to hear the violator crying about how they got violated.
But hold on.
What's a violation?
Sorry, real quick. There's
You're
two different topics going on. T-Reason, you got too many different topics going on. Like, so there's one where you're saying the person who's doing the violating initially can't put any type of expectations or shame or judgment on the person that they're violating in their response. And then when I said why, your response was what again? This is your justification, right?
He doesn't know.
You don't remember. He's just yapping.
My justification is they're still so no matter how you feel about it, they're gonna do what they were going to do anyway.
So hold on, stop right there. So this thing about what
You
you're
just probably don't
saying that
care.
the fires basically. It's just because you
So in other words,
it's just like if somebody tries to attack you or take your life and they're operating in self-defense, you don't get to decide how that person operating in self-defense defends themselves.
That's what you're saying you're saying point over and over again, different kind of ways.
Actions have consequences.
We're all with you on that part. We understand, not with you, but we all understand that point. But the justification doesn't seem to be merited there. It seems that, there has to be more than just like what principle are you pulling from to say that there's a reason why? So if there's 5 people in a room, right? One of the 5 calls somebody else in the 5 the N-word. That person beats the person to a pulp for calling the N-word. And you're saying everybody else can judge them, but not the person being beaten to a pulp. Why is the person being beaten the Pope not able to judge?
Because they shouldn't have did what they did.
Okay, so
what they did.
So violence is always an acceptable answer then.
No, I never said that.
Just to the N-word. Just to the N-word, Wicked. Come on, we got to understand.
Said that either. I never said that either. I
don't hear.
But you are because you say it's justified.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying.
So as we said before,
no. Hold on.
Putting words in my
you said no. Hold on a second. T-Reason. You said it's okay to happen, and then you also said it was justified.
I did not.
Once
say
you say
it was okay to happen. I never said it was okay to happen.
I
never said it was okay.
I forget.
You
guys are hearing things. Those words.
Yeah, the words that you're speaking, bro.
Never came out of my mouth.
Listening.
I never said it was okay.
Linda,
you guys are implying that you guys think that that's what I'm saying, but you're not listening. You're listening with your mouth. I never said it's okay. I never said it's okay for them to do that. I'm saying you don't get to decide. That's what I'm saying.
You literally just said it's okay for the person to react the way that they do. And however they want to react, it's okay for them to do that.
I'm not.
You literally just said that.
You get to decide, though.
Okay, can we
You
just
do get to decide.
Can we differentiate?
How do you get to decide? Explain to me how you get to decide. I would love to hear Dane explain to me how you get to decide.
Yeah, hold on real quick. We got 4 comments here. Speaker Wilson says the penalty is blows to the face. LOL. On site says laughing emojis with the.
Yeah, y'all gonna have a good time in jail.
Yeah, Speaker Wilson
gang.
Says, a fool's lips bring strife and his mouth calls for blows. Proverbs 18:6.
We drive bows.
So can I directly address these? Can I directly address this?
That's when you can address them all right here. On sites, I actually agree with T Reason. We got two guys that seem to be agreeing with T Reason. And go ahead and
thank y'all coming through. Hey man,
wait, feel free to get in when you feel like it, man.
Preach.
So can you pull up the last chat that you the one before that?
Cadillac feels.
Oh yeah,
the
penalty. Yeah, the penalty is a blows to the face. So this is what we're trying to do. T Reason, we're you seem to be saying, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Y'all fighting against reality, not me.
I'm trying to understand. So calm your tits and let's try to
don't
act
use
like
my
gentlemen.
line. That's my line. Don't use my line, son.
Bro, what you think? Okay. We'll put that aside. Can we act like men?
You copy, you
sweetie,
sweetie,
honey, baby, honey,
if
sweetie.
If you're gonna parody my talking points, at least parrot the good one, son.
Calm down. Can we speak like? Can we speak?
He was pyramid.
Can we talk like gentlemen? I'm gonna say what I think you think, and then you can tell me what I'm wrong about. I think that you are saying that physically you cannot control what someone's reaction is going to be. Whether you hit them, whether you call them the N-word, you cannot physically make the decision. I want you to hit me, or I want you. That's so, just to check in. I got more, but just so far we're on the same page, right? Yes. Okay. So the difference there is now we're talking about the physical reality that can happen versus the moral judgment on that being morally justified or socially justified, or whatever a framework you want to use. We all understand how cause and effect works. Just because you can't control other people, that is not relevant to the moral judgment on what we're asking. So we agree with you on the physics. Yes, you cannot control what somebody's going to do to you. But is it okay that whatever they do is fine because you said the thing first?
I mean, obviously within reason. Obviously,
okay, fair, totally fair. So what?
If you
how
say
do we
something
determine
ridiculous, like burning down,
so how do we
shooting up a school?
So how do we determine that reason? Right? How do we determine that reason?
I mean, that's a good question. That's what we.
I'd like a good answer.
That's typically what the laws decide. That's typically what
good
the
luck.
laws determine.
The laws are not on your side.
That's a good question. I'd like a good answer. Well, good luck.
People avoid
saying the law, then
of the law all the time. So I mean, that isn't always always for every situation.
So, well, but again, I'm not asking about. I'm asking you, T Reason. I
just told you.
Right. So I'm saying that if you're appealing to the law, we know that laws are not always just.
Exactly.
Don't they have laws you can't assault people?
So then you're not saying that the law determines what you, T Reason, finds justifiable. So that's what I'm trying to ask. What does T Reason determine to be reasonable?
It's a multitude of things. It depends
such as
it depends on what took place, what transpired. Like
so give me an example.
Yeah,
give me an example. Okay,
because it depends. It depends on what's happening. And,
okay,
and like I said, I can only speak for what I would do. I can't say what the next person would do.
So you want an example? I'll give you an example.
Let me finish. A lot of times people are saying, well, you don't get to decide. And they say, T Reason, you don't get to decide if we use the N-word. It's not me deciding. I'm just reporting the weather. And they're getting mad at me because it rains outside tomorrow. Okay. I'm not saying that I don't want anybody to say the N-word. I'm saying that if you do these things, this is what's going to happen. Okay. So it's not whether I'm going to do it or not. It's whether that's what's going to happen or not. The reality of the situation. The severity of the reality
right, but we've already agreed on whether or not it's going to happen. Now the discussion is, are you, T Reason, okay with it? That's the interesting part, because again, we're just talking about
some of it I am, some of it I'm not.
Okay, so let's give an example. So again, let's say it's you and me. There's not some random people, not hypothetical people.
I'm
you and myself.
Okay with it. Yeah. I'm definitely okay with it. I'm all for it then.
All right, you gonna be serious?
Because you're not white.
Yeah, are you gonna be serious? Because I'm not going to waste my breath. I'm not going to waste my breath giving you the analogy if you're just, oh yeah, I don't like you, so it's okay to kill you.
You'd have to use one of us three. Can't use yourself or Vulcan.
Okay, fair. So then let's say Wicked Dream and T Reason are in a room, and T Reason is just farting right in his in Wicked Dream's face. He's just going 5 times in a row. Keep telling him, yo, stop doing that.
No.
Stop doing that, T Reason. Please stop. Yo, I'm not I'm not kidding anymore. I want you to stop. And you do it one more time. And he's like, yo, I'm sick of your N-word shit or whatever. But he calls you the N-word. Let's say it's with a hard R. Is it justified in your personal opinion, not based on the physics of the universe, in your personal opinion, would you feel justified in harming Wicked Dream with that scenario? Yeah,
absolutely.
So that's crazy.
It's not crazy.
You were the fire starter.
Well, why?
You were the fire starter. Yeah, that's your own logic and your own framework. The fire starter is the worst person. You started the fire.
He gonna get the whole taste slapped all out of his mouth.
Okay, so you're just an unprincipled person.
That's the problem with this whole thing about there being consequences. That's the problem with people who say, but there's consequences, is you assume that he's going to be the one that's going to be losing the taste in his mouth, and it could very well be you. That's what I don't understand is why people who say, but there's consequences. The underlying presumption that people make when they say that is that they are some sort of superhero that can just whoop anybody. Well, I think that Chud up in Nashville is a damn idiot, but look how that worked out for
Don't blame me. Y'all fucking voted on this shit. Y'all fucking voted on this shit.
Ventilated by a wireless hole puncher. So go on ahead with that. I'm gonna slap the taste out of his mouth. You must not understand that you just a human. I don't know what makes you think you're some kind of superhero.
I don't know. Well, I want to say this real quick.
I am what I'm not. You have no clue. You don't even have the slightest clue.
Reason, shut up when the host is talking, bro.
You shut up. You don't.
This is your show. Respect the host, bro.
You need to be quiet. You're doing the same thing you're doing. Hold on, fellas. You're a little girl. Both of y'all.
Yeah, hold on real quick. I want to
say
three things. First, I want to say shout out to T Reason. We've had guys come on his show and complain if everybody was aiming at them. One thing I can say about T Reason, I've never heard him complain with everybody being against him. I've never heard him do that before.
He ain't got no sense to complain.
I've been outnumbered many times.
Yeah, a lot of guys. He hasn't done that. Shout out to T Reason.
Oh no, being outnumbered, possibly coming out on top. I've never even once seen you come out on top of anything.
Yeah. So I want to say this. I want to walk. This is a cumulative case right here, T Reason. So if you can just walk with me for a moment. But I want to go back to what you were saying as far as somebody, the person that started it cannot judge the person who's responding to it in a physical assaulting kind of way, right? So I want to say this. So we got those. I'm gonna use an extreme example here again. So you got one person that calls somebody the N-word, right? And the person's response is that they go to everybody. They go to the person's house on a family reunion. They blew up everybody in the house, right? Would you say that that's too extreme?
I'm just fucking with you.
Now, the person who started by saying the N-word, are they allowed to say that?
That's hard to say.
Are they allowed to think it?
They're allowed to think it, yeah.
So your issue is they're allowed to think it, but for some reason you're saying they're not allowed to actually express it.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, I get it. I just want to hear.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna take it serious because I'm gonna think to myself, well, if they didn't want the reaction, they should have avoided what gave the reaction, and it would have prevented everything. They had the power to prevent everything. But they chose to be ignorant, which is what, and they interrupt me when I talk, and then they keep saying, "Oh,
yeah," because you don't do that, right? Whenever anyone, specifically the host of the show, asks you to stop talking, then you don't get angry. You just shut your ass up, right?
You're an unprincipled man. You have no principles. You have no morals. You violate every law that you have for yourself.
Objection.
You don't even.
You've established that you have no principles. I've established that you don't even fucking know what principles are, bro.
You're consistently going against what you said. If you
like what? Give me one example. 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 Give me one example.
What you're doing right now.
What?
If you don't want somebody to interrupt you when you're talking, don't interrupt them when they're talking. Okay?
When did I ever say that? When did I ever say that?
You just did it right now. You said it multiple times.
No. I said respect the host. I said respect the host. Run the tape back.
You're not respecting the host because you're talking. You're
should
talking
get
right
you
now.
to shut up because you don't stop.
You
That's
don't
the whole
have to
point.
get
You're the
anybody
fire
to do
starter.
anything.
You don't get
Yeah,
to
you
decide
don't.
what the reaction is,
No,
bro.
have
You
to
started the
mute
fire.
the
I'm gonna react
mic.
any way I
He can
want to
mute the mic
react.
any second he wants to. If he
Can we
does
press
not
the
want me to
reset
let him
button?
talk, he can mute the mic.
Got him.
Yeah. Okay, can we press the
You're
reset button real
clueless.
quick?
You think you're smart, but you're really dumb.
Okay,
You're not
yeah.
I know.
smart.
One day I'll be
He
as
could
smart as
easily
you.
mute my mic.
Yeah. So like just to press the reset button real quick. So I mean, I think what I'm hearing now is T Reason is giving room for the fact that he wouldn't want to hear the person judge the person who's getting revenge on them, but he was saying he couldn't say that they're wrong for doing so. If they were like, hey, look, somebody calls them the N-word, the person like, yeah, I'm a blow up your whole family at your family reunion now. You're saying that you would even say that that's too much.
Clearly,
But why? You can't control their action.
Now the question is, hold on. I don't want to get into that. That's a good argument, but I want to stay right here in the pocket real quick. So my point I'm saying right here is that that everybody on this panel knows it's too much. Assuming the person who said the N-word initially knows that that's too much, why can they think it but they can't say it?
Well, I mean, obviously, the reality is they can say it. But when they do say it, it's gonna, in most cases, it should fall on deaf ears because this person is now crying about something that they could have prevented, but they chose to enter into that realm. So you agreed without realizing it. You signed the certificate. Your mouth wrote a check that your ass couldn't cash, which is what Indian Jesus and Dane Snyder do night in and night out. They keep doing it. And this is how most people will look at that situation. And so that's the reason why it's like, okay, we're sitting here arguing over semantics and saying, well, can that person feel some type of way? Any response they're going to feel like they shouldn't have. They shouldn't get slapped. They shouldn't get pushed. They shouldn't get called a slur.
Put one in the chat if you know what's going on.
Anytime someone does something in response, the person who's being met with the response always feels like it shouldn't happen. Even jail time, the person who does something wrong and then someone responds to them, they would say, well, I shouldn't go to jail.
Not all the time, but you're saying it happens a lot. Your point is not that it happens all the time,
it happens a lot. Yeah. There's always an exception to the rule. Nothing is perfect across the board.
It's not even 90% probably. I don't even know if it's 90%.
There's people who get away with saying the N-word, but there's also people who face consequences like losing their job, being ostracized from society, or dealing with what Chud is dealing with. So it can happen.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this point right here. So the person says, I'm gonna go blow up your family reunion thing right there. If there's nobody there, and it's just them two, the person who said the N-word, wouldn't we want them to at least say, hey, bruh, I know I called you the N-word, but you don't want to do that. That's gonna ruin your whole life. I mean, if that's the only voice of reason there, I mean, wouldn't we want them to at least say that?
I mean, they can say something like that. I mean,
I'm saying, wouldn't we want them to say that? Like, I mean, because that'd be them judging, say, hey, that's a bad action.
Logically speaking, yes. Logically speaking.
Okay. So I think we found some kind. I mean, I know it wasn't as contentious necessarily, but we found like some kind of. We all realized the same thing, that people should be able to say the right thing, whether they did the wrong thing previously or not. Because I mean, like, we don't want to do what's called the hypocrisy fallacy, which means they can't say this or they can't do that because of how their actions are, right? We don't want them to be in that vein.
Pretty much.
So we got Indian Jesus says, LOL, he doesn't understand how far off he is. He just wants to talk about how you can't physically control people. Duh. And then just to be clear, I don't think using the N-word is a good thing. I don't think it's Voldemort, but it's not cool to just be bigoted. So yeah, I think we're good on that part. So I want to switch it up, y'all. We covered that pretty well. Wade, you still up?
JJ Beach, welcome to the party. We are hanging out on this panel.
So I'm gonna put this one up right here, and it's kind of in the same vein. It's kind of what we're talking about here. This one right here is, how do you avoid being in your feelings during a debate? Now, this you is the hypothetical you. It's like more of giving advice to somebody you, not necessarily you personally. You can answer however you want, but just so you know, that's the context of the question here, and it kind of fits what we're talking about to some extent. So I want to give everybody, Wade, if you could take a minute or less and just kind of explain.
I think we can ask everyone on the panel except for Dane this question.
Oh my God!
Can't help himself.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Wade.
So what question am I being
asked? The question is, how do you avoid being in your feelings?
Okay.
If you don't think you should avoid it, then you can also say that too.
But I'm gonna love this one.
But
I know, because you can't answer.
The you is not Wade. The you is the hypothetical you of how can somebody do it? If you think they should do it, if you don't think they should do it, then they shouldn't do it.
We're gonna stick around for this question, but the timer's going down.
Avoid
So
being in your feelings during the debate.
you know the
as
rules.
much as possible. That being said, hot button topics are, hot buttons for a reason, and it's hard to regain or retain your air of difference. Insofar as how do you avoid being in your feelings during a debate? You don't personalize what the other people are saying. If you don't take it as a personal hit to yourself, whatever they're saying,
You don't
even
get
if
in your
what they're
feelings
saying is exactly
when you
Wade,
understand.
you look like a
That
bald
is just a
redneck,
wrong
blah, blah, blah,
argument.
whatever.
I can just correct the argument.
Then it's still not personal. So you keep it from being personal, and then you avoid being in your feelings.
Got you. Okay, cool. Wicked, it's on you, big dog.
So I think the first step into doing that is you have to actually have in your head the possibility that you could be wrong. And be a little bit open-minded to what the other person is saying, that they could have some validity in what they're saying. I think if you do those two steps, that's the first thing to getting your feelings out. Then I would also agree with Wade when he said, don't take it personal. There's a lot of times when you'll make not you personally, but where somebody will make a general statement about anything. And usually people will respond with, well, I don't do that. Not really acknowledging that is not a personal attack towards you. It's just a general statement. So if you can differentiate the two and not try to take your own anecdote to it and actually understand what that person's saying, that's a good way to take yourself out of it.
Got you. Cool. All right, T Reason.
Not to take anything personal. Obviously come into it where you're listening to understand, not listening to immediately respond or blurt out the first thing that comes into your head. Because sometimes when you're in the debate, if that person hasn't gotten to their actual point, you might have heard something that triggered you, and now you're operating from feeling instead of understanding. I think you should base it on facts, factual information, things that will hold ground. And I think you should test an argument from both sides, whether you're on the right side or the wrong side. You should look at it from all angles, and that will give you a deeper understanding of, am I being emotional about this or am I being logical about this? I think whenever you're in a debate, logic should come first and supersede feelings in most cases. I'm not saying ignore your feelings, because obviously we have those as human beings for a reason. But I think specifically in a debate, you have to push those to the side as much as humanly possible, so you could become more knowledgeable on the specific subject that's being debated. And you also don't lose control of your original argument because you're operating in feelings, which is what the person beneath me, Mr. Snyder, and also Indian Jesus, is showing a lot of this too. And I think this is a great question, because I would love to hear how they go about it.
All right. So yeah, Indian Jesus on you, big dog.
Logic. The ability to not get in your feelings comes from being able to understand, oh, that argument doesn't work here because of X, Y, and Z. And so being able to understand how logic works, even if you are personally connected to what you're talking about, like for me, it's going to be more arguing with Christians about why I'm still, one of them, even though I don't believe in things like that. That's very close to my heart. But the arguments that people make are either logical or illogical. Like I think Wicked said, was it Wicked? I apologize. Whoever said, being willing to accept that you're wrong. I think it's a big one too.
That's me.
But yeah, that is a big point. But yeah, just understanding this is what we're doing. Like if you are like take like MMA, if somebody randomly just punches you, you're probably gonna have an emotional reaction. But okay, this is what we're here for. Then your mindset is going to be different. And so understanding that you're coming to this not to do really anything, but put out the ideas in such a way that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, you just make it make sense, or admit that you're wrong.
Appreciate that, Indian Jesus. Dane, it's on you.
Yeah, how
That's
do you
a fucking bar.
manage to stay out of
That's
your
a
feelings
fucking bar.
when you're
Dilly fucking
in a
dilly.
debate? Well, you just reach really deep down and you grab a hold of your testicles and you give it a squeeze. You give them a squeeze, and then the testosterone oozes out. And it helps you be in control.
All right, guys, let's keep the party raging. I don't want to have to leave them
Like
mid
if someone
mid
says
topic.
something that might offend you, make you mad, irritate you, frustrate you, hurt your feelings. Okay, I mean that's a human response. But how you behave, that's where that testosterone kicks in, and you say, you know what? Just because that bothered me, I'm still responsible for how I behave. And so you just shut that crap down and you focus on the goal at hand and you move forward. And that's how men have built the world. And that's how women and feminine men have run around talking about how their feelings got hurt and, oh, well, you shouldn't talk like that and that kind of bull crap. But that's basically it. Glad I could be of help.
I don't think we can do that on stream, Dane.
Yeah, so
TOS.
Yeah, so for me,
Sure you can. I squeeze mine periodically while I'm on stream.
Until something comes out.
You don't gotta. You can certain things, man. You can just keep to yourself.
I'm gonna reach down.
And
I'm gonna reach down here.
Dr. Trey Williams.
Yeah, so I want
to just squeeze them. There you
keeping the
go.
party
I want to take a
raging
shot at
with
this
the
question right
cash
here.
app. Thank you.
I disagree with the way that
Where's the
the
peanut butter?
question.
Thank you.
For the most part,
So
I took
very,
notes
very
while everybody was
much
talking, so I can try
with
to
a
judge
$2
everything and
make
choose
you
cross-examine
holla.
when I
Thank
get
you.
done if I disagree.
The party
But
rages on.
You know, somebody mentioned. Well, let me start for the prompt. So I'm gonna say why I disagree. How do you avoid being in your feelings during a debate? I don't think you need to avoid being in your feelings during a debate. But first, I'm gonna define what being in your feelings is, because that's probably where a lot of the nuance is gonna come into play, and maybe the difference. You know, when people are saying you're in your feelings, what they're referring to is typically as somebody is doing something that's violating what we consider to be reasonable or ethical, moral. They're violating some type of thing that we hold to be more than just arbitrary, some rubric that we judge things by, whether it's a moral thing or a logical thing. And I think when we're saying you're in your feelings, I think it's really just a haphazard way of saying it, or maybe a lazy way of saying, or even a fun or entertaining way of saying it. But I think like, let's say somebody's being in their emotions and they start saying they're not listening, they're sort of off topic. The real thing will be, hey, you're off topic. You know what I'm saying? Or if somebody's addressing a point that nobody's made, you know, you'd be like, hey, look, you're not addressing what's being said, or you're doing a straw man, whatever the case may be. Because the thing is that when it comes to being in your feelings, the feelings should give us the fuel and even to want to have the conversation. You know, if I was that apathetic, why would I even care to get involved? And if I'm too apathetic, I may not even dig deep as far as my true talent and skills and really do my best to try to understand what's going on, because I just really don't care. Now, I think when people say being in your feelings, they're typically talking about the more negative of feelings. It could be used, I guess, somebody's super, jovial. Like, I guess it could be used. I mean, I guess you're talking to your girl and she's like, it's like, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. We're not going today. We're not going today. But we still wouldn't say in your feelings in that context. We still wouldn't say it, but I guess it could fit in a semantic sense. But we typically use it when we're telling somebody you're being irrational. And that's what my next point would be, is that I think in social media conversation and even regular conversation, we confuse emotional with being illogical. The opposite of logical is being illogical. You're violating a law of logic. You are engaging in fallacies, and we're calling it emotional. And I think that sometimes can mislead people into think that emotions are bad, or that the only true way is stoicism, or being stoic, I should say, maybe. But the thing is, I think that can lead to even more confusion in some ways. Now, emotions can make you do great things, or feelings, I should say, kind of use the same exact word, and can make you do good things, bad things, neutral things, whatever the case may be. But I think that it's not targeted enough in its rejoinder. I think that we can find better wording most of the time when it's happening, especially even in a debate format, because I think it could be confusing. Let me see. So yeah, I think I covered everything I was going to say right there. But in closing, I'll just say, I wouldn't tell somebody to be emotionless, or somebody would say, somebody was even, it seemed like they were encouraging to just not even have emotion, or to not be offended by things. I don't see that as a healthy thing. I think that, like anything in life, there's good reasons to be offended, there's neutral reasons to be offended, and there's bad reasons to be offended. At least for myself, and Dane and I had somewhat of a conversation about this not too long ago. That's what I evaluate. When I'm offended, I can't control my emotions all the way. They're gonna come, and I can't
It's
really
in the
control
cheeks.
them coming.
It's in the
I have a
cheeks.
little more
There's a
control of them
difference
going,
between
right?
falling asleep.
I have a little more control of them going.
That movie.
Say pause. But
That's
the thing is that I put it in one of those 3 categories.
I've known that
good,
for a
bad, and
long
neutral.
time. He's feeling
If it
good.
doesn't go in the good reason for being offended, then I immediately figure out why that's happening to me, and I discard it. I get rid of it. So my point is saying this. I think in closing, so everybody else can speak to the issue, the same issue. But
Jesus,
I
you're
don't
making
think
me
we should
interrupt
avoid
the
emotions. I
stream.
don't think emotions are bad. Not that anybody said that. I don't think that we shouldn't get offended by things. You should be offended by things that are offensive. I think, if I saw somebody doing something bad to a puppy or something like that, I'm gonna be offended about that, and I think I should be offended about that. Especially when a righteous indignation, if you will. I think that stuff should occur. But I think what happens sometimes is that people take somebody getting offended or being irrational because of whatever reason in their head they're being irrational, and go, you're in your feelings, or get out your feelings, or don't be emotional about this. And I don't think that's the best advice. I think the best advice is stop violating logic, stop being irrational, stop not listening. Listen first. Make sure you understand. I think there's better things we can say that are more constructive than what I typically hear. And I yield the floor to I guess to Wade first, since you started off. If you don't have anything,
Wake up, Wade.
Do you have anything you want to say? Anybody want to cross-examine? Anybody you want to
Vulcan, I think you had Wade so deep in thought that he was borderline almost taking a nap there with your explanation.
I was probably just
Wade has dozed off before.
I was probably just bored.
That boy looked like he was deep in thought. Like I'm talking about profound thought.
No, you guys understand? He was looking at the inside of his eyelids to make sure they're okay.
Oh yeah,
Get it right.
He's suffocating the bug with his eyelid. So I got that from Family Guy. Don't give me credit. I got that from Family Guy. But yeah. So
Wade, he's just old.
How do you know it wasn't Frank?
This is from you guys.
Yeah,
this is from you guys.
Because
you're so generous.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Any point you want to make?
We know Wade don't pray.
He was praying to stay awake.
Any point you want to make? Wait, you got any point you want to make?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, Wicked, you next. What you got?
I think I can kind of agree with what you just said with that point about taking irrationality into feelings and kind of mixing up the two. But I would also say you can be in your feelings because you could feel a certain way about a single word, and then have that reaction towards a word when, it could be meant a certain way, but because you don't like the word, you took offense to it, and you know what I mean? And now you're up in your feelings about a certain thing, because something was taken out of context. So I could kind of see both reasons.
I want to say this. So the first part, the feeling about what happened, to me, that's fine.
You can see me and Dane just fucking laughing back and forth.
I feel like our judgment should come into play. So that's what my whole point is. I'm agreeing with you, is saying somebody uses a word, you feel a way about that word, whatever the way you feel about that, right? I don't think my judgment should start there most of the time. And there's maybe times where maybe like that doesn't justify to feel that way person. But feelings, we don't have much control of that a lot of times, at least not in the moment. But I'm saying, but person goes to react, I think that our wording should more focus on the reaction of it. Is it justified? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think
whether it's verbal reaction or whatever the reaction happens to be.
I guess it would just have to be whatever the reaction is would depend on whether it's justified or not. Like that's really, I guess it would be a semantic play at the end of the day then. Because it's like, is it justified because of X reason, or is it justified because of Y reason? You'd have to really get into the semantics of it to actually find out the truth if you are justified in what you said.
Yeah, 100%. I want to go to the next person, but just to make sure, because you're addressing what I was saying, I'm saying that where the semantic thing becomes important is because if we're speaking haphazardly or irresponsibly, and people are listening to us, and we could, especially if we're people who are very eloquent and erudite in every other area, you could be more precise in your language if you so chose. And I get it. We're doing entertainment. Everybody's doing Hollywood stuff. I mean, I get it. So sometimes it is funny to say it in a different, kind of more dull way, or a way that's gonna elicit the best response, the most humorous response. But I'm just saying, if from a technical standpoint, it could be worded with more accuracy to really identify.
100%. The way you articulate a sentence could change everything. I mean, you can literally use the same words and how it's said could be interpreted so many different ways. So I would agree with that.
Okay, and then so like T Reason, what about for yourself?
I think that it's important to have feelings, whether it be a man or a woman.
Okay, I was going to say,
to
I
have
didn't really
feelings
hear
is
the
important. I think
conversation
that's
they're
what
having. I got
separates us
this.
from being robots. Is the fact that we're capable of having feelings and emotions and things like that. But I think to be in your feelings, I think when you're in the middle of a
$10
debate,
super chat
can cause you to lose an argument.
I don't know what we're
because
doing here,
feelings can get you
but
off
hopefully
your
he's going to
point.
pull it up.
Someone can call you a
Ain't
name
nothing
and
else
then
going
you
on
react
there.
and then you start going off on a wild goose chase or a tangent where all you're focusing on is personally assaulting and attacking that person. Now you're in your feelings and now you can't even think logically or debate properly. And now it's bad form to everyone that's onlooking the debate to understand what's going on. Now they're looking at you differently because you're just blabbing off at the mouth in your feelings, and now you're not actually debating logically. So now you could be at a losing angle of an argument.
Technically, yes,
because
but
you got in your
doesn't
feelings.
happen
So
because
I do think
they would go after
it's
the
very
dispensaries.
important to
they have
when you're debating,
the
not to
state
let your emotions get the best of you
legislation on their
to where
side.
you're
So
no longer
technically,
answering
yes,
the question, staying on
but don't really
topic,
happen
or
like that.
responding in such a manner that obviously would be conducive to the conversation.
Cool. Indian Jesus, what you got, my guy?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarity that you brought, because I definitely, as I'm thinking, like, I'd definitely be very emotional when I am discussing, arguing, debating, whatever. And I agree with. For once, I agree with T Reason, and it shouldn't be it shouldn't be about not having emotions. It should be about using the emotion to drive towards the logic of the situation, to to kind of, if there's a difference between where your emotions are and where your logic is, then either you're wrong or they're wrong, and figuring that out, then tied with the idea of being willing that you could be wrong. I don't think it's a matter of not being emotional. It's a matter of controlling your emotions in such a way that helps you focus on what to say. And so you're not just listening to respond, you're listening to see where the error is in the argumentation. So I'll be spraying it out sometimes.
Yes, sir. Dane, it's on you, my guy.
My. I tell you, it's just, I find it curious that on the one hand, a person can say, but you could say whatever you want to say, but then this person can respond however they want to respond, that person who says that would have a hard time saying that person should not respond based on their emotions, that's not the right thing to do, the preferable, efficient, appropriate reaction, that person is wrong if their emotional feelings, if they use that to control or to decide how they respond, but then turn around in the debate and say, well, you're going to have feelings, but you shouldn't let those feelings control how you respond in a debate. That just seems to be a little bit of a dichotomy between those two things there. But for me, I say what I said earlier when it comes to that sort of thing. Sure, we can feel however we want to feel, but if we're adults, and especially if we're adult men, then we make decisions to behave in a way that's profitable, a way that is reasonable, and a way that will keep us out of jail. And that is how Western man built Western society to be the most prosperous, the cleanest civilization on the planet.
Hey, shout out to Rage Page. What is going
on the planet?
Very good.
Because regardless of how we felt about something, that we chose to do what was right. And oftentimes the law reflects that. Sometimes the law does not reflect what is moral or right or ethical, but oftentimes it does. And we abide by that law regardless of how we feel. And that's how we built the civilization that we enjoy in the West.
Muted Vulcan.
Is he talking?
Get you a chance to. What in the world?
You're good now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to your comment up there with the $10 on there.
The what? Shout
What
out.
is it, like a $10 super chat?
Got like a little
Yeah.
super chat or something, man. I don't know.
Well, shout out to my chat, my disciples. We hit the goal for the night. Oh shit! I still got to do push-ups for that. I didn't even remember that. But
yeah, drop and give me 60.
Well, it's what are we at? Jeez, it's $2 is one push-up, and
I made you do 10 from the other day.
Yep, we're at 125. So
man,
I'm gonna push. I don't know if I can do that many push-ups.
Hey, listen, I'll do it with you.
Your stream and donate, man, just to make you do more push-ups, man.
That's the idea.
I'll do with you.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I might have to.
Hey, let them hold $10. Y'all don't say y'all don't got it. So yeah, so we're on the topic of how to avoid being your feelings. I think everybody said some really good points right there. Nobody has any more cross-examine they want to do anything else for this one?
No.
No, I think we're good.
I think we're all kind of on the same page.
So the next one right here is similar to the first one, but this is maybe getting more into the reason for it. What role does emotion play in a debate? So I want to go and now that we've kind of covered the first part, which is dealing with it, just on people's, at least what we hear on the debate circuit, was saying like, it's kind of like in a way shamed. Now I think we're on the side of like, okay, what role does it play in the conversation? This is more of a teachable moment. Say what you want to say, but people out there listening that may be being told, because it is said in a lot of these debates, especially when men say it to women in a lot of these but it's like, hey, get your emotion out of it or whatever the case may be. And I know what we mean. I know what we mean by usually, but if you can just kind of, if you want to help somebody to be able to have a more balanced view of it, I guess, because a lot of times we already have the balanced view, but I heard this one pastor say it like this: whatever the parents do in moderation, the kids will do in excess. And so whenever, people are saying it, but they have the philosophical understanding of what the context really is and how to balance it. But the people on the internet, they may not be so fortunate. So Wade, what do you have on this right here? What role does emotion play in a debate?
Wade got to go to bed.
Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, Wicked, it's on you, Wicked. What role does emotion play in a debate?
Okay, so I would say that emotion will give you the drive to find the truth. Because if you weren't emotional about something and you're trying to debate a topic, are you really there to actually have the debate, or are you there just to argue and not actually find an understanding?
100%.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. T Reason, what you got, big dog? What role does emotion play in the debate?
Yeah, I agree with what he said. I think your emotions are going to drive the passion to have a deeper understanding of the topic. I think it helps you get the topic will help you gain control of your emotions, but I think your emotions will drive you. And I think depending on the conversation, as long as you're channeling that and using your intellect as well, that emotion can help you to drive your point across. I mean, emotion can obviously be relatable and it can be conveyed to the listener, because obviously when you're having a debate, it's not just for you and the person you're debating, it's for everybody who has two ears. I mean, pretty much everyone who's human. So I think that gaining control of your emotions is very important. And I think it also helps you have the human dynamic to understand how humans are going to respond on top of logical principles. That emotional layer still exists, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. People are still going to have those. You can remove them as much as humanly possible. But it's completely impossible.
What is he saying? Does he ever say anything?
I think you just have to be calculated and have to have a certain level of control over them, not that let them run wild like Dane tends to do from time to time. I think as long as you can keep it in check, I think they're great to have.
Gotcha. So real quick, reading these comments right here. Mr. Lockhart says simple but factual. Thanks, Lockhart, for checking in with us. And then we have the Indian Jesus says he's referencing the $10 comment earlier. He was like, YP takes 30%, so it's more like $9.70. LOL. All right, so Indian Jesus is on you, my guy. What you got to say on the topic?
To me?
Yeah, what you got? What you got?
So it's very interesting that since the first go around, how to not take things personally, I've almost done a full 180, because I was getting into these debate shows that like every week you just show up or you figure out something to debate, and I love debating. but I have to care about what it is. And exactly as T Reason was just saying, I got to a point where it's like, all right, we're just here to debate. And then it just so happens that the channel that was hosting it was on the West Coast and I'm on East Coast. And so it's getting late and I don't really care about the thing and all that stuff. So I think you have to care enough about the topic in order to bring your best. Because as it was said before, if you don't care, then you'll get to a certain point. It's like, all right, I can't get through to you, or I don't think this is going to work, or whatever it is, it's not worth it. If you care about it, then you're going to drive a little bit more.
Fire. Appreciate that. Dang, what about you?
Well, I don't know. Lutch, did you go to public school, Lutch?
Yes, I did.
You did? I could tell, man, because 70% of $10 is $7. Use your fingers, man. $7, not $9.70, man.
Oh, what did I don't know. I'm paying attention to 4 chats. You get the fucking joke.
He's counting the state taxes and stuff on that with it.
Getting very emotional right now.
Yes, get out of your emotions, man.
$7. You know the fucking.
What role does emotions play in a debate? Man, I think it could play I think emotions under the underpinnings come into play a lot because it's what drives us to debate. I think that there are probably people out there, I've encountered them on other panels before, that they go on panels just because, I don't know, they don't have a very good social life otherwise. Like they don't have anything else to do, so they go on panels. There's a group, P. Dusty, who calls themselves the Panelverse.
The Panelverse.
They're like little kids out. Yes, they're like little boys out in the woods building their forts, and they're playing their little LARP games or their little role playing. They're like, we're the Panelverse.
The power.
Yes, the menopausal tomato. The menopausal tomato and everything. And it's almost, when you go to their streams, they're just like a bunch of people with not much social life sitting around, just, know, whatever.
Unlike us.
But there doesn't seem to be any like fire and emotion or a cause they're wanting to forward or a cause they're wanting to defeat or anything. And so I think that's what makes a difference in an interesting debate and somebody who just doesn't have anything else better to do. And that is when you do have that emotion, that drive, that passion, that you're actually trying to advance your worldview and you're trying to defeat other worldviews, not for your own good, but for the good of the community. I think that's the way it should go. So yeah, emotions definitely play a part. But it just comes back to whether or not they play a leadership part. And that's where I think a lot of people go astray.
To be fair to the Panelverse, I do think...
No!
Hold on. You're going to be all right, I promise.
No.
I do think when they do the debates, like the debates themselves are not necessarily bad. It's the Panelverse that comes in. And, it's interesting to see different channels doing different types of things. I don't know if you guys, Speakeasy, Grade 1 Motorsports, who else does that shit? But, the different ways that people frame things. And like, for example, I would happily say this to his face, but Grade 1 Motorsports, that was the first show where I realized, like, okay, I'm not really like into this, like to debate. If there's something that I care about, I'll happily debate somebody on the other side of it. But I'm not really interested in like, okay, let's figure out what it is that we want to debate. And so it'd be like 10, 12 people or whatever it is. And they just picked, okay, you and you are next. And then we spend the next 15 minutes being like, okay, what do you want to debate? I don't know. Do you like trans stuff? Do you like? And it's like, bro, oh my. Especially if you're not debating, you're just sitting around. And so when I talk about the fact that you've got a good thing going here, I've seen some shit go downhill. I like
one thing I want to say on this topic right here is, so what role do most, and everybody said it pretty well. You already said pretty much my points, y'all. But one thing I always encourage people to do, as I'm thinking about conversations, debates outside of just obviously YouTube, I'm talking about with your wife, your kids, your sister, your mom. I'm thinking about all the different contexts in which we find ourselves in debates and stuff like that, and what role emotion plays. is part of it. I'll tell you all the time, look at an emotional wheel, look at a feelings wheel. Most people, we forget how many emotions there are that are out there. We think about the more demonstrative emotions, the more extreme emotions, and typically we think about the more negative emotions, and that's what kind of governs our language in this conversation, unfortunately. And I think that we really miss great opportunities and teachable moments and in that situation. So, y'all, has already been said. I think when you're talking to a lady, typically, whether it's your mom, your sister, your lady, and you come across too dispassionate, whether you think they're right, they're wrong, whatever it is, they may not feel that you care enough about the situation. And I'm sure everybody has had to act a little or put a little extra on it just to make sure that's communicated at times, because it was just gonna get you the better result. Me, I can be kind of a stoic person, but internally I have a lot of emotions going on typically. But I may be more stoic in my conversation because I don't want my words to be minced, and I don't want people to be trying to read too much into what I'm saying based off my body language and continence and facial expressions. And so I want you to kind of just focus on the wording, because this right here, I'm crafting, in my estimation, perfectly. And I don't think you're as good of a behavioral, psychologist, a body language, psychologist you are at interpreting words. So we at least learn that stuff in school. So I don't want you to focus on my tone or what emotion think I have. Focus on my words, because I can control that easier, and I trust your ability to judge it much easier. Even though people suck at that as well, unfortunately. But emotions play a role, like y'all said. People who, when I'm apathetic towards things that I don't have an aptitude for, as Indian said, it's really hard for me to listen. It's hard for me to focus. It's hard for me to remember the conversation. And so now I look mentally handicapped on camera because I cannot recall what was said. And I'm like, it's because I don't really care. My aptitude's not there for it. And I'm just, so I think that we forget how much emotion has an impact and is tethered to the result we're trying to get out of it, and how skillful we are at something. And so I think that.
Well, I definitely have that.
Yeah,
I definitely have that sometimes when I'm on y'all's panel. And y'all want to start talking about Nipsey Hussle and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just 100%.
But I think there's also the aspect of, and I tell my chat about this all the time. Speaking of the role of emotion, that you want to start any type. I mean, again, as you said, this applies for anything, but specifically we're talking about debates and panels and stuff like that. Then you want to come in and you want to build goodwill. Because if things get tumultuous a little bit later in the debate, and you've been calm the whole time, and somebody's coming at you or whatever, then when you go, "Hey, yo, what the fuck?" Blah, 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 then it doesn't seem like you're coming out of nowhere because you've been calm the whole time. Versus if you are especially if it's a political thing, left, right, or if it's a religious thing, where it's, again, very close to your emotions, it is detrimental to your entire not even the argument, but your performance as a debater, to just go and be too aggressive.
Yeah, we give people passes based off the emotion that they're displaying. If we're just having a regular conversation, nobody's being offensive, somebody just starts yelling and going off, we're gonna be like, "Whoa, what's going on?" This gonna throw people off. But if that person has been insulted, we go, they're probably angry because they're being insulted. Therefore, the yelling seems to be warranted to some extent.
Actions have consequences.
Yeah,
reason.
So yeah, so I think that's a big part of it, and I think that I hope that people out there in the internet world can understand that, far from because the thing is, if we tell people don't embrace their emotions, we tell them get out your emotions, they never actually do the work of actually learning how to control their emotion, and most of that work's done outside of the moment. One thing that I try to do to train myself. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, I was just gonna throw this in just to kind of pin what you were saying. It's easy, and I know Lutch and T Reason and probably the Italian guy here in the middle, Wicked, would probably agree. It's easy to sit at home watching a panel and armchair quarterback the debate.
Yep.
Where you think, well, I would have said this and I would have said that, and he messed up there and he should have done that. But when you're on panel and you're having to manage your emotions, listen to what that person said, process it, formulate a refuge. First of all, decide whether or not what they said was logical or not. If it's illogical, formulate a refutation and deliver it without sounding like an idiot, doing all of that in real time.
Yep.
Man, that's a whole different story.
I say
it's
that
a whole different story.
I say that all the time. Like, it might look like I'm talking about debates, two people talking, or a panel, a bunch of people talking. It's not. It is, but it's not just people talking. And
exactly, that's a fact. Especially, I'm connected to it. This means something to me. He just, I remember one time on this show, a Dane had made a comment about somebody right when we were changing to the next segment, and this guy was like, he said my name. He said my name.
That was
move on. And because guys are,
he said my name. He said my name.
Yeah, he said my name. He said my name. And so the thing is, like,
say it again.
That role that emotion plays is real. It can burn you up. it can give you the energy you need to persist all type of tough situations. I know for me, I ask myself, what emotion am I in? And it really kind of controls how I approach a conversation. Typically, the emotion I have is, empathy. That's, I'm a big empathic person, which is not very common for guys for the most part, but I have probably too much of it. And so it makes me approach a conversation like from a way that's a little bit more palatable, or it's less of a contentious thing. And it's not that because I'm necessarily a good person so much. A lot of it is because my empathy is I want them to understand this better. And if I do anything that will impact them understanding it better, if I trigger them in a way that distracts them from the point, I'm never going to win them over. So that emotion right there of empathy makes me go, okay, I want to make sure I get them right. I want to make sure they know that this is coming from a place of
what's happening,
of objectivity and not a battle. But
yeah, and then
so go ahead. Indeed.
On the other side of that is that you could theoretically, quote unquote, win the whole debate by unleashing the emotion at the right time. You start in with a goodwill, something happens, like, are you fucking stupid? And that could be a moment. And let's not pretend that clips aren't a big part, even though we're in long form content. That
sorry, just real quick, I just saw T Reason's message real quick. T Reason, I wanted to hear your thoughts on this one right here real quick before you left. You got
yeah, I could. We can run
one.
You can run one.
I'm gonna skip this one. Right, this next one I was gonna go to and go to this one right here. So I'm gonna introduce this one, and this is again not specifically about you. This is on balance, on average in society. Who
he said this is the last
knows
one.
A person best? Their friends, their family, or their coworkers. And I know it varies, so we get all the nuance or whatever. But just generally speaking, Wicked, who you got? Who generally knows a person best? Let's just assume they worked at the same place for a good amount of time. They've, obviously their family's their family, and then they have friends they've had for a good amount of time. So all of these are like they've had some years with this kind of stuff. If you had to guess, whatever it means to know somebody, who generally knows it. Well, we got it twice in there. But yeah, who would you say out of the three?
So it's a tough choice between friends and family. It's definitely not going to be coworker for me, because you're not the same person at work as you are outside of work, because there's rules and conduct you have to follow.
Sorry.
I would say probably family then.
Go family?
Family.
Okay,
yeah, I'll go family.
Move out for yourself.
I mean, I know my answer.
But we'll get an explanation afterwards. Right now, we're just gonna say our answer.
Exactly. So I'm gonna go with family.
Okay. Indian Jesus, who you got?
I'm gonna play spoiler and say with caveats. I'm gonna go with coworkers.
Okay, Dane.
Can you hear me, Vulcan? Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I just had a power outage here, but I've got y'all coming through a laptop, so I still have power, I guess.
I
was trying to.
Damn.
Yeah, if we can get him to shut up a minute. I had my mind on getting my software on my iMac cranked back up. Can you give me the question again?
Man, I can't celebrate.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
So yeah. The
I was
question
in the act of celebrating.
I thought you don't celebrate.
Yeah,
got him. Got him.
Yeah, we gotta get back to that one.
I do celebrate.
But yeah, so real quickly, Dane, the question is, who generally knows a person best? Generally in this world, not you specifically, just anybody, but just in general, their friends, their family, or coworkers, assuming that all these people have had a good amount of time around the person, whatever that means. Just who generally would you say knows a person the best?
Oh, I would say definitely Definitely their family, especially their immediate family.
Okay. So now
Especially their spouse.
we got family, and I'm gonna go on this one. I'm gonna go friends. So we got a good split right here. Let's
You
open
wrong.
it up. I want to open
completely
up.
wrong.
I'm gonna open up for Indy and Jesus to go first, just because me and him both had, the different perspective from the family one.
You're both wrong.
He said friends because he ain't got none.
Yeah.
So I mean,
why do you go? He went coworkers.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, it's going to depend on who you are and what type of
This
work.
man ain't
you're
even
in.
got a
But
job.
Somebody, but I'm a dog trainer. Thank you very much. Professional, high tier. Thank you very much.
Can you put a muzzle on Dane for me, please?
I'll put a muzzle on you, mama. Okay. So
Yeah, that's right.
You can try. You get smacked now.
Become the consequences.
So depending on who you are and depending on what kind of job you have. So like I spent a lot of time working in restaurants as a server. So I'm not very close with my family. For the longest time I was an addict. So all of my friends were just drug friends. And so the people who actually got to see me in a different context. You come in and you're chilling and whatever, then it gets busy, then something goes wrong, then the manager's coming up, and being able to see you in that many different contexts, at least for me, is going to be more than anything else. Yes, I do have friends, but there's a level, especially, we're all older now. There's an aspect of, how often are you spending time with your friends? And if you don't have a family, then you're gonna be spending a lot more time with your coworkers than your friends. Muted.
Oh, so, yeah, appreciate that. T Reason, what about you? Who do you have?
So I say
who
family.
and why?
And there's a caveat. The caveat is, my honest opinion is, whoever you spend more time with. Okay. So if you spend most of your time, majority of your life at work, then I would say your coworkers. If you spend majority
in my situation, they would both know.
Friends, and I would say your friends. But if you spend,
they would both know. But my friend isn't really seeing me under that stress,
and
because we chilling.
A different segue.
Whereas I'm stressed out at work every goddamn day.
Authentic self in most cases.
Thank God I don't serve tables
anymore. You can express your biases. You can express your vulnerable moments, your trials and tribulations. Typically, your family is going to be more in tune and more adept to hear your true feelings about something. Now, you can have friends that are almost on the same tier, or if not, have become more than just friends. They almost feel like family. But I still think your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, even your cousin, your uncle, those people are going to be the ones who really know who you are, because they've seen you progress through life. They've seen you at your best. They've seen you at your worst. They've seen you when you shit on yourself, when you piss on yourself, all the things that Dane does on a daily basis. They've seen you at your most vulnerable. When you got snot coming out your nose, or you got your tail kicked in that day at school, your family's typically the one to receive you on those days. Now, sometimes it could fall to your friends, and in very rare cases, it can fall to your coworkers. But for the most part, your family is going to have that deeper bond, that deeper relationship. And I feel for people, because there's always an exception to the rule. There's probably some people out there who are not that close with their family, in which case it would probably be their friends.
Muted.
Oh, you're muted. You muted, Vulcan.
Got you, T Reason. Wicked, what about for yourself?
All right, so I'll tell you why it can't be your friends first. So it can't be your friends because not all of your friends are the same. Most people have groups of friends where, you can do and act a certain way with these people, but it really won't fly with these people. So you're not really being your true self all the time. Are you being authentic? Sure, but you're not really acting the same way. So they're not going to see you in every perspective of how you're truly going to act to a situation. As far as with what T Reason was saying, when you have your friends and you don't have family, but I say family because technically, if you have your friends who you're very close with and stuff like that, would you not consider them to be family? Just because you're blood related doesn't mean that you're actual family. It just means you're related by blood. I think your actions that you and the relationship you have with the person would be considered family or not. Because there's many people, like he said, who don't have a family, who only have certain friends, but I can guarantee you they would be like, that's not my friend, that's my brother. that's my sister, that's my whatever it is, to kind of correlate it to family. Coworkers, I don't think they're really going to know you your best, because you have to act a certain way at work, otherwise you're going to lose your job. So you might not react the way you really want to react, or do things you really want to do, because you have a livelihood that you have to protect. So that's why I boil it down to your family is going to know you best, because that's where you're able to be your authentic self.
My first tattoo ever is a memorial to someone who is not blood related, but is family. And because I'm not very close with most of my family, I think you're going to like this line. But, you know, they always say blood is thicker than water. But my first tattoo says family is thicker than blood. That's got his initials. So if we are then saying that a friend that reaches that level goes into family, then I would say family. Because I mean, he's dead, but I've got other friends like that.
Listen,
obviously it does,
I have a tattoo of my friend, same thing.
Oh yeah. Well, hold on,
Friend to
Dane
family,
has
so,
a,
I mean,
yeah, sorry, too.
that
Hold on,
answers your own
Dane
question
to come
then.
in real quick. Go ahead, Dane.
You muted, Dane.
Fighting with the mute button and you're losing. You're losing real bad.
He's probably talking to his own chat.
He's talking to himself.
It's on you, Dane.
Okay, I thought my mic was unmuted, but I'm still trying to get my OBS to come back up, but at least I'm still on panel with y'all. I'm gonna say still family, because family, whether it's your mom, your dad, your spouse, even to some extent your siblings, they are the people who can really call you on your shit. Now, your coworkers, they can't call you on too much of your crap, because you're gonna end up in HR with them. See, so they're gonna be trying to protect their job, and they're gonna put up with a whole bunch of crap out of you because they don't want to end up in HR. Your manager, he's gonna balance getting the job done versus how aggravating or whatever you are. Your parents, it's your parents' duty to call you on your crap. I think my 5 kids would probably disagree with that. Your spouse, is supposed to be able to call you on your junk. And so they're the ones that are going to see who the real you is. Like my mom always said, you never really know somebody till you live in the house with them. So, you know, that's where I stand by.
I live alone.
Yeah, for me, it's a tough one. Obviously,
no, you got a dog back there, man. Is that a dog back there?
Yes, sir, it is. My best fucking friend in the world.
Yeah,
that's my family.
Morty.
He knows me best. That's my family. You right.
That's the overlord.
The overlord.
So yeah,
that is the overlord.
The overlord, right?
Okay.
I think for me, it's a tough one. As everybody said, it's a tough one. They can go either way, and everybody's situation is going to be different. You know, like Indian Jesus said, he's not particularly close with his family, so obviously that's going to X that one out. Some people have jobs like oil field people at the oil field all day for, you know, days on end. Sometimes before they go home, they might be in the oil field for 2 weeks before they come home. That's going to be a different situation, you know. But you know, and then you have situations like Jonathan and David in the Bible where they said that they loved each other like a man loves his own or something like that. Oh yeah, we got to echo.
Just mute. You can just mute both of them.
Echo.
I added
Double Dane.
Doubling.
All right, there you go. So yeah, I think we're good now. But yeah, so I would say like when it comes to, I picked the friend because when it comes to there's some things most people I don't think they don't show to their family. You know, I guess I'm gonna name a couple things that we might define as you. You know, I'm gonna start with superficial, shallow things like, you know, your favorite food, your favorite color. You know, what you like, what your hobbies are. You know, that's you. Obviously, it's you. I'm not impressed by that much of you. I guess for me, I think about like, how do you think? You know, like what makes you tick? Like, how do you handle certain conflicts and situations? Like, for most of us, I don't think our families really seen us fight. I think your friends have seen you fight. You know, I don't think your coworkers have probably seen you get in a fight. Do you run? Do you get scared? Are you a punk? I think those things your friends, especially if you, I'm assuming all these situations are kind of maxed out, whatever that means. So your family, you're good with your family, you know, all that kind of good stuff. And you're pretty regular contact with your family. Your coworkers, you work the job for 5 or 10 years. You know, when y'all are in a cubicle or office or whatever y'all are doing, or you in the NBA player, you're an NFL player, and you're around these guys all the time. You know, whatever it is. And I'm assuming that with the friends, you have close friendships, like from the sandbox. So I'm trying to I'm maxing out all these scenarios here for what I'm saying. And I just think that there's a level of intimacy that you have with your friends and willingness to share, people that you go to war with, that I don't think you really have with your family. Now where I feel like I'm kind of mistaken a little bit is when it comes to things like having siblings. If you have brothers, or if you're a sister, you have sisters, that kind of goes into the family. You might treat them as a friend. You might be just as intimate with them as you would your friends. So that, I think that's where it can kind of blur the line there, you know. But I think generally speaking, you know, there's things your friends know about you, whether it's drug use or, you know, times you got rejected by girls. Your family don't see when you get rejected. They don't see how you handle rejection. You know, there's things that your friends know about you, embarrassing things your friends know about you, that you wouldn't really want anybody to know. Obviously, your family knows, you know, you sharted one time, you know, you got an F in a certain grade. Your family knows embarrassing things about you, but that's kind of stuff that's kind of goes with everybody for the most part. But I think that your friends they know how you think, they know your philosophy. They know they can answer questions on your behalf. I think to the same level or more so than maybe even your family could if it's all maxed out. So that's what I would say on that topic. Why I pick friends, but it can go either way, obviously.
Sounds like y'all have boring ass jobs.
yeah.
Well, we gotta go to HR. You work in a restaurant, and there's really family, friends, coworkers. It's all kind of. I mean, my none.
You gotta be professional.
Most of my friends, most of my friends, not all of them, most of my friends have never seen me do a line of blow. The last restaurant I worked at, the manager was the one distributing. So again, it depends, and I mean, I wouldn't call him a friend like that. But
here's the thing, though: when in most jobs, I mean, obviously you have a special exception. Most jobs, you have to put on a certain type of level of professionalism, or you almost have to put on a work mask where you don't say certain things, you don't bring up certain topics. You can't be your true authentic.
That's why I can't do corporate
in the work. And then most
got HR for me.
And most jobs are corporate.
But let me push back on that.
It's like you're in the exception, not the rule.
Let me push back on that, and it's not because I disagree with you, because it can go either way. But if you're at a work that's anyway challenging, whether you're a server, whether or not you're a Wall Street guy, they're seeing you in tough situations as an adult that your family just doesn't really see.
Right.
So they're seeing like I said, what makes you tick, your grit, things that really matter to people. And your family just not around for that, and it's not something you're really going to share with them.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all don't have family like that.
Okay, yeah. So maybe a situation your family does.
I think the dynamic. This is a dynamic question where it's not a one size fits all. Everyone has a different level of, well, how many close friends do you have, and then how many close coworkers do you have? Some people go into a work environment is very hostile, where they don't even like each other at all enough to even be their true selves. They're fake with each other, or they have to fake nice to each other. And oh yeah, to point that out, it was 2 Danes. One is already enough. So the fact he had all that screen time.
Take my joke, motherfucker.
Dane's just too big to be on one screen.
But somebody was talking, so I didn't want to say it then. But I definitely wanted to mention that. Don't ever have 2 camera angles on Dane like that. Don't do that to the pod. But but yeah, so I really feel like family's still gonna be the most important, because they're gonna.
If he ever gets finished, Vulcan, can you take down that brown circle with the D?
I was just about to say something profound, and you had to hope.
That's the round brown, man.
Who wants to put a 1 in the chat if you think that what he's about to say is profound? Put a 1 in the chat if you think what he's about to say is profound.
It should be none but ones, because what I was gonna say is, your family is going to be with you throughout the entirety of your life. Your friends bump in here and there. You may not see them again. You may move to another city, state. Your family's still going to keep in contact with you. If your family is the true definition of a family, now there's always exceptions. There might be some people whose family are not that tight and intertwined, but for the most part, your family is that one that brings you into this world and puts you in the ground. Your family does that for you. Most of the interactions, most of the things you do, you're going to confide in your family. If you go to jail, are you expecting your friends or your family to come bail you out? So that's why I say,
does anybody want to address what he's saying right there? Or I had a comment about it. Somebody else might have.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what I said.
I didn't think he was ever going to shut up about it. He just keeps
I wasn't really listening.
He's
Was
like
it
the
profound?
Energizer Bunny.
I wasn't really listening. Was it
goes
profound?
and goes and goes and goes.
Was it profound?
We look up the definition of profound real quick,
No,
please.
if he could go in the bedroom like he does on stream, he'd probably still have a woman.
Profound.
Jesus.
An adjective describes something that is very deep, intense, or
Man, y'all my
far-reaching. It
biggest-
applies to ideas
okay,
and
I
insights
understand
with
y'all my
deep
biggest fans,
intellectual
and this is how
meaning,
y'all show it,
states
man.
of
Y'all
being
gotta
that are
take it
felt
away and show it.
extremely strongly, or changes that are absolute.
You have to understand.
You don't have to
you
say
have to
extremely and
Lutz,
strong. That's
Lutz,
So
you
not
have to
profound.
understand the point he's coming from.
Pick one.
So
Extremely
he's
or
not
strong.
where you and I are at.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
But in
'cause y'all low
T-Reason
IQ,
world, that's
of course
profound.
I would have to lose some IQ first.
You probably just learned the word
adorable,
profound
but
and
you
figured out a
probably
way to
couldn't
use it.
spell
It's adorable.
You gotta
1200.
take some brain out.
So real
Some
quickly,
brain
I just
activity
want
out.
to address what you said, T-Reason, right here. And again, I don't have a strong knockdown case here, but I guess I'm challenging the intimacy and how the depth of that relationship. Like, I agree with you. Family's always going to be there for you. But I think kind of the beauty of that is after you turn 18, you're not living with them anymore. I think that's part of what makes it sustainable is the fact that it's that there's not enough familiarity to breed contempt to that extent. I think to some extent, I think when your family's there for you, but I don't know if your family's really getting into your psychology like that. And I'm sure that happens. I know that happens in family. If we, especially if we kind of
Maybe I got a great family then.
yeah, we kind of
because
wife
that's
his
very
family and
normal
stuff
for
like
me.
that. You know, I mean, it wasn't specific enough as the wife would be more, you know, a friend was your family. She obviously considered your family out of context. Even friends can be considered that. But what I'm saying is this right here is that like there's got to be things. I lost the point I was going to make, so I'm making another point. There's got to be things that people that have good friends,
You want profound,
like
the
long-term
reasonable
friends,
marriage
they
is
share with
necessary, so
them.
there's a witness
I'll
to
give
your
an
life.
example real quick. Yeah, I'll give an example. I had a friend call me and tell me he had something inappropriate happen to him of a sexual variety when he was a
I'm
child.
talking about T-Reason like that.
Yeah, but guess who doesn't know that?
His parents.
His wife.
Ooh.
His wife.
So would that guy consider you family though?
I think he would consider me friend. I mean, but I would say even if he considered me, I'm telling him technically I would be a friend. Technically, I'm still a friend, even though, you know.
I mean, technically you could be family, but not consider somebody family. But that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I say like the friend who knows you the best, you would consider that person as a family. You wouldn't consider them. You would like, oh, that's my friend.
I think we can all land on that. If we're saying that whatever person is that person for you is ostensibly family, then the answer is family, and what you
I said
define
that in my
as family.
In my original statements about this conversation.
No, I don't believe that. I believe family is people you have blood or legal ties to. I believe that those
Why?
people have
Nobody
you
ever
have an
befriended him
obligation to
enough.
them.
He never had somebody
Let Dave finish your point
befriend him
real
enough.
quick. You got some questions when you get done, Dan. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's just what I think. I have some very good friends that I would give them a kidney if need be, but if I had one of my children or my wife or my brother or even my sister-in-law, my niece, my nephew, mother, father, whatever that needed a kidney, and my very best friend needed a kidney, I can get another very best friend when they die of kidney failure. I can't get another child. I can't get another, well, I could get another wife, but I don't want another wife. I can't get another mother. No, my family takes priority. And honestly, as a little bit of a side note, I think one of the big problems in society today is people do not cling to that family, and they bring in all of these outsiders, and that dilutes them, and it weakens the family, and the family then a weak family makes for a weak community, which makes for a weak society.
It is.
Man, I'm surprised they ain't actually said
I don't know
something
if it's a
useful
point of-
for
I don't think it's a point of contention between us, but I'm saying what I'm imagining is I agree with you. A man should take care of his family, but I don't know if that entails like intimacy, like as far as like
intellectual,
how you think. Yes, the intellectual side of it. Like can if somebody were to ask questions about random things about the universe or whatever it is, could they speak on behalf of Dane better than Dane's best friend? That's what I'd wonder.
That's,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's a good point.
What I was responding to was the idea that
Yo, we about to do that.
That friends,
I'm
like
gonna
your
give
best
topic,
friend,
and
could
you have to
basically
steel man
be
what
your
you think I would
family
say.
or replace your
That's
family,
smart.
and that just doesn't add up. That's what I was speaking to. Now, whether or not they could, as far as relational intimacy, I guess that would vary from people to people. But I'm telling you, at least in Dane world, in Big Daddy land, the people who know me the best is my wife and children. They've been here when I was on top, when I was on bottom, when I was confident, when I was intimidated, when I was manic, when I was depressive.
What if they weren't, though?
What now?
What if they weren't? Because you said specifically it's the bloodline and the legal ties. And I'm appealing to the fact that you have a nice family and you have those connections. But if your family, if your blood family didn't treat you that way, then it stands to reason that you wouldn't feel that way, right?
Right. Well, I mean, there's dysfunctional families.
Right. So you're presenting this as nope. It is family that is blood. Where the question is a lot broader than that, because not everybody has your situation.
Yeah, let's go to the kidney example that you used. Let's say you have a brother who you don't get along with, and he needs a kidney, and then you have your best friend who needs a kidney. Who do you give it to?
My friend.
Your brother who you don't get along with, and you have no correlation with.
Nope.
Over
I got one of them. I got one of them. He ain't getting shit.
I do agree with Dane about that. The only
it's consistent.
There are certain moral things or immoral things that my family could do to where I would not do much for them, like PDF or something like that. There's certain things that my family could do to where I would just cut all ties with them, period. But outside of those more extreme things, I do agree with Dane that I would definitely feel like Dane said, it's my responsibility to take care of my family.
Obligation.
I'm the oldest, so maybe that probably tilts me in that direction too. But oldest of 5. But the thing is, I had a point I was going to bring up. I can't remember.
You're getting old. You're getting old. It only gets worse. It only gets worse, Vulcan.
That is true.
But yeah, anybody got something they want to say? Go ahead.
I'm saying that the argument against what I'm saying seems to be, well, there are dysfunctional families. Well, hell, yeah, of course there are dysfunctional families. Okay, my family has dysfunction. It just doesn't rise to that sort of pathological level. But sure, there are dysfunctional families, but there are also dysfunctional friendships. And
maybe, but you can
absolutely,
choose.
Absolutely. In my lifetime,
absolutely, there are dysfunctional friendships, but you can choose.
In my lifetime, I have seen so many people that said, "Oh, this is my best friend," and you get back with them in a year or so, and all of a sudden, "Oh, well, that's not my best friend. This is my best friend now."
Right.
And
that's my
sort of
point,
stuff.
Dane. So what I'm saying is that you can choose those things. If you have that same relationship with somebody who has your blood, then you're not appealing to anything different about that person.
I don't even understand what your reputation is.
So unless you're saying just based on the principle itself, family first, full stop. If that's what you're saying, fair enough. But the example that you're giving of your real life is very conducive to that because you have a good family. And so you're saying, oh, well, there's dysfunctional family relationships and there's dysfunctional friendship relationships. But you can cut ties with the dysfunctional friends. You can't cut ties with the dysfunctional family from your blood. You can't.
Sure you can. Sure you can.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, you just don't have anything to do with them.
CRISPR's getting really good if you can take the genetics out of your blood.
Well, no, but it's a very common
that
thing
just
right
keeps you
now.
related. You can cut ties.
It's a very common thing. Hang on, Wicked. It's a very common thing right now amongst people that have kids. My kids' age, which would be the younger millennials and the Gen Zers and younger, where these kids get a certain age, and it's almost always middle-class white kids. They get a certain age, and then they decide that for some reason their parents are unconscionable, and they will ostracize their own parents. So, yeah, it's very possible to just walk away and make yourself an orphan.
But they're still family.
Well, from my perspective, yeah, they're still family,
Exactly.
but that doesn't mean.
So, wait. Do you understand?
If I were the kind of parent to do that to my children, yeah, I could just cut them off.
Right, but you are making you're establishing that family comes first because it is your blood or your legal ties. What I'm saying is that if you, and your refutation was, well, of course there's dysfunctional families. I'm not talking about that. Fair enough. But then there's also dysfunctional friendships. And so in one case, yes, like physically, you can cut ties and stop talking to people, but that doesn't make them not your family. And so if you're living in that kind of life where these people share your blood, but you are not down with them, then what you're saying doesn't apply. It only applies to your situation, or not only your situation.
Well, that's what I was asked about.
No, that's what is the second word of the banner?
It says who generally knows.
Generally, not in Dane's personal life.
Right,
so
right. But what Vulcan asked, what he was asking was what our perspective was on that. I'm giving my perspective on that.
I feel like we explicitly said not just you personally, but generally.
I want to say this.
I think you're doing the same thing.
I am doing the same thing, but I
think both of you guys, and this is why I wanted to jump in, is both of you guys are talking about your examples of your friends versus families. But I'm saying in the true definition of what a friend is, what a family member is, and what a coworker in an ideal situation, because Dane did a good job of pointing out a dysfunctional family. So a lot of times what I hear from you is you may have fallen in line more with a dysfunctional family. But if you have what we idealistically look at as a generally speaking, what family is to someone else, they're going to be there for you. They're going to be that person you can confide in. They're going to be that person that knows you from when you were younger, when you were older, and going to be there at your funeral. Whereas friends come and go all the time. So I think one of the things that you guys are speaking about, especially the people who think friend is the closer bond, you might be referring to best friend. And I think that the question would need to be reworded to say their best friend, because your best friend may, in some rare cases, know you slightly better than your
I don't think it's that rare at all. I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think it's that rare at all.
All right, let me say this real quick, just to say, like,
as far as who knows a person best.
Teresa, real quick, sorry, Jesus. I want to say this right here, like how, and I said this earlier, but I'm just saying right here. To me, I'm looking at the aggregate. I'm looking at the total sum, the average of the total sum, or whatever, however you want to say it. Like, so I'm thinking about your family. That includes your kids, your grandparents.
You got a lot of friends who don't know jack squat about you.
I'm talking about your friends from the sandbox, to your friend that you might, your coworker that you made became your friend. Anybody, that became your friend. I'm talking about the average of all that, from the best friend to the least friend. I'm talking about all that knowledge, whatever that is about you. If they all had to compete, the
then
family,
it's for sure not the friends.
Family feud, and there's the family on one side, and the friends in the middle, and the coworkers, and they got to answer questions about you, how you think, what you would do, who you like, what
friends
your taste
would know the
is.
least then.
And then I want to add one more piece that I haven't said yet on this topic. And again, I've already said that they can go either way, but I'm just having fun with the fact I think it could be the friends, because I also think this. I think the family probably has the most misconceptions about you. Your wife thinks you can fight better than you really can fight. She thinks you can protect her better than you really can, but your boy knows you can't fight.
No, they just boost your ego.
My mom still don't know I was a drug addict.
The kids think dad is the strongest man in the world. His friend knows he's not the strongest man in the world.
Nah, the family knows too.
Wait.
They just stroking their ego a little bit. They know too. They just want you to feel good.
All right,
they want you to feel like a superhero.
I got to take one.
Man, your buddy wants you to get beat up so he can steal your girl. What you talking about?
I got to take Morty out. So I got a question for you guys to ponder here. Is it more likely that you would have a dysfunctional family relationship with an individual who is in your family, or that you would have a dysfunctional relationship with a friend who is not related by blood?
I think they're equal. I think you can have equally dysfunctional friendships and equally dysfunctional.
But we just spent all this time talking about how, your friends come and go and this and that and that. So if you have a dysfunctional friendship, is it more or less likely? Hold on. If you have a dysfunctional friendship, is it more or less likely that relationship is going to be cut off and not be a relationship relevant to this conversation? Is it easier to cut off your family and make them not your family, or is it easier to cut off friends that you don't have a good friendship relationship with?
Those friends still don't know you best, though.
That's not the question I asked. What's the question I asked? Which one is easier?
Friends are gonna Friends are going to tell you what you want to hear. Your family's going to tell you what you need to hear. So the person that knows you best is the one that's telling you what you need to hear, not just agreeing with you because they have the title of friendship.
My parents don't know me well enough to tell me what's best.
A lot of times people don't, their friends will lead them into a lot of things they shouldn't be doing because they're friends. That's how you get on drugs, because you have friends that are like, oh yeah, man, because they don't really genuinely care about your overall well-being, whereas your family wants what's best for you, so they're going to try to see you become your best self. So they're going to be
wanting what's best mean you doing what's best.
I don't forget.
Hold on, real quick, real quick. So I think it's very easy to cut off anybody you want to, and I can use this very example as cutting your family off. Do you know how many people lost family members just because they support Donald Trump?
Yes, but they're still their family members. That's a dysfunctional family relationship.
No. Hold on. That has nothing to do with the ability to cut them off.
It's not completely.
Yes, they are still family members.
I agree with you.
I would say,
but you said which is easier, to cut off a friend that's dysfunctional or a family member? I'm talking about cutting off.
Nope. I was very specific about the actual genetics. That was what Dane appealed to before, and he said is the blood and the legal ties. So if you're going to back out of that, is it easier to take the genetics out of your blood, or is it easier to say, I'm not going to be friends with you anymore?
Okay, well, you can't take the genetics out of your blood. That you can't do. But I'm just talking about the specific of cutting somebody off.
Wish you would have backed out of your mom.
So I want to say this real quick, and because what Indian Jesus is saying is reminding me of this point too.
That's what he's good for.
Yeah. Some of the stuff that your family's done to you for some people's lives, you never would have a friendship that happened. I mean, never is too strong. It's rare to maintain a friendship with some of the stuff people's parents and siblings have done to them. And so what I'm saying is that could affect like the average knowledge too, because you can sever a friend who misunderstands you or getting you all wrong and is getting toxic. But the family, if we're talking about blood, like I agree with Dane, that blood part of it, like that stays there. So imagine you get into it with somebody in your family and they just getting you all wrong. You're cocky, you're conceited. Most of us think we're right when they're debating with somebody. So think how many misunderstandings you have with your family that are still there to this day. Yep. And you can sever it to some extent, but they might be at the family reunion, they might be at Thanksgiving, they may be at Christmas. You might get stuck on a three-way. You might be in a group message with them. So it's not as clean of a sever with the family as it is with the friends. So you still kind of have all the misunderstandings that your family have about you, unless you 100% sever.
That means they know your true self, though.
Maybe,
unless they don't, though.
But hold on, I want to. That was the second.
That's
point
the whole point.
I want to first address with Indian.
The friend to get cut off before they get to see the real you. The family's going to stick around through that.
I want to address your point there too, because I want to say this too. Not everybody has intellectual family, right? So, for instance, your family, if they're not deep people, and they may know superficial things about you. They may even kind of subconsciously kind of know what you think and what you're into and stuff like that. But if you're an intellectual, for instance, or you're somebody who's very interesting, very dynamic, your family may not be able to capture all that because if you're not around them like that, you're moving around, you're doing things. Your friends will know those things about you. They know certain intricacies about your worldview and your perspective that your family just probably won't even care to ask. So I think there's a certain element they might not know about.
I think that's an exception, not the rule, though. I think that's
probably.
I think that it does exist. I think that can happen. But when I'm looking at the whole board and not just certain specific situations, I would say for the most part, family's going to know you mentally, physically, spiritually. They're going to know you in ways that because your friends have a snapshot of your life. They see the version of you that you put out to the world.
Sounds like you don't want to run good friends.
Your family,
you have a good family, but
no, I have amazing friends. I got friends I've known from middle school.
Open up to them.
I've known Vulcan for many years. I've known them since middle school. I got friends I've known since elementary school. But I still think my family has been throughout my life. They've been there since I was born into this world.
Sure.
All the way up until all these years
But is that the same thing as knowing a person? Doing things for them means you know them?
I mean, come on. I mean, if there's love there, of course. If there's love there, of course.
So
now the only way that I would say it's not is if there's dysfunction there where there's no animosity. And even then it's still hard because even then they still know you.
Who knows your body count better?
That's different.
Why is that different?
That's a unique.
This is about knowing you.
That's one thing that you don't want them to know. But
Why?
there's so many things that they do know.
Why wouldn't you want them to know? They're the people that know you best. They're the ones that are always going to be there for you.
You want to show
I don't know. Your body count. Come on. I mean, just one little thing. Who knows your body count better? Just because you have a friend. Just because you have a friend who knows something about you that your family doesn't know, that doesn't really prove anything.
It's not one thing.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything.
That is an example. That is an example of a myriad of things.
Give me another one. Give me another one.
Girlfriends, like who knows the in and outs of your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Family.
Stay out of your family or your friends.
My wife. My wife knows all about my girlfriends.
Her best friend.
What do you say?
Her best friend. Yep.
Her best friend.
Yep.
Yeah, her best friend. Fact. That's a friend. There we go. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's
okay, so T Reason, would you say that who would know better if you were frustrated by a topic that came up on this panel? Would it be your mom or would it be Vulcan?
My mom.
Fair enough. Genuine question.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like I said, I can argue either of the three. I mean, I
don't know.
Go ahead, Dan.
I mean, I hate to say this, but it sounds like me and T Reason come from a much more similar familial background than me and Wicked or me and Lutch. You know, but I mean, but that's what I can go on. How am I going to draw my generally? As Lutch is so adamant to point out, generally. I don't know how he talks like that, but he does. But how am I going to draw my generally? Generally. Okay.
Generally. It's like
calm down. Calm down.
Oh my God.
It's like a liberal speech.
For like cartoons or something, man.
How am I going to draw my generally without looking at my general experience? I don't know that it's something you could objectively measure. So that's what I'm looking at, and that's just my position.
I don't know. There's some loser in the chat saying, point being, while Lutch is speaking to his own personal situation, he's also applying it to a general audience, whereas the family people are making a hard claim. Oh, it was me! That's me! So yes, I am using that, but I am talking, I'm not saying because my situation is this, because my situation is this, that is the answer to the question. I am proposing that this is a type of situation that may exist, and saying that no, wrong, it's family, does not hold water.
At least you're right. The chat was an idiot.
Yeah.
Who did
preface that? But I see the loophole you're
dilly on that one. You got
me. You and Dan, I see y'all. I see what y'all are doing. Y'all ain't slick, man.
What are we doing?
What you mean, Lutch ain't slick? Would you look at that hair? I think Lutch uses pure USDA Crisco for hair conditioner.
I wish it fucking rained. I'm frizzy as a motherfucker.
What is it like? 50 weight oil?
We covered the topics for today, fellas. So, like, I mean, feel free to do what you got to do at this point right here. If you stay on, if you want, for a little bit longer, whatever the case may be. But just I want to make sure everybody can take off if they got to.
Hey, I do believe that Indian said he had to do some push-ups before we left.
Oh yeah, we want to watch him. We got to keep him on screen.
I was out of time, but guess what? I got time today. I'll make an exception.
Vulcan, why don't you put Lutch's camera on full screen on a soapbox?
I ain't doing it right here. Y'all ain't pay for that shit. Hell no. Nah. I mean, hey, if you want to come over to the stream, you can watch it. But nah. That's for the paying members.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. He said that's for the paying customers. I paid towards that, and I'm on this panel.
Okay. Well, then you are free to watch it.
I am right now. Here we go. And listen, you only owe me 10, so you only got to do 10 of them here.
It's to step in.
First of all, it's $2 one push-up, so I owe you 5. That being said, you have nothing is stopping you from coming over to the stream where the push-ups will be done.
Run it.
Now, I was just noticing how the stream to your audience button is there, and so I was thinking maybe in the future we could do that where it's we combine the streams, my chat, your chat, and whatever.
No. How about we do it right now, man? I
am going to do it right now. I'm going to leave this panel and do it right now.
Let me just say something real quick. I thought you just said to bond with your friends is closer than with your family.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Honey, sweetie, baby. Do you think you're my friend?
Is Dane not your friend? Is
No.
Nicky not your friend? Is James not your friend? Are we not friends?
No. We are
not
mutuals.
Friends, then what are we, enemies?
No, we are mutuals. We are people who talk on the internet to each other.
Man,
but I want to make sure clear. I'm not saying the bond is stronger with friends and family. I'm not saying the bond is stronger. I'm just saying they possibly could know you better.
Agreed. All right. Well, I mean, not to pull anybody, but
I just proved my point because you don't want to
great job
push-ups in front of us.
Great job, brother.
Lutch.
Fucking lost the thing. All right. Great job. Amazing.
Hey,
Amazing point. What?
Lutch. Thanks for coming, though, man. I know. Thanks for coming. I know you in the middle of streaming, man. I know Vulcan appreciates you coming.
Oh, yeah, facts, man. I appreciate all y'all.
It was good having you on, man. Even though we disagree and bump heads, it's still good to have you on the show, man. We got to get different perspectives.
Dilly to T-Reason, bro.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I didn't say it was good to have him on the show. I just said thanks.
Facts.
All right.
There's haters everywhere you go, man. There's always somebody gonna post some haterade in that potion, man.
They got him. So, I mean, usually we're at what? What's the number? Fucking.
At least give Wicked his push-ups. You owe him on the stream. At least do those.
62 push-ups. God damn! I am not excited about this. I am very puny. And I'll
do 20 with you right now.
All right, fellas. I'm about to press it real quick.
Yeah.
What was that, Vulcan?
I was saying it's about to.
We out.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, hey, my stream's still going. So if you want to see the goods, come on through.
Hey, it was good chatting with y'all. I'm out too, y'all. Later.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Yes, sir.
And I will definitely see you guys soon.
Appreciate you,
That's
fellas.
a big 10-4.
Peace. Trying to get free shit. Y'all pay for the fucking. Y'all pay for the fucking push-ups. They're like, oh, just do it here. Pardon? Fucking pardon? But big shout out. Let's fucking do this. I really did forget. That wasn't like a thing. Like I really did forget. Exactly. Right? Come on, man. What are we doing here? Giving out free push-ups and shit. I'm not a sheep. Ooh-ah. But for you guys, I am. Oh, Jesus.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of coming sin. I'm come to wake sleeping.
Ready? All right, let's have, baby. Let's have. We got it. Where do you want? Let's fucking go.
He stands in the flood of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command, a beast of judgment, the Lord of his bed. His power is through the silence of the night, the loyal understand. She keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Begin the kingdom.
Let's go. Nick.
Oh shit.
Ah, fuck! Oh, it counts!
Fixed. Fucking live! Let's fucking go!
All right. Surge! Oh, that's such a good song. I miss Guamtag, man. Woo-wee. What's a goon to a goblin? Yeah, shout out. W's all around. Agreed. Agreed. And like, you know, it's is it shitty? I don't know. It's weird to have to think about like, you know, the well, okay, that's a smaller channel than mine, or am I getting to get any clout from that? And balance that with, hey, I want to do what I want to do. And so I'm not expecting any subscribers from them. I mean, actually, that's not even true. Wicked comes around all the time. So even still, like that was not part of why I wanted to do that or why I went back or anything. I genuinely just have a good time hanging out with them. And there's a lot of people who would look at that and they have like what 1.8 subs. Like that would and plus one more from Dick, and people would see that and be like, oh, that's not, you know, that's not worth my time or whatever. But I mean, again, selfishly, if they blow up, like, yo, I've been there since before even, and so there's a balance. This is my job. This is my job. I do have to focus on the algorithm and growing, but something that I've learned is that the way that you grow, like, yeah, you can, like Melton My Media was talking about how you know, you can just you know, put out AI slop. But like I see a panel like that and I think they're doing well. And that's I mean, this isn't really connected, but the Substack I've been putting, I just started doing the TIJ throwback. And so was like the second reaction video I ever did. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was using the wrong thing. I had to share my whole screen, and every time I would switch, it'd go like that, and be like, okay, back to the video. And like I didn't know. And so the fact that they're already having you know, the fact that they're already having good discussions, they've got people who come from different places. Vulcan is a good moderator. They're gonna go places. Hey, shout out to the Big Daddy Pod. They do appreciate your contribution. Yeah, I appreciate hanging out. And I definitely will be back. And like I said, since it goes like, because I'm now over 6 hours, so it makes sense for me to, you know, just do a stream, end my stream, or actually, well, so do my stream, start streaming with the button from there, so that like their video just goes to my channel, and then your chats will be in their chat. And if you super chat me, that'll be the, you know, it'll show them like, oh shit, big dog. But yeah, so like when you go there, yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. Yeah, Vulcan's a good moderator. I think he, you know, over time he's gonna have to be a little bit more forceful. It's like, given that, you know, they talked about how him and T-Reason are friends from before, I can understand where it's not. That's why I felt the need to jump in and be like, yo, respect the host, because it's like to him, that's just his boy. But like to the audience, he's the host. And so if if he starts talking, everybody's shut right up. It makes him look bad. And we don't want to do that. But yeah, it definitely sharpens the rhetorical skills. And there's another aspect of, the different levels of the game. We always talk about there's different levels. There's a very different expectation of watching and debating in a modern day debate thing, or a speakeasy versus a horseradish versus they're different. And, you might want like one over the other, but they're different. And whatever appeals to you more, that's going to, suck you in. And I think a lot of people, like I was saying on the panel, that, Grid One, he just fucking has the 10 people show up. They're like, all right, so what you guys want to debate? It's like, bro, I thought that was your thing. Like, what are you even doing if you're just going live and sitting there while other people are making content for you? And it's like, if it was enjoyable, I wouldn't mind. But it wasn't. I don't know if any of you were here when I was doing the Grid One panels. That was the first time I saw the mask girl, and I exactly as Vulcan was saying. It was late. It was the last debate. I could have won the whole night, but she was talking about something, and I just did not care. And I was like, "Yo, you know what? You're right. I concede." And I was just, it's like, I don't want to do that. And so, if it is for compare that to verbal combat, like what Speakeasy has, where that is more of like you're put on the spot and debate whatever. But he understands what types of prompts to put forth. And that just comes with time. Learning the donation incentives, learning how to every little aspect. And we're all going back and watching our own content. And we're like, oh God, I did that. I should have did this and do that, so on and so on and so on. Because as much as it is an art and as much as it is a hobby, for some of us, it really is. I've got all my eggs in this basket. I mean, I'll figure it out if this won't work. But I've got all my eggs in this basket. Big Daddy Power! I'd say Vulcan T Reason go way back, but his personally puts logic far above that relationship. He and Freshly and Enos go way back too, but when T Reason is the only, I hear ya. I hear ya. But that's exactly kind of what I mean. Learning that, or maybe not learning, because I don't want to big dog anybody. Like, because it only occurred to me like 15 minutes ago that I was like, oh wait, I'm like the big dog here with my 5K, and like I'm not used to being in that position, but so I don't want to like act like I'm better than anybody. But just been out this more and learned about the specificity. Like, there's no rules there's no guidebook of how to do this stuff, because it all depends on what it is that you're doing. What do you want to do? If I wanted to, blow up and have a huge channel, I would do things very differently. But I decided that I want to have this channel be the way it is. And so I'm not going to grow as quickly. I'm not going to grow at all, you know what I mean? But Vulcan's really humble in that regard. And that's a good thing. Very cerebral guy. Definitely agree. That's a good thing that he's humble in that regard. But when it goes beyond the T Reasons, the Freshlies, the Enos, somebody will, if somebody overtalks him, like consistently, that's going to be a bad look. That's I mean, as much as bring it full circle. We were talking about, if someone calls you the N-word, then, you got to expect this, that, the other. Well, if you're disrespecting the host on his own show, you got to expect some kind of something. And so them specifically, like if they're, that's not for me to say. But in general, as it goes beyond streaming with just your friends, you're going to have to sometimes be a little bit less humble, a little bit like, motherfucker, I said shut the fuck up. A good thing people do is have a short video. And so, like, I'll just use the intro. But when you play videos through StreamYard, it mutes it mutes everybody. So I'm going to play I'm going to click the button and then unmute myself and talk as soon as I can. And so to give you I'm going to go do this and that. That's how much time. So we go. Second, even just a full second of, oh, I'm muted is enough to get everybody to stop. And then you can unmute yourself during it. Start talking before it's just little things like that will allow him to continue being a good moderator without, being like, do this, because you've got a good style for how emotional is the wrong word, but how heated it can get. It makes sense to have a more laid back and chill moderator. But all of these things in time will come out, and I have I think they're gonna do well. Oh my god, it's so frizzy. I hate it. I should stream like Asmongold and put it like a bun like right here. Nah. Big Daddy Paz. I mean, he's humble in the regard of being a small channel and taking advice. You can tell him this stuff directly and take it very well. He's not proud. The thing is, I personally hate it. So I'm not gonna name anybody, but somebody today was like, "You should what was it? You should watch the first season. You should watch the first season. Where did it go? I challenge you." Watch season 1 of Little House on the Prairie and make a review video. Like, bro, what do you think this channel is? And so I really don't like to offer unsolicited advice. Is he on Discord or X or something like that? Because I'm totally be like, hey, I think you're doing like what I would do is send him a private DM, be like, hey, I think you're doing a good job. I know that there's no guidebook to this. I think there are some aspects that I may be able to offer some advice if you're looking. So if you have anything, send it my way. That would be how I would address that. Because again, I know how to grow and do my show on my channel, but his show is a different show and a different channel. And so the things that work for me may not work for him. They may not even be applicable to him. They may be things that he's tried already. It's like, you know what? I personally just don't like that. And so when, oh, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this, it's for my own personal thing. I don't like unsolicited advice on this because even if you are a YouTuber, you're not me. And I'm not you. That's the you in YouTube. Actually, they say you is the you in YouTube, but yeah. Send me his number and I'll, cause I mean, I definitely want to help if somebody's, interested in my help. I don't want to be overbearing. Personally, typically the ones running the StreamYard, what Vulcan wants is to debate and teach. And yeah, I mean, hopefully those of you who are, well, all of you here are the real ones, but hopefully you saw the overlap in the way that I try to talk about how you should debate, how you should interact, what this person should have said, so on and so on and so on. And then that seems to be the real-time version of what we do, where instead of watching the debate and breaking that down, we put that into action. So, I mean, there could be some dope-ass collabs. Holy moly, this motherfucker. Where the fuck have you been? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. We got about to close down. I'm over at over 6 hours. But you guys were so generous, so thank you. Good morning. Oh my God. Is this the time? What time is it? It's 2 a.m. Do I just fucking stream at 2 a.m. now? Jeez Louise. Welcome. And I'm about to shut down. We're going 6 hours. But check this one out. This was an interesting one, both in terms of the original thing that we were talking about with the Black Nick Fuentes and the debate that was not the debate, the panel that was a little directly connected. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. All right, we're gonna end here. The Big Daddy Pod. Overbearing, that's me. If he can handle my propensity of volunteering advice, he certainly could handle yours. And I'm not saying he wouldn't. I just don't want to be overbearing. You know what I mean? Hey. Thank you. With a big 5. And I mean, I didn't call a cutoff, so you know. There you go. I gave you an extra half. I usually round down, but I rounded up for you. Thank you. So very, very much, guys. Let's look at all of these donations. We had our boy Big Daddy Pod at the very end. We had Trey Williams keeping the party raging as we went over to the panel. Boxy Boy again. And that gifted memberships. Vice signaling. I got to keep that in mind. I started that, but that is not a no-no. Trey Williams again. Starting us off was our boy TV Viewerski with the $10 PayPal. And of course, the sugar daddy himself. That's 30 gifted memberships. God damn. What is this motherfucker saying? Give you an extra half. You wish you had an extra half. How? Yeah, I mean, you know, that'd be nice. But you know, as long as you're good this way, you don't got to worry about that too much. You know what I mean? All right, thank you, Hector. Yeah, we're getting better with it. I mean, some of the other ones I had to do 62, and then I forgot, so I think I did 63 plus an extra one. And, you know, they're getting a little shallow, but you know, if I only got a few, then we gonna go deep. All right, guys, I am done. I am zapped. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. As I always tell you, and 1000% mean from the bottom of my heart, I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and that means the world. Thank you so very, very, very much. Big shout out to the donations. Big shout out to the... Oh, wait, I got to update this. Hold on. So we got double points, 5, 10. Boom. Almost forgot. 147. So we'll put that there so I don't forget for tomorrow or Tuesday, whatever it is. 147 out of 250 for another movie night. Guys, thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you guys so very, very much. Once again, we've got the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Just in case you're new here, yes, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please do hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.